Alright, well, in the event that I do end up transferring this VOD over to YouTube, for anybody watching this on YouTube, for the, 5 of you who are actually going to watch this over there, this is a Twitch VOD, so for YouTube purposes, it's obviously going to be live commentary. And I will try to remember that if I get a question in chat, I need to read the whole thing out so that anybody watching this on YouTube will not be confused as to the context. And with that said, let's try out the Dark Souls Remastest mod by one InfernoPlus. We actually just finished watching a couple of his videos detailing what this mod is, but I'm not going to put VOD watchers on YouTube through that. I will just link those videos in the description so that you can check them out yourself. And go check out InfernoPlus and the other folks who collaborated on this mod. Because although I have yet to do anything more than a recording test with this, I get the impression this is going to be a very silly time. Which is why I thought that it would be a perfectly appropriate stream for New Year's, because New Year's is a special occasion, and, well, this is my first time ever streaming a Dark Souls mod, and this is frankly the first Dark Souls mod that I was interested enough in to feel like it was worth streaming. So here we go. FXYDev, is there a mod manager to separate this mod save from the vanilla game? In the README file that comes packaged with this mod, he says that there is. He says that it won't touch your Prepare to Die save files, but I'm not sure if that's just not working correctly or what the deal is, because my original save file from the playthrough I just finished is still here. So I don't know. I don't know if that's just not working correctly or what, but you can always just back up your saves to another folder, FXYDev. You can just copy them somewhere else. That's the plan, Venetia. I am going to do a solo run to get a feel for just some of the changes, and already, looking at the starting equipment, I see that we are starting off with a blue soapstone crystal? Okay. Chaos Shield, let's see. The guns aren't visible loot. You have to use the pendant in secret places. Oftentimes, players have orange soapstone the locations, but many are tricky. Okay, thanks, Chaos. He said there was one in the asylum, so I'll try and find that one, and depending on how difficult it is, if I need a hand, I'll give you a shout, definitely. Matter of fact, actually, I wonder what the starting gifts are in this mod, because okay, yes, he has made some custom starting gifts. Mushrooms found in your cell may be dangerous to consume. Okay.
Well, thanks for that.
An anonymous gifter gifted Happy New Year, a Tier 1 sub. Thank you, Anon. I really appreciate that. Welcome, and Happy New Year to everybody. 75 throwing knives coated in poison. Okay. Well, that's a more useful starting gift than most of the original ones. 3 conjoined humanities? Did he make a triple humanity? Basic healing miracles, simple enough for everyone to learn. I don't think so, unless there's a healing miracle that has a 0 faith requirement. And even if there is, unless he's changed around the stat requirements on the talismans, the minimum faith requirement for the lowest talisman is 10. Okay, you can still start with the pendant. You can start with the red sign soapstone. Okay, I guess that makes sense. A life ring. Oh, that's right! I did read in the patch notes, and I think in one of his other videos about this mod, because he's got at least one more, he mentioned that he made changes to a bunch of equipment, and one of the things he did was he made useless equipment like the life ring, or I think it was originally called the Tiny Beings ring. He made that stuff actually useful. So now, I believe that ring, well, according to this description, it regenerates your HP. I believe it also, according to the patch notes, increases your max HP. And yeah, no Master Key, unfortunately, but we might not need the Master Key, because if we can get that squirrel ring, there are at least 7 different places I can think of where we can jump over terrain and do something like the Master Key skip anyway. Yeah, Farthrax, that's what it seems like. But if the pendant is what's necessary for the guns, then I guess I'd better start with the pendant. Alright, so... I guess we'll just say... We'll go with the old classic. Oh, that's a good point, FXY Dev. I also wonder if there are any new classes. Let's find out. Warrior, Knight, Wanderer, Thief, Bandit, Hunter... No, it looks like it's the same classes. Do they have different equipment, though? Doesn't look like they do. Ah. No, it looks like the starting classes are the same. Okay, well, what we're gonna do... I think is actually, we're gonna start as the Sorcerer. Because he changed around a bunch of the spells, and well, we'll get to that when we get to it, but the spells are now much different, and almost all of them are useful. So, let's see. We'll just go with a generic, We'll go with a generic face for this, I think. We'll go with Restore a Noble. That's fine. We'll go with... I guess maybe Swept Back. Gray. I don't want to spend too much time in character creation, but... Let's get something that looks at least a little bit like a real human being. I said something that looks a little bit like a real human being. I bet we could, reset that, maybe, and... Nope. That just looks like Wedge from FF7. Or FF7 Remake. God, I forgot how derpy face-gen faces are. Alright, that's okay. We'll take that. We'll go old. And we'll go a little more masculine. We'll go customize. And we'll go inner brow height a little bit lower to make him look a little more serious. And we'll go eyebrow density. We'll go a little bit more dense on those. And God, that lower jaw just irritates the hell out of me. So what we're going to do is we're going to go... No, we want jaw. We want jaw contour, maybe a little thinner. Lower jaw low. There we go. Now he doesn't have that doofy-looking waddle. Okay. I'm alright with this. And finally, mouth. Let's give him a little bit more of a frowny face. There we go. Because this poor bastard has no idea what he's about to get himself into. He has no idea the shenanigans. The FF7 remake, Venetia, how did I like it? It was honestly not bad, except for that one god-awful plot device that I know you all know what I'm talking about, that I'm not going to spoil, but that stupid thing. Alright, this is good. Actually, maybe there's a, Oh, Siphon! Holy cow, thank you so much for the 100 bits, Siphon. I really appreciate that. Let me see. Hello, Spy. I discovered you by searching for one of my favorite games of all time. Ah, Vandal Hearts 1 and 2. Yes, very few people seem to know about those games, Siphon, but I played them as a kid not long after they first came out, and they're certainly a part of my childhood. It was an absolute delight watching you play through all of it, and it was great to see we share the same love for the depth of mechanics story, which I feel is sorely missed in many tactics games today. It's too bad I wasn't there to watch and talk live about it with you, but I thank you for keeping the VOD highlighted.
For that.
It filled my heart with mirth. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Siphon. Thank you so much for stopping by to let me know that. I really appreciate it. And Zyrek, thank you so much for the gift sub to Siphon. Wow, he didn't last 30 seconds in here without getting sniped. That's why I love my community. Thank you, Zyrek. And thank you again, Siphon. I really appreciate that. Your father got it for his birthday from your mother, Siphon. Wow. So, Siphon, either you are very close to me in age, or I actually can't think what the alternative to that would be, because you'd have to be close to me in age if you played them when they came out and you were a kid then.
Well, thanks for that.
Oh, hi, Yami. Welcome. Yami, you'll understand what's different when we get into this. And Breakfast, thank you very much for the Tier 2 gift sub to Venetia. Jeez, dude. All right. Oh, yeah, you know what? I usually go with the receding haircut for this character because he's supposed to be old. So that's what we're going to do. And now we're going to accept. All right, InfernoPlus. Let's see what shenanigans you've prepared for us in Dark Souls Remastest.
Yes, indeed. The dark sign brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world. This is your fate.
All right, here we go. It's Master Chief. Okay, we're off to a good start already. All I can think of whenever I see this opening cutscene is the shot in Plague of Gripes animation Dark Souls in summary, where the corpse gets thrown in and the key is sticking out of its butt. Oh, Eli.
Well, thanks for that.
Oh, Mantis Man, thank you so much for the gift sub to Dextral Melon. I really appreciate that. All right, Venetia, your question. Where was it? What did you ask? Siphon has been filtered. Oh, okay, Venetia. I see I'm not the only one who knows who Gabe Logan is. Do I like the original texture work more than the Q-Loke textures? Honestly, they're both kind of bad in their own way, Venetia. But since this is the Prepare to Die edition, I am using a set of upgraded textures. So these are not the original textures. I'm using a texture pack. Oh, hang on a minute, and... That's strange. Is it just me? Or is the stream not running at 60 FPS? Uh, 1080p 60, the stream is. Okay. It looks like for some reason the game isn't running at 60. It should be, because DSFix is installed. But what I'm seeing here is not 60 FPS. I wonder if that just has something to do with the mod. Because I thought this mod was in some way dependent upon DSFix. Oh, okay, you were hanging out in Wooly's stream when he and Reggie were streaming Dark Souls 1, Siphon. I see. I gotcha. Yeah, I have the DSFix toggle set to 60 FPS, Venetia. Man, and I went through all the recording tests yesterday, and it was fine. Alright, hang on. Give me just a moment, and let me see if I can sort this out. Let me just have a quick look at the settings. The keybind for what, Venetia? For 60 FPS? That I don't know. I actually am embarrassed to admit that I have very little experience with DSFix. Is it? Maybe it is. Let's see. Let's check and see if that keybind is correct. Let me check. Oh, what do you know? Venetia, I think you might have saved us. I think. Yup, there we go. Well, thank you, Venetia, and I'm sure all the VOD watchers are gonna, on YouTube, are gonna thank you as well for not having to cause me to cut this. No, Yami, because until relatively recently, I've never had a PC that was powerful enough to run games. Really any games, much less games that were modded with high-end textures or anything. Lobos used to have a keybind for it so he wouldn't get baby jumps since... Oh, right, yes. Okay, Venetia. Yeah, since frame rate and horizontal velocity were tied. Thank you. And thank you for pointing that out, Venetia. I'm glad somebody here knows what they're doing. Why would I, the guy running the show, have any idea? Oh, actually, while we're at it, let's see what this blue sign soapstone is. Oh, leave summon style. Okay. So I guess he just wanted to harken back to Demon Souls, because this is still... It still has the same description. Oh, and in the bottom paragraph, it even says, in Lordran, the flow of time is distorted, and the white sign soapstone allows undead to assist one another. So somebody missed revising the description, I guess. But apparently they just want to give you this from the very start. Okay. It might be a YouTube VOD yet, Yami. I haven't yet decided whether it's going to be worth, trying to upload this to YouTube, but if anything is, it would be this, because this is Souls, and people on YouTube will watch Souls, and YouTube will actually not bury the VOD. Yeah, Venetia, it seems your hundreds of hours of watching Soulscasters has paid off. Thank you. Oh, and I wanted to mention another thing that he did in this mod. Now, if you don't have a dagger, backstabs work differently. If you want to backstab somebody, you now have to kick them from behind, unless you have a dagger, but I think even with a dagger, there's a bit more of a delay. Like, we can demonstrate that here. There's no more insta-locking and a backstab animation. We'll have to kick dudes if we want to backstab them with anything other than a dagger. And let me see if we can demonstrate that here. There we go. With the bare hand. Which is an interesting way of balancing backstabs so that they're not the only thing you should ever do. And even with the dagger, it looks like you now actually have to land a normal attack from behind before the backstab animation will initiate, so you no longer vacuum people into backstabs.
Oh, you. You're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for.
Okay, I guess this is all the same. So, I suppose we're meant to think that, Oscar and Master Chief are different people, and that Master Chief rescued us from the cell, and Oscar is just here dead. Okay. Okay, so the pendant... Oh, it's now a usable item,
Much obliged.
Elathon, thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Welcome back. Happy New Year's to you as well. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your time with your family, and thank you for stopping in to say hi. Okay, the messages are all the same. So, it's really weird that you can't equip the... It's really weird that you can't equip the pendant on your hotbar. I would have thought that since it's a consumable item, you could... Doesn't look like it goes in any of the other slots. Okay, so it's less than convenient to use. Yami, this... The boss is mandatory in Dark Souls 1. You have to fight the tutorial boss to leave. Alright, well, if I were InfernoPlus, where would I hide a gun in the asylum? It surely wouldn't be somewhere like in the cell where you start. Oh, there goes Oscar. That is weird, Chaos Shield, although I wonder if it's maybe because of an interaction with DS Fix. Because DS Fix has an option that you can turn on in order to prevent items from being auto-equipped on your hotbar when you obtain them, which is the default behavior in the Souls games. And I have that option activated, so I wonder if that's why. I'll give you a shout, Chaos Shield, if I get to that point. Well, it's not in the cell. Then again, I don't know how precise it is. Like, I don't know what the radius of the pendant is for detecting, detecting where the guns are. And you can't roll out of the animation. Okay, well, maybe the starting cell is too obvious. Maybe it's somewhere else. It's like 2 meters. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, I am glad there are people in chat who can answer these questions if need be, because if not for you guys, I might end up making it through this whole mod and never finding a gun. Alright, InfernoPlus, where would you have... Would it be, like, behind a door? Where in this prison would people be the least likely to explore? Oh, wait a minute. I know. probably somewhere like over here. Oh yeah, I know the tilde key, Venetia. I took 3 years of high school Spanish. I ought to know what a tilde is. Okay, I guess it wasn't there. What about the other side? Would it be around here? Because these are the only spots I can think of that... Oh! Aha! Indeed it is. Plasma pistol and 999 rounds of ammunition. And there's that item. Enables guns in multiplayer. Guns are disabled in multiplayer by default. If you were the host, you can use this item to enable guns in multiplayer for the current session. Hello, Magnus! Welcome! It looks like we are indeed getting armed and dangerous. Monotone, can we get a shout-out for my man Magnus, the guy with the chainmail tie? Head on over and follow Magnus Mark 1, guys. If you're into horror games, he's your man. Alright, now the question is, do these guns have stat requirements? Holy hell! 125 physical and 415 fire? And no stat requirements whatsoever. Then again, I guess it stands to reason that there wouldn't be any. Okay, it weighs 2.7, it has a durability of 108. Alright. Ah. Oh, okay, weird, but you can't switch the ammunition slot to slot 2. I wonder why that is. Because, see, if you have your ammunition in slot 1, and it looks like he didn't change the quiver into, like, a utility belt or an ammo pouch, which I'm kind of surprised after all the other detail and care he put into this mod. But if you equip your ammo in the second slot, it doesn't display the quiver on your character model. Although, I think there might be a way we could get around that, but I would need a normal ranged weapon. Alright, and also, let's see. Oh, okay, we've got a parry with the dagger now. Let's see, I imagine R1 is to fire. Oh, okay, so pressing the fire button automatically switches the gun into your two-handed stance, even though visually it's only held in one hand. That's interesting. Aha! And firing takes stamina, as it should. Hello, nobleman, welcome. Wow, that's quite a rate of fire. It seems to fire as quickly as you can press the fire button. Okay, not bad. The fire damage is for the grenades, lizard business? Can you actually throw grenades with a gun? Oh, there's manual aiming. Okay. Alright, I'm liking this so far. Oh, that's a good point, lizard business. Do a kick. There is no kick. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, grenades are R2. No, they're not. Grenades are forward in R2. Huh. Regular R2 is just this. Fascinating. So, the previous input for jump attacks... Oh, and okay, grenades take up ammo, and we're out of ammo. Oh, wait, no, grenades have a cooldown. That's what that is. Okay, yeah, and then just plain old R2 is just a pistol whip, I guess, Zyrek. Yeah. Grenades... Do they take ammo? They do, they take 1 ammo. Holy cow, the range on that! Hang on. Hang on just a minute. Oh, okay. We're still on cooldown. No, we're not. The cooldown shouldn't be lasting this long. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it does, because this is a... What was it? A plasma pistol? Yeah, okay, a plasma pistol. So maybe this just... it recharges on its own. Does it do a charge attack? That's a good question. Let's find out. Holy hell, you're kidding me! It does have a charge attack! Look at the amount of care and effort that went into making this gun! Look at the animation! It needs its own animation to hold it. And he animated all of this himself. And he wrote all the code for the custom effects on these himself. Look at this range. This is something else. And you've got grenades. Unbelievable. Just incredible. All right, well, how much does that charge shot do? 675? Okay, the 675 must have been a headshot. No, Mel, I've never played Halo in my life. I have no idea anything about Halo. I'll tell you what, though, these guns, they sure hit different, and I don't mind. I'm gonna get jump attacked if I hang out up there any longer. What if? Wow! Okay, what about those grenades? Oh, it's a sticky bomb! Holy... Okay. Alright. InfernoPlus, you had my attention. Now you have my interest. Covenant weapons, Lizard Business? I presume... When you say Covenant weapons get stickies, I presume you mean Covenant as in a faction in Halo. Not in the context of a Dark Souls Covenant. Halo, okay, gotcha. Covenant is the aliens, I see. Yeah, Siphon, there are so many people in the Souls community who just... I can't even wrap my head around how much work they've done and how much effort they've made and time they've spent. It's crazy to me to think that between, like, if you were to count up the number of hours that it took to develop Dark Souls 1, and if you were to then compare that number of hours to how many hours the community has put into data mining and reverse engineering and understanding and learning about and eventually modding Dark Souls 1, I have a sneaking suspicion that there... oh god, that the gun's floating. Okay.
The ancient legends, it is stated.
I guess he didn't program a position for the gun on the character's body when it's not being actively wielded. Easy thing to miss, I suppose.
Leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage.
I don't know, Mel. I think this is a fantastic mod, having never played Halo before. Oh, there's that frame rate with DS Fix. I think it's fantastic. Because I don't need to know anything about Halo to be able to appreciate the fact that there are guns in a Souls game. What the... Oh, right. This is because in DS Fix, there's a function to let you use multiple humanities at once, which they didn't actually add until Remastered. Ha! Exactly, Clockwork. Oh, now these freaking undead have guns. Poor demons. Alright. Well, I know the mod's working because I have guns. Be wary of amazing pyromancy scroll. Oh! Yeah, actually, the patch notes did say that he added a bunch of... Oh, okay, here's these. Ah! Okay. So, another game mode that he added is he added a version of Capture the Flag, but instead of a flag, it's a crystal lizard that you have to capture and bring to your base. These are multiplayer maps. So, Blood Gulch, Capture the Lizard, let's see. Ivory Tower, Team Deathmatch. Death Island, Capture the Lizard. Crossfire, Capture the Lizard. Chill Out, Team Deathmatch. Damnation, Team Deathmatch. Sanctuary, Team Deathmatch. Lockout, Team Deathmatch. Wizard, Team Deathmatch. And Hang 'em High, Team Deathmatch. Yeah, it's really silly. There's so much gone into this mod. So many really cool ideas. Alright, now... Oh? What's this? Battle of Stoicism? Oh, it just automatically takes you. Okay, Yeah, finally the pendant is good for something, Draberfon. Okay. I guess it just takes you to Battle of Stoicism. Oh, okay. Dual Wizard, Team Wizard, Deathmatch Chill Out, Deathmatch Damnation, Team Hang 'em High, and Dual Chill Out. Okay, so he replaced the crappy... Ah, I see, and he put fog walls in so that you can't just cheese your way into Ulasil. I mean, that stands to reason. I wonder if we can get into... Oh, okay. What have we here? Ha! Wow! You can just get that in the beginning of the game. You get the squirrel ring before leaving Firelink. Okay, Faustism. I will have to keep an eye out for that, then. Normally, this is just death down here. Locked. Alright. Actually, if memory serves, I think Soul Arrow has been improved. Yeah, it looks like it has much longer range and it travels faster. I think the patch notes did say something about that. Shadowk, I have a feeling everything in this mod is busted. That's the entire reason why I'm here. That's what I want. Because I got so sick of the design philosophy that FromSoft has been using in more and more in every new game they make, where they nerf everything, they try and sanitize the experience so that there are no weapons that are allowed to be good. Everything that's even slightly better gets nerfed, and they force you to play the game in an increasingly restricted number of ways. Like, by DS3, it was very clear that FromSoft only wants people to use quality builds. Whereas this mod, it goes in the exact opposite direction from that. It takes the Demon Souls design philosophy of, no, don't balance anything. And it pumps that design philosophy full of steroids. And that, to me, is what was most enjoyable about the Souls games, was earlier on in Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1, where FromSoft wasn't sanitizing everything. They weren't trying to sanitize the fun out of the experience. They weren't nerfing things left and right just based on the numbers that their server analytics were giving them for how many people were using a particular piece of equipment or a particular spell. They didn't pay attention to any of that in the earlier games. And the earlier games were the best balanced because, and my VOD watchers on YouTube, if you haven't already heard me say this, you'll hear it now. When nothing is balanced, everything is. When everything is viable, when everything is good, that to me is the ideal game balance. You don't need to nerf stuff, you just need to buff the stuff that sucks till it's on par with the stuff that you might have been tempted to nerf. Now, yes, okay, so Soul Ray and Heavy Soul Ray. So what InfernoPlus has done here, as I understand it, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. One of the problems that Dark Souls 1 had in terms of how badly FromSoft balanced it to begin with is that there are 4 different versions of the exact same spell, right? There's Soul Ray, Great Soul Ray, Heavy Soul Ray, or Soul Arrow, rather. Great Soul Arrow, Heavy Soul Arrow, and Great Heavy Soul Arrow. They are all basically the exact same spell, just with a slight progression of the damage it deals and the amount of poise damage it deals. There is no reason to have 4 spells that all do the same thing. It's pointless. And what it means, as far as balance is concerned, is that as you go through that progression of spells, as soon as you go from Soul Arrow to Heavy Soul Arrow, you no longer have any reason to cast Soul Arrow anymore. Soul Arrow becomes obsolete. And it just becomes a waste of space in your inventory. The more unique each spell is, and the better that it scales with intelligence, the more useful it will remain throughout the entirety of the game. So what we're going to do here is we are actually going to use that Soul of a Hero. Oh, we are going to use that Soul of a Hero. We're going to purchase Heavy Soul Ray. Oh, and he added... he added the cut armor. The Mage Smith set is cut armor in Dark Souls 1. It's the stuff Rickert wears. And I guess it's now buyable. That's cool. It's not very expensive either. Let's... Oh, and you can buy more than one piece of it. Okay. Well, let's grab that. Let's see what else he's got. Targray's helm. Okay. And the Seldora set. So he's added the Dark Souls 2 armor here as well. The Rampart Golem set. This is all stuff from Dark Souls 2. Strade's robes, I see. And it looks like he even copy-pasted over the descriptions. Yeah, this is Alon's equipment. Hey, Adamy, welcome! Lizard Business, this mod is the best the Fashion Souls has ever been if it's got all this stuff in it. The only unfortunate thing is, I have a strong suspicion that what he was not able to add to this game was cloth physics. Because none of the equipment in Dark Souls 1 was programmed for it. And although the Havoc physics engine, which is what FromSoft uses in all of the Souls games to handle their environmental physics, and later on, in every game after Dark Souls 1, they used it for cloth physics as well, I have a sneaking suspicion that the armor from Dark Souls 2 probably no longer has cloth physics in Dark Souls 1, because the settings for the Havoc engine they used in this game just don't allow for it. Hey Soki, welcome! It appears I missed something. I caught your previous tag, who... Oh, Venetia! You don't have a good enough PC to test it, but if you could see it... Oh, see if the splash damage of the grenade can kill Anastasia. I don't think it can, Venetia, because the wall that prevents you from getting to her blocks splash damage. Oh, wow! There's a lot. There's the Mirror Knight armor. The Fume Knight armor. The freaking Smelter Demon set. That's gonna look interesting. Is this just all of the armor from Dark Souls 2 in Rickart's inventory? Okay, no, it's not. All right. Well, let's go try out these new spells, because, as I was saying before, there is no reason for the game to have 4 copies of the same spell with only slight differences in the amount of damage they deal. And, oh, it was foolish of me to send the elevator back up. It's force of habit, because I'm so used to every time I come down here, I'm here to fight the 4 kings or something, and I'm not planning on taking the elevator back. Yeah, I figured that other merchants would have the rest of it. But I absolutely adore some of the changes that Inferno has made in this mod, and I get the impression he and I probably agree on design philosophy. At least when it comes to the Souls games, because he's modded other games that I've never played, and I can't really speak to those, but I would much rather have several different spells that each do different things. We need more int for Heavy Soul Ray. Okay, well, we might actually... We can.
Much obliged.
Oh, Daria! Holy hell. Daria, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs to Surathon, Garrison Prime, Jad the Taff, Blepany, and Sabrinadar. Daria, thank you. I really appreciate the support. That was incredibly generous of you. Seriously. Alright. Soul Ray and Heavy Soul Ray. Haretsu, if you're talking about the mod I'm playing, it's already released. This is InfernoPlus's Remastest mod. Actually, let's go test out Soul Arrow. Yes, Haretsu, this is in fact a plasma pistol. Okay, I feel like the casting speed is faster too. Soul Ray. Ah, okay. Oh, okay, it's got some range on it, too. And it seems like it has an extremely fast activation time, meaning... It seems like it would be pretty difficult to dodge. Ah, okay, and then this is a stronger version of it that... Looks like it's got quite some range on it, too. Yeah, it hit him from down here, so that's a decent amount of range. But already, I can see a definite difference in utility between these spells. Because Heavy Soul Ray isn't just a harder-hitting version of Soul Ray. Soul Ray does still have utility because you can cast it so quickly. Oh no! Well, that would have just been a cracked round shield. Yeah, it seems like it has a near instant activation time. I wonder, we could check the range if we... Wow! Okay, so its range is exactly from here to the point in the wall where we see the hit spark. So right about there. Because if we aim any higher and we increase the distance even a little bit, it doesn't hit the wall. So this is very respectable range. Wonder if Heavy Soul Ray has longer range. Doesn't look like it. Very interesting. Ah, but regular Soul Arrow does have much longer range even than either Soul Ray spell. I wonder how long. I wonder if it had hit all the way over there. Wow! Okay. It goes all the way to the top of the aqueduct from down here. That is incredible range. So yeah, this did get a buff on its range, definitely. And it goes all the way over there. So Soul Arrow now is useful for sniping. Oh, and... okay. He gave the Sorcerer's Catalyst a weapon art, so we'll have to... Oh, right. That's cool. I wonder how much damage this does. Oh, no, you can't aim it. See, that's one thing I would really have loved to see. I would have loved it if you could use the block button and bring up a targeting reticle for your spells, like you could in the network test of Dark Souls 2. I bet it wouldn't be difficult for him to add that. I should message him and suggest that. I'm sure the poor guy doesn't want to do any more work on this, and I wouldn't blame him, but... Let's go see how strong this weapon art is, actually, because... Yeah, Lizard, seriously. What a great idea that let's just not use it. Whoa! Okay! That is actually useful. That is incredible. Well, Order of Mystery, you could use the binoculars, but the point is you shouldn't have to. It was in only the Dark Souls network test. They removed it from the retail game for some asinine reason. But in the Dark Souls 2 network test, when you held a catalyst in both hands, or a talisman, or any kind of casting implement, instead of blocking when you held R1, it would go to the first-person aiming camera, and there would be a targeting reticle, and it was a special reticle. It was like a more magic circle kind of arcane-looking reticle that you could use to manually aim your spells in first person. And they took it out in the retail version of the game for some reason. $658 damage. It looked a lot like this, except it was a, Oh, and he even replaced the crappy original targeting reticle with a simpler one. Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. Let's go get... Oh, this wasn't here in the original. Aha! That's where the squirrel ring is. Okay, so this is the ring that boosts your jump. A unique ring once owned by a long-forgotten knight. Allows the wearer to leap great distances. Clearly a novelty and nothing more. Only a fool would wear this into battle. Yeah, well, I am totally that fool. Okay, let's see. So now how does that work? Does that give us a jump input like in Sekiro? No, because it would have been the X button to jump, and that's doing nothing. Is it one of the sticks? No? Is it a running jump? Aha! It's the running jump that it augments. Wow, okay. In battle, it allows you to plunge attack anywhere? Interesting. But I probably don't have a plunge attack for this weapon. Oh, look! That mechanic you never saw in the original game that people are actually using now. Yeah, okay, he didn't add plunge attacks for catalysts, I guess. Let's try with the dagger. Oh yeah, okay, kinda. It just barely gives you enough height, but it looks like it does allow for it. Oh, okay, and while you're two-handing a dagger, you do the parry. That's interesting. Alright, I wonder if...
I'm sorry.
The weapon art on the broken straight sword is throwing an I'm sorry carving.
I'm sorry.
Hang on a minute, let me see how much damage this does. Cheeky little stuff like this. Okay. I have a feeling this mod is just going to be the gift that keeps on giving. What do we got? 1 damage.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry. I'm sorry.
that's about what I expected.
I'm sorry.
Alright. Alright. Oh, Bundle of Herbs, as far as jumping into the well is concerned, in the original game it would just kill you. Then again, this is not the original game, and it's entirely possible that he changed it so jumping into the well now does something. Soki, and we haven't even scratched the surface yet as to what's in this mod. Alright, let's see if there's anything down the well. Oh, if I could space it correctly. No, it's still just death. Dariath, I love it too. This kind of... I don't know if you'd call it balancing or lack of balancing, but again, when everything is broken, nothing is. You know, if everything is equally viable, if every item and weapon in the game is good enough that you should always use it and nothing else, well, that means there is no meta anymore, because you can just take your pick of whatever you actually like. God, this is so silly. Alright, let's try on the Mage Smith set. It looks pretty identical. Maybe that's just the lighting. Pirate Mike, you don't remember laser rifles in Dark Souls? I can't imagine why. They've been here the whole time. Oh, okay, I see the difference. It's, yeah, the color palette is different on this. Oh, and the defenses are identical, apparently. Okay, interesting. Oh, you know, what I wonder is... Hello, Red, welcome! Haretsu, there's probably a laser rifle in here, too. Trusty turncoats, okay. So that's the Among Us mode. White eye orb? Okay, and he gives you the dried finger here, probably to make it easier to form your group. Invade another world as a white phantom. Sometimes the ones who need help the most are the least likely to ask for it. Yeah, boy. I wish that item existed in all the other games.
Hello.
Actually, let's see if Petrus has anything new.
Very well.
Yeah, whatever. We'll hook it up with his nutty-ass religion for now.
Now.
Okay, Great Heal excerpt. Now, these have all changed, or almost all, I think. Yeah, restores high HP and cures status ailments. And you now get 3 uses of Great Heal excerpt, whereas Great Heal itself, I believe, you get more. Great Heal excerpt only used to be 1 use. Homeward is the same. Force, I think he modified in some way as well. And he made Sacred Oath from Dark Souls 2. I think it started in Dark Souls 2. So there's that. And you can buy Emit Force from him now. I think he also modified this. And he also made Projected Heal, which I believe was a DLC spell in Dark Souls 3. We should be able to reach the crow area with the squirrel ring lizard business. Yeah, this is the gun you find in the asylum log. I haven't found the one in Firelink, but the way you guys are describing it, it sounds like the one in Firelink is up on those ruins somewhere. Pirate Mike, well, I guess that's a start. Okay.
Come again.
Oh, I forgot to check what equipment he has. Oh, he doesn't have any new equipment. Okay, he's just got the talisman and the Thurlin talisman.
Come again.
Alright, well, we should be able to... I already have an idea of how we could get up there using the squirrel ring. Because from right about here... I suspect... Yup! Wouldn't you know it? And there's the asylum key. Hello, Hane! I mean, I don't know if I'm growing. If anything, I'm just losing hair. But I'm doing all right, thank you. How about you? How are you doing? It's good to see you. So we can go back to the asylum now. Oh, wait a minute. There's a message there. Is this possibly the location of a firearm? Imminent weapon. Very interesting. Let's try the pendant. Magnum! Alright, now we're talking. I am very on board with this. Look out, that wizard's got a gun! He even added the muzzle flash and everything. Incredible. Oh, we're out of ammo. Okay. Look at that! And he made a custom reload animation for it, too. It's hard to see how much range this has, but I imagine it's got to be pretty decent range. Ammo, I was going to say, Lizard Business, it seems like the same ammo applies to every weapon. Although I wonder how you get more when you've used it up. Okay, that stuff is the same. That's the same. And that's all the same. Should let you aim it sideways like a gangbanger? Nah, Pirate Mike, only Delta farmers hold their guns that way. No self-respecting Astora noble would hold his peace like some punk from the hood. You know, I don't know why I'm surprised that this is not an effective weapon against skeletons. Alright, but this probably will be. Come here. Oh, really? Okay. Not as effective as I thought. I don't know if it is piercing damage, Meowtroid. That's a good question, actually. Let's see. Attack type none. Okay, so this isn't going to gain any damage bonus. It's definitely not a thrust type, although it should be. It should definitely be classed as a thrusting weapon. It once again appears to be physical and also fire. I wonder if the fire is a grenade again. Hang on, let's see. Sure is. I gotcha. Oh god, Lizard, I can just imagine Leo Ring counters with the pistols. Sign me up. I like the sounds of that. All right. Let's see actually. Ah. Oh, they bounce. That is incredible. Oh, did we... No? Okay, are we just out of grenades? Did we only have a limited number? No, okay, for some reason we had to fire the gun. Okay, and it's so good because you can aim the grenade using the targeting reticle for the gun. What a great mod. I don't know anything about no fan service community lore mods. Sign me up for something like this. Oh, the cooldown symbol appears under your health bar. Okay. Thank you, Warrior. Let's see then. Because I know there's a cooldown symbol. I know there's the icon, but the icon, the icon seemed like it was lasting longer than it should have. Actually, I wonder if I can jump all the way into the elevators from here. I wonder if... Oh, it wouldn't help anyway, right, because they aren't on this floor. Okay. In that case, I wonder if we could instead I wonder if we could jump to the lever in New Londo without opening the door. In fact, I bet we could, because there's a balcony above that lever where the compound bow is. And I bet we could jump off that balcony and land at the lever and not have to fight the Four Kings or kill Ingward to get the key. I bet if we speed ran through the church... Uhane, I hope everything is okay, but you sound all right. All right, I have a sneaking suspicion probably that, we might be better off using the plasma pistol against ghosts. I don't know why, I just get this feeling. Just a little sense I've got. Although I am curious as to how these spells are going to fare. Alright, let's go shoot some ghosts. God, that's stupid. Alright, let's try the plasma pistol then. Going through New Londo guns only was like playing a janky PS2 hard. You know, Lizard Business, that's a good point. It is like playing a janky PS2 horror game. And honestly, I feel like the per shot damage of the guns, weapon ahead... Oh, is there another hidden weapon down here? Okay. Let's have a look. Shotgun! Hell yes! Haretsu, if I get the Ghost Blade drop again, the same way I did last time, I'm gonna eat my controller. An odd contraption of unknown origin. Okay, physical 58, shot range 35. Okay, so the shot range values on these weapons are bald-faced lies. Okay. Look at that custom reloading animation! Look at it! Putting in the shells and pumping it? He had to make all of that from scratch himself. Yeah, Afro, you'll only get that out of me when something genuinely surprises or impresses me. The sounds are absolutely on point. This is the best quality gun mod I've ever seen for Dark Souls. And that's not a sentence I ever thought I would say. Ah. I wonder what the spread on this weapon is like. Okay. Time to go. Oh, and we actually reloaded the number of shells that we had spent, it sounded like. Okay. Yep, I see. So... Ah, and the spread does hit multiple enemies. Okay, hang on. Let me get to a point where I can not have to worry about... that. Oh. Blast it. I don't know, guys. I feel like the guns are pretty well balanced. Especially with the shotgun, because it'll do a lot of damage, but you gotta be point blank to use it. Yeah, Order of Mystery. That's what I wanted to test, was I wanted to shoot a wall and look at the spread pattern of the hit sparks and see what exactly the spread on this weapon is like. So let's go do that. We might even be able to do that in the elevator chamber here. You can animation cancel your shot if you roll. So you can! Oh, I still have to reload. Okay. I wonder if I can damage myself with a grenade. No, I can't. Alright. Sounds good. Totally realistic. Okay. Now, in the dark, we should be able to get a sense for what the spread on this weapon is. Huh. So it's actually a relatively tight group within about 2 or 3 meters. Oh, and the walls don't show it properly. Okay, maybe the, Mufencio, have I checked my gestures? Have not. Cursed dance. Ah, okay. Oh, it fills up your curse meter. No, stop. I want to stop. Okay. I see, Mufencio. I see. There we go. Now we can see the spread properly. Okay, so I get the impression with this kind of spread, this is a boss killer weapon, and not one that's really intended for regular enemies. Because it looks like even at point-blank range, it's still got a fairly wide spread. Interesting. We shall have to try this against a boss. A drive-by on the Taurus Demon. Well, Garrison, we'd be using the Magnum for that. Yeah, its rate of fire isn't the greatest either. Oh, and actually, it looked like the bullets create a splash effect when they hit the water. Nope. Maybe I imagined that. Okay, well, let's go back to the plasma pistol for this, because I think that'll probably be the best weapon for this area. I ain't afraid of no ghost. And furthermore, bustin' makes me feel good. Shotgun uses a lot of it. Oh, okay, it takes 5 rounds to fire a single burst from the shotgun. I see. Yeah, that is a good question. Where do you get more ammo when you've used up what you have? Oh, 15 breakfast. Okay. Oh, it just gives you more. Okay, well, I guess that's not an issue then. Oh, but I have to put it back on. I see. Got him. God, I love those grenades. Okay, Denim, have a good one. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, the plasma grenades even stick, Breakfast. It's crazy. I know. So what we're gonna do... Ah! I aimed a little too low, I guess. Funnier, Zyric, than in Halo to sticky an enemy, and also maybe even more dangerous. Oh, God. Oh, no. It's gonna be the Ghost Blade again, isn't it? I fucking knew it. Well, let me just go get some barbecue sauce for this controller. I tell you what, Sony controllers don't taste quite as bad as Microsoft ones. Don't ask me how many controllers I've eaten. I guarantee you, you do not want to know the answer. Unbelievable. So for those of you on YouTube in re-uploaded VOD land wondering what the big deal is, this is now the second playthrough in a row I've done of Dark Souls 1, where I killed this enemy, and on the first kill, she dropped the Ghost Blade, which is quite easily the rarest drop in the game. All right, well.
Much obliged.
Shadowrunner, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And congrats on a full year. How about that? Really? Okay. No can do, huh? You're kidding. Oh, that's why, because my transient curse ran out. Two ghost blades or two pure blade stones, Venetia? Two pure blade stones is the rarer occurrence by far. Although supposedly in the remake, they increased the drop rate of pure blade stone. There we go. I have to say, I do really like how the plasma pistol stun locks these ghosts. That was a little too close. Oh, wow. And is it just me? Or does Estes not heal as much anymore? He seems like he's modified the amount of healing you get out of Estes. Well, Mehmedim, fortunately for the Pure Blade Stone, you can just have somebody trade you a weapon that's already been upgraded with Pure Blade Stone, and that counts for the trophy. Estes has been heavily nerfed. Okay. I was gonna say, because I don't remember Estes healing quite so little health. All right. Ah! Pfft, I was a little too late on that, but... But we made it. Oh, wow, yeah, Estes has really been nerfed. I was wondering that myself, Venetia, if it's just now a matter of we have to use Firekeeper Souls. Okay, we have to also not touch the sides of the... There we go. Okay, come on. No, we can land this. Ah! Hello, Crypt. Welcome. Happy New Year to you as well. I really appreciate that. All right, well, we've opened the shortcut, so we can just blitz it now. I was honestly afraid of something exactly like that happening. Of undershooting the... either overshooting the railing or undershooting the lever. But with the squirrel ring, it is definitely possible to make that jump. And if we can make that jump with the squirrel ring, then we can take the Master Key shortcut anyway. Because that'll put us in the Valley of Drakes. Honestly, it might even be that we could just jump out the window the other way and land straight in the Valley of Drakes off of that balcony. We might not even need to drain the water first. I have a feeling there are probably a lot of bonkers speed runs that become possible in this mod. Okay, well, we will... Venetia, the water covers the doors on the inside of the doors, not on the outside. What I'm saying is, I think, because the balcony opens to the inside of New Londo, but it also opens to the outside of New Londo. Like, you can see the Valley of Drakes from the inside, and my suspicion is we could probably jump out to the outside without even having to open the door. So that's what I think I'm going to try first. Or we're going to investigate to see whether it's actually possible. Let's find out. Because, see, if you go out here, this just takes you to the Valley of Drakes, and there's where the red Tearstone ring is.
Much obliged.
Risu, hello! Thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back! That is indeed the composite bow. And some large arrows, and I would venture to guess... Yeah, that's absolutely doable. I just have to land on the wall and not overshoot. Come on. There we go. Yeah, see, so we could drop down from here, and we could land right where the red Tearstone ring is. Oh, yes, Gilbor, this is that mod. This is the mod with guns and sus. All right. Okay, perfect. And we can also, I hope, drop right down here. Aha! Indeed. We have to jump over the lever. Incredible. Okay, Yohane, have a good one. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year. Take care of yourself. Yeah, what's a key, Haretsu? What's a Lord Vessel? Who needs that crap? When you could just jump over everything. The way you're meant to be able to in a Souls game, for goodness sake. Well, maybe FromSoft didn't mean you to be able to, but the squirrel ring should exist in Dark Souls 2, right? Because Dark Souls 2, at least vanilla Dark Souls 2, where the jump was actually possible, was, okay, I could either go kill these 4 ancient evil beings, or I could climb over a pile of rubble and just not worry about it. I do not see or hear any dark wraiths. Oh boy. Actually, this should be perfectly doable with guns. Nope. Nah, I made a friend. Ah! Well, alright. I guess I must have stepped just into his aggro range. That's fine. Yeah, I probably should have tried the shotgun. Haretsu. Or, Palnya, rather. Yeah, maybe the shotgun would be more effective on dragons. Which, again, is never a sentence I thought I would say in a Souls game. But, yeah, let's try... Let's try the shotgun. Well, Sagari, I'm sorry you had a bad experience with it. I hope that your your current experiences are better. I can't really speak to alcohol because I don't drink at all. Oh, Venetia, I imagine you can do some ridiculous jumps in the catacombs with this ring. I still love the grenades. God, what an animation. Boing! And that jump. When's the last time I fell for elevator kerfuffles? Where, Venetia? Here? Oh, Maudie, you know what I meant. I should have said I can't speak about alcohol. Meowtroid, and I cannot blame you in the least. All right, now... Now we just need to run out the other side. And I don't believe the Dark Wraiths will follow us. Man, I love just being able to jump over an obstacle like that. It's the best freaking thing. Souls games really needed this. They needed this desperately, in fact. And there is our Master Key shortcut. A little bit less convenient, but still perfectly possible. Your favorite non-alcoholic beverage, American beer. Amateur, I'm sure I've told this before, but I had a culinary arts teacher in high school who... I don't know where he heard this joke. I think it was like on a British comedy show or something. But he told us a joke in culinary arts class in my senior year of high school that I guess he'd heard from some British comedian somewhere. And it goes something like, "Your American beers are like having intercourse in a canoe. They're fucking close to water." Sparrow, yes, Elden Ring has a jump. And in fact, Elden Ring has a horse that you can ride, and your horse can do a double jump. Order of Mystery, that's an interesting inquiry. Now that we've rested at the bonfire and I won't have to make that run again, I do want to go back and get the red tearstone ring. If it's even still there, I didn't see it there when we dropped down. So he might have moved it. Chad the Tath, I will reiterate once again that I'm no expert on alcohol. But as far as I know, craft beer has only really been a thing for the past, I don't know, 5 or 10 years in America. As a non-drinker, obviously I'm not really qualified to weigh in, but I'm only going by having heard about craft beer, and I only ever remember hearing people talk about it for the past maybe 10 years at most. When I graduated high school, that was 2003, so that was a long time ago. It's now the last day of 2021 or the first day of 2022 as of this recording, depending on what time zone you're in. Yeah, okay. I guess the shotgun is the way to go. Who would have thought that all I needed for fighting dragons was my trusty 12 gauge. Okay, Breakfast, have a good one. Take care, man. Happy New Year to you. Good luck. Go earn that overtime, Breakfast. They damn well better be giving you double time for making you work on New Year's. Oh, Jad, you just started learning about craft beers in 2007. Yeah, like, they haven't been around for a very long time. And here in Germany, they also, as far as I can tell, haven't been around for all that long. Germany is a big country for local breweries. So there have been some, but as far as I can tell, there haven't been anywhere near so many as there now seem to be. And most of the craft beers in Germany that you could buy at bars and whatnot, I'm pretty sure that they were almost entirely, if not entirely, brewed in Germany, because there are those small local breweries. Whereas now, it seems like I'm seeing menus at bars that serve food, because I go to those places for the food, because they usually have really good food here. But it seems like I'm seeing craft beers on those menus that are from lots of other countries as well, rather than just Germany. Oh, did I not finish reloading? I guess I didn't. You know what, though? Aha! Ah. Dan, that might be that the marketing has gotten more pervasive, but I think it's also that, younger people... Oh, dear. Well, there was no avoiding that. I think it's also that younger people, millennials and Zoomers, seem to prefer higher quality products in general. I know I certainly do when I can afford them. And to that end, I think that's a large part of what's been fueling the craft beer market for the past 10, maybe 15 years, is people from my generation and the generation after us, again, Gen Z, those of Gen Z who are just reaching drinking age, or have just reached drinking age over the past however many, 5, 10 years. I'm pretty sure that they account for the majority of what's fueling the demand for craft beer. And stuff like White Claw, right? Because as I understand it, White Claw is like a reduced alcohol kind of drink? That is a good question, Venetia. How do these spells fare on the Drakes? We should find that out. Apparently, not well. 13 damage. Ah, well, that's a little better. And it insta-staggers him. Yeah, Okay, I guess their AI is still pretty dumb. I'll take that. White Claw is like spiked Sprite. Yeah! That's what I remember hearing about it, is that it's much less alcohol than beer, even. Well, okay, that didn't work. And now I'm out of casts. And now I need to reload. I do appreciate that you can reload while moving, though. Okay, so it looks like if a full shot lands, it does 240 damage. Like someone burped a flavor into the can, Jad. Yeah, I've heard lots of people speak disparagingly about beverages like White Claw, and I would never touch them anyway, just because, again, as a matter of principle, I don't drink. But it's just interesting to me that it seems like my generation and those who came after us have been fueling the craft beer craze. Not to mention the expectation and the demand for better quality products in general. All right, let's run a quick comparison. Wait, what? Wait a minute, is the Magnum a piercing weapon? Does this go through enemies? Because I hit both of them, and there's no way it should do damage to both unless... Hang on, let's see. It is definitely a piercing weapon. Like, not in terms of piercing as an attack type, but the shot goes through enemies. That is cool. The Magnum is the strongest weapon in Halo 1. It could well be, Marty. OG pistol is silly strong. Well, I guess if this is any indication... Yep, okay, it's going through that first Drake and hitting the second Drake on the wing. God, that's silly. Alright, let's compare the damage then.
Greetings, undead warrior.
Zanzibar Hero, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Okay. Seems to do about 57 damage on a headshot. And on a body shot, 25. Okay. Compared to the plasma pistol, which on a regular shot to the head does 12? And on a shot to the body does 12. Oh, but... Ah, okay, 29. So there is a little bit of offset with the plasma pistol. So it does less damage all told if you're just firing it without the charge, but... Ah, with the charge, a headshot does 334. And a body shot does 148. It's very difficult to see the damage numbers, though, when you use the charge shot, because that really cool effect obscures your view. By now it probably is, Zanzibar. Yeah, we've been streaming at least a few hours. Alright, let's go grab that red tear stone ring. If it's even here. It might not be. I'm pretty sure I didn't see it from up above. Unless it's just because we were still considered to be in New Londo and the game hadn't loaded the Valley of Drakes or any of the items in it, which is entirely possible. No? Okay. I guess that was the case. Red tear stone, here we come. Oh, and actually, it occurs to me that another thing we could do, now that we have a composite bow and large arrows, is we can... Okay. We can equip the ammo on the arrow slot in the second slot. Yes, there we go. And now we get the plasma pistol with the ammo equipped. And we don't have to look at that stupid quiver. Thank you, Zanzibar. To you as well. Happy New Year. Ah! Oh, well, whatever. I got what I came for. So locking on while using a gun is still not a good idea. Yeah, Venetia, it looks as though you can't fire the plasma pistol immediately once you've used a charge shot. Oh, Betty White died today, Quasar? Well, she timed that perfectly. I mean, Quasar, that's sad, but she had a hell of a good run. What was she, like, 100 years old? Or 99 and some change, I think? I would consider myself incredibly fortunate to make it to that age and to be as mobile and clear of mind as Betty White. Oh, she would have been 100 on January 17th. Did we make it? We made it. All right. Well, let's go get the key and open up the shortcut. And then we can come back and deal with, No, you know what? We might as well just deal with him while we're here. There's nothing he can do to us. We've got guns. And actually... this is a perfect opportunity for the shotgun, because I'm pretty sure that entire spread will hit this guy. It sure does! Wow! Oh, Quasar, you have to work today and tomorrow? You'd better be getting overtime for that. I'm so sorry, Quasar. Add to the list of... oh, he drops 3 dragon scales now. Add to the list of things I never thought I would be doing in a Souls game. Sniping a dragon with a shotgun. Oh, you know, and actually... let's check the weapon arts on some of these, because... what the... The Ghost Blade weapon art is a headbutt. Incredible. Well, we'll have to go try that out. About the Astora Straight Sword. Ah, it's just a parry. What about the Morning Star? That is also a parry. Okay, and what about if we... can we dual-wield weapons, I wonder? No, we can't. Blast it. Don't equip guns in your left hand, it's not support... Okay! Gotcha! Thanks! Well, at least he thought of it. Yeah, clearly it's not supported. Look at this. Look where the gun goes. Okay, well, I guess that was too much to hope for, but it's fair. I can imagine it would have taken a massive amount of work to mirror the gun animations. No twin magnums for me, I guess, Garrison. That's sad, but it's fair. I mean, he already did so much work just making the rest of the mod, right? Quasar, he had help from a few other people with certain aspects of developing this, but all of the legwork, like all the hard work and the coding and stuff, yeah, he did himself. Oh, okay. Yeah, right in your big dumb head. Oh, and I bet he dropped some poo. And you cannot roll cancel out of the charge shot animation, it looks like. Unless I was just out of stamina, which I might have been. Yep, that sure is some poo. Yeah, Quasar, he's got a couple of other videos up now. He's expanded the mod significantly. And added a whole bunch to it. He's added entire game modes. Well, I dare say, I think I'm getting a little bit more proficient at handling guns in this game. And honestly, they feel like they were implemented by somebody who actually plays Dark Souls. Like, you would never expect gunplay in a game like this to feel good, but it genuinely does. It feels like just an extension of the bows and crossbows. And in a really bizarre way, it feels almost natural. Droberfon, it is crazy that this is free. Although I believe you can donate to Inferno and to some of the people who collaborated with him on this mod. Which you should absolutely do. Goodness knows they deserve it, and they're not being paid, well, really anything, but they didn't get, probably by now, they haven't gotten anywhere near enough in the way of donations to even remotely make up for the amount of time and effort they put into this. Which is just one more on a long list of reasons why I say that Inferno is a hero. He really and truly is, and it continues to astonish me that there are people like him in the community who are willing to put in that kind of time and effort. Why am I even bothering with the elevator? That's not the way I even want to go. It amazes me that there are people who are, willing to put in that kind of time and effort into making a cool thing for the community to enjoy without even a thought about personal profit. Venetia, probably my first playthrough of the original Dark Souls 1, the unmodded version on PS3. Because it was on my first playthrough that I discovered the Master Key could be used to unlock that door and access this route as a shortcut. And so pretty much every time after that, I would always come through here because there's just so much good stuff through here, right? There's, matter of fact, since all the guns seem to be two-handed, I'm guessing... That didn't work quite the way I was hoping. I was going to say, I'm guessing there's probably no downside to wearing the Grass Crest shield on your back with a gun. Let me just go collect my souls. We'll leave the elevator down here because I'm going to need it in a minute. Ah, blast it. I don't know why, but I keep using Estus when I want to reload. This game has, stuck me with some fairly weird habits, I'm ashamed to admit. Hey, Romulan, welcome! We're probably going to have to kill that Drake. I could run by it, but... Oh, well, and I'm out of ammo. I really appreciate that you just get more ammo when you run out. I'm really glad you don't have to go somewhere to buy it. Because as much as infinite ammo makes no sense... Oh, I was hoping he'd fly off the cliff. As much as infinite ammo makes no sense, I really appreciate that it's a convenience that Inferno just provides us. Also, it seems like he's increased the drop rate on dragon scales here. Because normally, without the Covetous Gold Serpent Ring and 10 Humanity and the Symbol of Avarice, these drop rates would be unheard of. Well, 28 Moogles, like I said, it is weird that you just get more ammo when you run out. I would not have been at all upset if there were a merchant at Firelink who just sells ammo. Or like if it had been added to Rickart's inventory or something and you had to go buy it. I wouldn't have been mad about that. I would not have been upset by that in the least. Yeah, Zanzibar, I guess that answers your question. Ammo is effectively unlimited, except that when you run out, you're given more and you have to re-equip it. As far as I know, all of the guns that are in this mod are from Halo. Happy Carl, yes. Yeah, Fabsci, it would have been fine if it were just an NPC dressed in the Spartan armor.
Much obliged.
Piemaster, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. Now that you mention it, Anodyne, I think the patch notes did say that he had increased the drop rates on some of the items that were more miserable to get. Venetia, you can't go that, you can't do that skip through the lower Undead Burg. The Undead Burg only leads you to the depths. And if you go through the depths, you also have to go through Blighttown. And at that point, you might as well not even bother doing the skip. Because the whole point of the skip is to skip Blighttown. Four Kings were hard in this mod for you? Rangina, yeah, I mean, the Four Kings were meant to be fought with more mobility than the guns really give you. The Four Kings definitely require precise timing on your dodges, and the guns don't generally seem to allow for that. Wow. Okay. Cool. All right, let's see. Grasscrest Shield. And somebody mentioned this before, but... Somebody... Well, I'm sure there's an assault rifle in here, Carl. Halo must have one. Artista, I mean, either do future space guns... neither do future space guns in a sword and sorcery setting. Okay. Although, Artista... I adore the fact that we now have the option of mixing and matching. Yes, it makes no sense, but... Oh, okay, that sure is a fat roll. We do still get the stamina increase. But... with Grass Crest, we need more equip weight. Happy Carl, I imagine you must be able to get Master Chief's armor, because in the beginning of the game, it was not Oscar of Astora who rescued us from the Undead Asylum, it was Master Chief. So, his armor is clearly in the game, in this mod. Artista, I was just responding to your point. Man, who would have thought shotguns would be effective against golems? Oh, 108 Sins. I'm sorry. Let me take care of that right now. I really should have. Let me give you a link to the mod. Or let me just link you to his YouTube channel. We'll do that, and then you can, let me actually... Let me dig up the link to the mod from his video description, in fact. Oh, you absolutely should, 108. This has been fantastic so far. I'll just link the video in chat as well. And thank you, Mantis Man. Perfect. And let me just add a Moobot command for that, because we should have one, and it totally didn't occur to me to create one before the stream. So let me just sort that out quickly. New command. And response in chat. There we go. Let me just adjust a couple of variables on this. And that should be good. Cooldown time. Okay, on. Let's see. Create. Did it work? It sure did. There we go. All right, excellent. I don't have the key to... Oh, you know what? You're right, Venetia. This might require the master key to open from this side. Yep, it sure does. Although, I have a sneaking suspicion we don't need the key to get the ring. Oh, hang on. I bet... There we go. Ah, he just ran off. Blast. Hello, Orion. Welcome. Yeah, Did that hit him? No, but this will. It's always been possible to kill him this way, even without the Master Key. Okay, grenades do share a cooldown, it looks like. No, Venetia, but if he drops it right in front of the door, I should be able to get it through the door. There he is. Look at this idiot. Ah, he moved away. Hello, Third Impact. Welcome. Let's see if we can reload that and see if it resets the position. Nope, not to a spot where we could access it. Oh well, that's fine. There's another way we can go to get it. Third Impact, I'm alright, thanks. How about you? I wonder if we could just snipe the Hydra from here. Ah. Let's try that, actually. Wow, we sure can. Now the question is, will it reach? Holy hell! It does reach! Look at this! I was gonna say, I wonder if there's a sniper rifle in this mod, but it looks like we don't even need one. Yeah, Halo Reach indeed. Unbelievable. Well, I'll tell you what, killing the Hydra has never been more convenient. He didn't like that. I probably should just be aiming for the body here, really. because... Yup, there he goes. All right, then. Well, that's one less thing we have to worry about. God, the squirrel ring is just the silliest damn thing, and I love it. Oh, I know, Venetia, don't worry. I'm honestly not dead set on Havel's ring, so if we lose it, it's not a tragedy. Wow. This thing sure is good for, popping crystal lizards. I know, Drobrathon, we saw that spell in the video, Soul Vault. Well, Romulan, that's part of what drew me to this mod, is the fact that there are so many different cool strats you can now use, and probably a lot of new shortcuts you can take between the Squirrel Ring and Soul Vault. Although Soul Vault, I believe, has a fairly substantial intelligence requirement. Okay, so a fully charged plasma shot is doing 222. Let's see what we get with the shotgun. $270. Not bad. Wow, yeah, okay. So the shotgun is, in fact, a boss slash big tough enemy killer. Hello, Kitty. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you. How are you doing?
Well, lovely seeing.
All right. What does this message say? Amazing chest ahead, of course. Come on, hit me. Okay.
Most weapon. There are two type.
Short day at work. I'm glad to hear that, Lokitty. I'm glad you at least get the evening off. All right, what do we got? He must have something new. Ah, Conarius, not a fan of Halo, are you? What were you hoping for? Like Wild West guns, revolvers, and Winchester carbines and that kind of thing? Do we even have... I guess we do have enough dexterity to use some of these, but... No problem, Pie Master. Have a good one. Take care. It looks like there's nothing new here. Ah, wait a minute. He brought back splintering bolts from the later games. Oh, T! Kira, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh no, that's not a resub. That's 200 bits. I'm not tired. You're tired. Guys, if you do yourselves no other favors today, please go check out my good friend Kira over at twitch.tv/spilttea. She is just one of the kindest and sweetest and most welcoming people I've ever had the privilege of meeting on Twitch. She has such a chill community, It's such a cool place to just hang out and relax. And she's so friendly and so sweet and just absolutely adorable. Go check her out. Welcome, Kira. You've gotten here just in time for some Dark Souls 1 silliness. I hope you like Halo. Shatter when they fire a face full of... okay. Blunt Bolt. These are the ones that, they don't deal much damage, but they can knock an attacker backwards, and I think these are the ones that you can parry dudes with. Triple Arrow. 3 red feather arrows. Fire simultaneously in a tight vertical grouping. Fire simultaneously in a horizontal fan. Okay. That's interesting. We shall have to check these out. We'll grab a few of these. A few of these. Oh, Pie Master! Pie Master, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for the 5 gift subs to... who got these? To Blake510, Mycomancer, Ouija, Toons Tuna, and Taco Salad. Oh, congrats, guys. Pie Master, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Pie Master, have a great evening, and Happy New Year to you. Take care of yourself, and stay safe, please. Alright, what we can do is we can try out the War Pick, I think. And we should also be able to try out the Battle Axe. And the Broadsword. And possibly also the Longsword. Oh, the Pike is going to require too much strength, but we can try out the Cestus. So let's see what weapon arts have been added to these, because now I am curious. Okay, the dagger and the ghost blade we've seen. Oh, that's a parry. Okay. Broadsword also got a parry. For those of you who haven't seen it yet, the straight sword hilt got this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It does 1 damage if you hit somebody with it. The Battle Axe. Oh, the Battle Axe got the headbutt. We'll have to go test this out. We'll have to go see what the headbutt actually does, if anything. I have a feeling it's probably not much. But it is worth investigating. Yeah, Bone! Bone says the only gripe he has is that more generic guns would make for better cosplay fodder. But you're correct, Bone. It is a fairly niche concern, and I guess it really all depends on what kind of cosplay you're trying to do. Alright, so about this headbutt. Can you backstab with it? No, you can't. Oh, but you can Stunlock with it. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, the Morning Star got a parry. We've already tried that one. And the War Pick also apparently got a parry. What about the Cestus? What about in the other hand? Whoops. Still a parry. I don't know what I was expecting. Hello, Paladin Leroy. Welcome. No, actually, we should test the Ghost Blade and see whether the Ghost Blade or the dagger does more backstab damage. Okay. And then we can just get rid of all this other junk. Okay. Yes, Leroy. Well, the whole idea was that it was for New Year's Eve. I didn't even see how much damage that did. Oh, and actually, we're gonna need some bigger guns for this. Hello, Check-in, welcome. Alright, so Kira, if you're still here... Did you ever want to use a shotgun in Dark Souls? Did you specifically want to use the Halo shotgun? Well, now you can. Thanks to InfernoPlus over on YouTube. Not the best sniping weapon, I admit. Okay, well, it worked. Plus, you know what else you can do in Dark Souls now, Kira? Check this out. He added grenades. Which actually, if we aim that directly into that corner over there... Later, loser. Hello, Sunday afternoon. Welcome. I was rather hoping that would one-shot him, but we take what we can get. Oh, right, and I forgot to... We did get that new gesture, didn't we? Ah. It was, come on, hit me. Oh, okay, it's the, it's Oswald of Kareem's stance turned into an emote. That's cool. Statue ahead. Firekeeper's soul. Wait a minute, I bet... Jumping? Oh, there's also this silly ring that gives you a Super Mario jump. I have a sneaking suspicion. No. Okay. Oh, checkin', so the pendant is how you find guns. The guns are hidden. They don't just give them to you. You have to find them. And actually, let's show one of the other ones. I've only got 3 so far, but the other one here is a plasma pistol from Halo. I mean, they're all from Halo. And they even come with sticky grenades and a charge shot. Plasma pistol is the go-to? Yeah. The plasma pistol is good, but I also have the Magnum, and I do quite like the Magnum, actually. And the modder who did this, he goes by InfernoPlus on YouTube. He made custom animations for all of the guns. Custom reload animations, custom idle and firing animations. The grenades do use ammo, Canarius, yes. But the ammo is effectively unlimited. When you use it up, you just automatically get more. Yeah, Kira, if you're interested in this mod, here it is. And if anyone is interested in it, you really should check it out. It's a cool mod, and I have been enjoying it. It's the first mod I've ever seen for this game that I was actually interested in after seeing footage of it and reading its summary, or, you know, in this case, watching the videos. Oh, and we don't have the master key, so we can't rescue Lautrec yet. Alright, well, let's go fight the gargoyles anyway. Yeah, Conarius, you're not the first person to say that, and again, I would not have been the least bit upset if there were like an NPC at Firelink Shrine that you had to go get your ammo from. That would have been fine with me. I don't mind that. Because infinite ammo just appearing in your inventory is a little silly. It does kind of feel like cheating. But at the same time, you go through ammo so quickly. Like, 999 rounds are gone like that. They're just... they don't last. Now, I wonder how quick it will be to blow the tails off these gargoyles. If I could get a good angle. Oh, but the turning radius with... the turn speed when you're in first-person mode, though, is... Ah! Okay. And it's not to say that the guns aren't challenging to use. They're challenging to use without getting hit. Oh, I was out of Estus. Yeah, Check-in, they did. The animation for loading it, the animation for firing it. Floofin, it's so far the only Dark Souls mod I've ever seen that I've been interested in. All the other Dark Souls mods, pretty nearly all of them, at least the ones that aren't memes, right? The ones that aren't just, oh, I turn my Estus flask into a bottle of Mountain Dew, right? The ones that aren't that all seem to be somebody in the community making an actually serious attempt at rewriting the lore and making essentially a fan version of Scholar of the First Sin. And I know there are people who enjoy that, but it's just not for me. But this, on the other hand, when you completely turn the game into something where balance is thrown to the wind, and it's all about having fun, then I'm on board. Then you got me. Welcome back, Warrior. I see you nibbled on 7% of your hamburger before you returned to the stream. Well, checkin', Inferno himself describes this mod as Dark Souls, but it's incredibly cursed. But to me, that's what I love about this. Order of Mystery, pretty nearly all of them. Any and all. Well, Happy Carl, that's the nice thing about this, is you don't have to think about the lore implication of that shotgun. Because it doesn't matter. It's just there for funsies. Alright. Chest ahead. Yeah, checkin', like, there is probably somebody out there in the community who is trying to come up with lore for shotguns being in this mod, and I just... no. The lore of the original game is what it is, but this isn't meant to be picked apart and analyzed. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be played and enjoyed, and you're meant to go, ah ha ha, that sure is silly. Tell you what else the shotgun is good for. And there's our ammo refill. The shotgun is really good for large groups of weak enemies. Ha! I suppose you could compare how much damage they do in Dark Souls to how much damage they do in Halo to establish power levels, Bone, but is it really necessary? Okay. All right. Ah! Come on, give me the tail. Give me the tail, I want that tail. Here comes number 2. Oh, good, we got it. Okay. I guess I blew off his tail. Oh boy. Oh, OTG'd. by the gargoyles. No, the guns don't scale with any of your stats, Sunday. They do flat damage with no scaling. That's a good point, Canarius. Normal guns probably wouldn't work against hollows. Metagross, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. I'm doing all right, thanks. I'm playing Dark Souls with a shotgun. And that's a good day to me. How about you? How are you doing? Yeah, you're absolutely right, Monotone. This is Monster Hunter levels of stupid. I feel like I should be shooting the gargoyle tails with sticky ammo. You know, to cut them off. Well, Sparrow, because hollows are undying. You can beat a hollow to death with the ladle in Dark Souls 2, but they'll just get right back up and start chewing on your face again. ADS turn speed? Oh, you mean for like situations like this, Floofin? No, there isn't, unfortunately. Although, you might be able to change that by adjusting your camera speed. And I keep forgetting, there are grenades. Oh, that was good. Just bounced right off his head. Boy, now I feel like I'm playing Resident Evil. Between the grenades and the shotgun. Oh, aim down sight. Okay, thank you, Floofin. I'm not an FPS guy, so FPS terms are probably going to go over my head. If Guns and Souls is exciting, try Shadow Tower. You know, it's funny, Canarius. A friend of mine suggested that I try Shadow Tower, and I've been meaning to look at it, but I've just... Every time I have an opportunity, I always end up getting tied down by other things. There we go. Okay, you can blow off his tail with the shotgun. Very good. That was almost very bad. Reload time. I have to say, it is absolutely bizarre getting the hang of fighting bosses that I've known how to fight my whole life with melee or magic using guns. But it's actually a completely different play style than either melee or magic in the vanilla Souls games. And you know, it's not an entirely bad feeling, and it doesn't feel totally out of place. Like, Inferno seems to have succeeded in integrating the guns into the game smoothly enough that they feel natural to use. Oh, nice, Sagari. You got a free copy of Remnant. I've heard lots of people I know say that they enjoyed that game, so hopefully you will too. Oh god, no, Metagross with a controller. This is the kind of game where I feel like even if you're used to playing FPSs with a mouse and keyboard, you'll probably still want to play this with a gamepad. Well, Venny, apparently you were correct. Gargoyles do have low resistance to buckshot. Then again, apparently so does everything else. Yeah, Garrison, now we can actually live the parry this, you fucking casual meme. He wouldn't have put a gun up here, would he? This seems a little too obvious. Oh, nice, Sagari. Salt and Sanctuary. You're going to enjoy that one. Let us see what Oswald has.
I am Oswald of Karim. Thou art a friend. Come in.
Learn gesture. Well, what is it? Okay. We haven't sinned. That's good. We'll abandon this covenant garbage. No, probably not, Conarius. Having the accuracy and snappiness of, like, mouse controls with high sensitivity, which I guess would be an advantage in a standard FPS game, I don't think it would really help you here. Because none of the enemies in Dark Souls 1 are agile enough that you would really need it. Ah, okay, here are the modified miracles. So, martyrdom, secret rite of Velka, make the ultimate sacrifice. Any cause worth fighting for must surely be worth giving one's life for. Hey, he did okay with this description. Miracle of Velka reverses healing effects on enemies. That's a good one. Velka does not suffer those who seek to evade judgment. No blessing or boon is without its fault. Well, apart from the grammatical errors here. If I missed out on any guns, would it be okay for you to mention it? Probably, Venny, because these are hidden obscurely enough that I don't want to spend the entire rest of the night searching for them. So if I get to the point where, like, if I've walked by one and I'm about to miss it, you guys can yell at me. Or if I'm about to leave an area where I haven't found it, you guys can yell at me. Oh, places an exploding trap. Yeah, I almost wish I'd gone with a faith build, but I do want to try out some of the new sorceries. And does he have... Oh, he still only has Velka's Talisman. Wait a minute, but we can use Velka's Talisman. And then, of course, we've got these, which I don't really want to spend too much money on. Okay, that ought to do.
Thou art welcome any time.
Near where the channeler was, Venny? Okay, then I would have walked right by that one. Well, Haretsu, because it's going to be more souls to level int and faith, and I think because of the way that backstabs have changed in this mod, they're no longer an instant, inescapable vacuum animation. You have to, if you're using any weapon that isn't a dagger, you have to land a kick attack on the enemy from behind. And if you're using a weapon that is a dagger, you have to land a melee attack from behind first. And I think because of that, the soul duplication bug that exists both in PTDE and the remaster probably will not work here. To you as well, Romalin and Log. Thank you. An easier version of what? Zyric. And Sagari, to you as well, thank you. And Lauriatius, welcome back. Great to see you. Okay, where the channeler was. I don't know of an easier one than the one that I showed during the previous streams, Zyric. There might be. There are several. Like, there's more than one way to, to duplicate consumable items in these games. There are several different variations on the same... The empty room I didn't go into. Okay. Where the heck? There it is. No, doesn't look like it. Oh, in the rafters of the room where the mystery key is. Okay, Order of Mystery. Thank you for clarifying. Huh? Oh, there was a message there, but it just disappeared. That will be the halberd. Actually, we should check that. Ah, okay, but because we don't have the stats to use it at all. What do we need? 14. Yeah, 3 more points of dexterity and we could. The Gargoyle Tail Axe, I believe, is the one that had the helicopter move set. All right. Oh, this was not meant to be used at an angle. Oh, I aggroed the boar. Not what I meant to do. And I probably aggroed that Balder Knight around the corner, too. No, I didn't. Well. Sorry, man. I hear somebody shuffling around. That's probably down below. Okay, there's the basement key. Man, the range on these. Also, I'm astonished that they don't make noise in the environment that alerts enemies. Interesting, Zyrek. That does vaguely ring a bell, and I'm not surprised to hear about it, but it wasn't quite the one I was thinking of. All that really matters is that it gets the job done, I guess. Oh, there's a much easier one than the rolling one, Zyrek. Oh, okay. It does make noise, but only where the shot lands, it looks like. Well, that was embarrassing. Yeah, Log, they replenish on their own. When you run out, you just automatically get more. But as much fun as guns are, it's always more fun to do this. Roast pork. Oh, and the alluring skull attracted some of the guys out from down in the basement, it looks like. Where did he go? Oh, there he is. Alright, let's go see about the gun down here. Yeah, they were going for it. Can you drop your ammo to replenish it on demand? Sparrow, I don't think so? It might not let us drop it anyway. Oh, it looks like you can. I'm very surprised. Hey, Hunter, welcome! They sure do, Monotone. King Joker, why do I have a gun? I think the real question is, why not? Who's gonna stop me? I have a gun. No, Carl, it maxes out at 999. Which is the maximum for any ammunition type in this game. And you can put another stack of 999 in your bottomless box, but, well, I don't know if you can with this ammo. It was on the rafters here, somebody said? Over here? Or am I going to have to jump over there to get it? In search of sun. Oh, there it is. Okay, a submachine gun. Interesting. Do I get RPGs in Search of Sunrise? What do you mean? Do I play or stream RPGs? Sometimes. Ah, and there's the mystery key. Okay. So let's see about this SMG. You probably could monotone, but fortunately, it looks like I don't need to. Interesting you guys mentioned grenades, though, because once again, for those who haven't seen it already... Oh, you meant... I'm sorry. In Search of Sunrise. You meant, do you get RPGs as in rocket-propelled grenade? Forgive me. You're a new username. Or at least not one that I recognize, and I thought you were asking me what kinds of games I stream. Holy. Okay, I like this weapon. Yes, there is a rocket launcher in this mod, from what I understand. Conarius, I'm not sure they all have their own grenades. I guess the Spartan weapons from Halo seem to be an incendiary grenade, and then the alien weapons are like a sticky plasma grenade. Holy hell. Yeah, this sure is a guard breaker, this gun. Are you gonna... Wow, look how fast it blows open his guard. Now it's time for me to run away and reload. Blast it. I knew that was going to happen. I shouldn't have tried fighting him in the stairwell. I knew better. But I thought somehow it would be different this time because I have a gun. Oh, Hunter, thank you so much for the gift sub to British Marsh. I really appreciate that. That was incredibly kind of you, Hunter. Thank you. God, look at this, though. Bullpup SMG, huh? Oh, and Floofin, thank you so much for the gift sub to In Search of Sunrise. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Marisat, I had the firepower, but I had a bad angle, and I didn't check my corners properly. And also, I'm pretty sure he could see me through the wall. All right. Somebody is shooting at me. Oh, come on. There we go. It looks like maybe the SMG isn't capable of headshots. Because it certainly, Oh, and it has some spread, too. Oh, wow, yeah, it sure does have some spread. Okay, yeah. Yeah, look at that spread. It's got some... This thing has more spread than that shotgun. So this also probably is just meant to be a high DPS weapon against big enemies. Which means we're going to want to target center of mass with this rather than the head. Yeah, definitely more effective that way. Waltz Queen, it depends on the caliber of the bullet and how thick the plate. God, it's so silly. Ah. The grenades do bounce, which is sometimes a problem. Okay, I guess, for large enemies, and also possibly crowd control, this weapon, because its spread does make it good for crowd control. Maybe so, Waltz Queen, yeah. We need the Ren Fair gun nut collab. Oh, he's not dead. Okay, well, now that I know how to use this weapon properly, now that I know that it's not as accurate as I thought it was, let's go try that again. Hey, Malkavia, welcome! Good to see you. How are you doing? Happy New Year to you. There he is. Alright, yeah, it looks like the shotgun is the way to go for Black Knights. Okay, let's see how this gun handles rats. Ah. Actually, it handled them a lot better than most melee weapons. Now let's see how it does at point-blank range. Not bad. Not bad. What I want to know is, can you upgrade the guns? Because if you can upgrade them, then things are going to get really interesting. Well, Metagross, I certainly understand why this might feel like cheating. And against regular enemies? Yeah, there's not much they can do about this. But in a weird way, I do kind of feel like the guns are balanced. Because they're not one-shot kills, right? You can't just walk up to something and kill it with a single shot. You have to time a time when you fire. You have to take care, because the guns leave you vulnerable for a long period of time, both during and after you fire them. Oh, and actually, now is a good chance to test which of these does better backstabs. I do not know, Cornerius. I think it had some kind of an energy sword, but I believe you can get an energy sword in this mod. I think there is one. Okay, that's 144. And that's 306. Got it. So the Ghost Blade actually is better. Good to know. We'll go back to the Magnum for the moment, because I do like the ability to perform headshots. Hey, Soostown, welcome! I hope you're doing okay. Happy New Year!
Well, now.
Okay, does he sell anything interesting? Get a few more Lloyd's talismans. And we'll see if fire bombs have changed. Or throwing knives. I doubt they have. We'll get all of that. Aha! The stick. Bruh, it's a stick. We need one of those. Ah, and we need more dexterity for the short bow anyway, so we might as well just use a better bow. Let's see if the clubs have any new... any new techniques. Okay, this is all the same stuff. And he has nothing new. Oh, Suztown, holy hell, thank you so much for the 6-month resub in advance. My gosh. Really appreciate that, Suztown.
Thank you,
Alright, what is this stick? Insufficient strength? Hang on, let's go where we can see this. Yup, it's just a stick. Huh. And it has the standard longsword moveset.
I'm sorry.
Ah, it has the broken straight sword moveset is what it has.
I'm sorry.
Except that it somehow actually does real damage, and it has an S scaling with strength and a 110 critical modifier, which is not nothing. Well, let's go take it for a spin. I just hope it doesn't break. Oh, the projectile doesn't even stagger. Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And the projectile actually does real damage against...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
God, that's silly, but I love it. Ah, we don't have enough... Ah, we probably don't have enough dexterity, but I bet... Ah, look at this! The two-handed parry is the Dark Souls 2 rapier parry. Okay. What about the hand axe? It's a parry. What about the club? Also a parry. What about the reinforced club? Also a parry. And the spear? Oh, you throw it! Incredible! This is the animation from Dark Souls 3. From the Follower's Javelin. That's cool. That gives spears a whole lot more utility. Soul level 1 stick run. I think not, Suztown. Quite a bit of range it has, too. Okay, well... why don't we go test that? Can you tail cut with a spear throw? Beats me, Venetia. But if you can do it with a shotgun, I don't doubt that you can do it with a spear throw. Let's see... if we aim at that guy, two-hand the spear, and then... oh, it takes durability! I see. What a great idea. Oh, and you can't do it anymore if your weapon is broken. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. I appreciate that. Just like the Moonlight Greatsword. Very interesting indeed. All right. Well, let's stash some of this stuff. Venetia, to balance it. Why else? Why would Inferno keep that mechanic in? Because it already existed in the game, and it was already a fairly reasonable way of balancing the Moonlight Greatsword. You know, why not use it for... Why not use it for other stuff? Alright, all this stuff can go in storage. Because if there's one thing I hate, it's a cluttered inventory. Alright, now let's see if he changed around fire bombs or any of that other stuff. I mean, well, bye. Throwing knives appear to do okay damage now. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think they've been buffed, and I wonder actually... Yeah, I've never seen a throwing knife do 313 damage, headshot or no. Did these get scaling of some kind? Doesn't say if they did. I guess he must have just increased their base damage. Debler, you know what? It'll be worth a couple of days of symptoms from the vaccines to, you know, not die of COVID. Never mind that if you do manage to get a breakthrough case of COVID, even with the vaccines, the symptoms you get then will be far less serious. So, it's worth a couple of days of a sore arm. Alright, let's see. Okay, those are still black fire bombs. Let's try those out then. Conarius, and they have a unique weapon art on R2. It's not so much a spell. I mean, I guess it kind of is. I can show that in a minute, too. Let me just see what all this other stuff does. Wow, okay. Dung pies are much more powerful now. Their effect used to do 6 damage per tick. It was somewhat slower than this, and it built up a lot slower. Okay. Very interesting. Ah, congrats, Lizard Business. I'm glad to hear you didn't get anything worse than that. Oh, yeah, Conarius, you're looking at the spreadsheet with the patch notes, it looks like. Yeah, the patch notes for this are a mile long, and I didn't even read them all the way through, because there was just so much. I would have been there all day. But there's a ton of cool stuff in this mod, whether you're interested in the guns or not. Yeah, Sagari, all I got was a sore arm, so I consider myself fortunate. Okay, yeah, it looks like throne items like this have had their base power increased. Well, Warrior, firebombs always had a slightly lingering AoE. Ah. Ah, yeah, Pfizer's the one I got, Lizard. It'd certainly be an interesting challenge run, Waltz Queen, to play through the game with only throwing knives, but Inferno was saying in his intro video for this mod that he changed around the way that bows and crossbows work. He basically buffed them and made them better. So now they're actually worth using, and he said that he did a test run with a short bow, and apparently he had a lot of fun with it. So we'll have to level up dexterity a little bit on this character and try it out. Oh, Venetia, you're talking about the trick where you stand on a ledge, turn your back to the ledge, and then throw a rope firebomb and it falls more or less straight down? Yeah, that's a fun one. Ah, Waltz Queen. Get it while you can. Man, well, that wasn't as smooth as I was hoping, but... Wait a minute, could it be that... Illusory wall ahead. Pff, yeah, right. Weakness jumping off. Okay, none of these messages mention the presence of a weapon here. Well, I wouldn't complain if we got another item belt, Conarius. The problem with items being usable or not in a Souls game is that if you've got an item belt full of items, like if you've got 5 items on your belt, switching between them is not really all that convenient. Also, wait, what? Oh, wait, no, it's this one. Huh? Maybe it was on the upper floor. I could have sworn there was a crystal lizard here. Welcome back, Magnus. No, of course not. I could have sworn it was on that floor. Did that crystal lizard just not spawn? Oh, well, we're not jumping up there. Hey, Mafencio, welcome! The Astora Straightsword R2 has an additional effect now. No, I don't have the stats to use it. So I have not tried it out. Alright, let's see if we can get him to jump off the bridge. And if not, then I'll just blast him. Oh, no. He didn't want to. Oh, yep, he did! There he goes! Bye! Later, loser. So there are a couple of different ways you can get him to jump off the bridge. There's about a 50% chance that as you're running toward him, he'll start, when you enter the range of his forward leaping overhead downward chop, he'll start charging that. And if you wait until he gets to a little bit before the hole in the battlement, like if you wait till he gets right about here and then rush at him, you can time it so that he starts charging his leaping smash when he's standing right next to the battlement. And then if you run around him this way, he'll do the leaping smash and he'll jump off the edge and fall. Or you can do what I did there, which is you can get him to stand right next to the battlement and then position yourself on the opposite side from him. And when he turns around, he'll use his backward leap to try to get some more distance from you. And he'll just leap backwards off the bridge. Hey, Katamai, welcome. And Eclecticaf, welcome as well. Happy New Year to you too. Oh, Venetia, you want to see if we can just jump up and get the rusted iron ring in the asylum? Yeah, we can go back there and check that. I have a feeling we probably can.
The way I see it pleases me. We are amidst strange.
Oh, and okay, he doesn't give us the white sign soapstone here because we start the game with the blue sign soapstone. That's a shame. He should have given us something else. He should have given us some kind of gesture. Or something. Well... God, the sniping. Not many handguns are going to be able to snipe a dude that accurately at this distance. Maybe with a scope on, like, a hunting magnum or something like that, but... At Tizona, the models are, but all of the animations and even the particle effects were done by hand by InfernoPlus. So if we switch to the plasma pistol, these are all... Oh, okay. And we got more ammo. These are all custom effects. And custom animations. Inferno did all of this by hand, by himself. He rigged up all the animations, all of the poses. He programmed all the particle effects. It's just incredible the amount of work he did on this mod. The CE Magnum Order of Mystery? Meowtroid, please go get some sleep. If you're that tired, you really should rest. Oh, no message for me, I guess. Oh, Combat Evolved. Okay. Halo 1 got remade as Halo CE Combat Evolved. I gotcha. Interesting. Ah, the Claymore promises to have something... we're not going to have the strength for it, though. No, we are not. Blast. Okay, well, let's put that away then. And I guess, let's get a little bit of dexterity. And... maybe a little bit of strength, and... it's going to require quite a lot of faith to be able to use those miracles, but... I guess we can get some. Since I do want to try out a lot of different stuff on this character. Alright, and... we should now be able to use the... yes, the composite bow. So let's give that a try and see how it has changed. Volley arrow. Ah, it's much more centered. Ha ha! Okay. That's cool. What if we use that up close? Does that count as... maybe. I guess they die a little too quickly to be able to tell. I think somebody did T-Zone it, and I believe InfernoPlus actually used it as, he used it as example footage in his, video explanation of this mod. Okay, so it doesn't work at super close range, it looks like. Triple arrow. This is the vertical one, I think, right? Yes, okay. Yes, this is... okay, that one is a little bit more effective as a shotgun, the vertical one. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, look at that spread. And what else? Splintering bolts. We need a crossbow for this. Oh, but actually... we can go get a crossbow, because there's one in... there's one in the Undead Burg, in the location that I once referred to as the Undead Burg Battle Arena. Well, Zyric, or you can play Halo in Dark Souls, whatever floats your boat. Ha! Wow, shot him right out of the air. Alright, can we... can we just skip that? If we probably can. What if we were to jump? Whee! No. Okay, I was too close. There we are. Yeah, like... The squirrel ring is so much fun. I love all of these handy little skips you can do. And who would have thought that a Souls game would be so much more interesting with the ability to jump like this? All right. Yeah, John Sekiro Souls, right, Venetia? Well, the team that made Sekiro, by and large, was the same team that made Souls. But the reason Sekiro was so much different is because they weren't trying to make Souls. They were trying to make Tenchu with Sekiro. And honestly, I think they did a pretty good job of it. Sekiro is a game that I've only played once, and I feel like I only need to play it once to see everything that it has to offer me. If you are a challenge runner or a speed runner, that will probably not be the case. And one of my closest friends, my friend Charlie, who actually I will give a shout out here, because if you guys like Souls content, head on over and check her out at twitch.tv/CharlieBitme, CharlieBitmey. Head on over and check her out, because she's a very talented and good-humored challenge runner and speed runner, and she plays lots and lots of Souls. And her favorite game ever, actually, is Sekiro. Tell you what, this jump is much easier to make now with the squirrel ring. And I bet we could actually jump up here from down below. With the squirrel ring. Let's, first of all, let's get rid of this generic stuff. And let's put on the light crossbow. Splintering bolts. And we can also check while we're at it. Aha! Yes! He did add the targeting reticle to crossbows in this mod. Good! They desperately needed it. I don't know why it took FromSoft so many games to figure out why nobody was using crossbows. Wow, okay, yeah, that's, that is how many? That's 5... It's 3 rows of 5, so it's 15 individual projectiles you get with this. Probably better against larger enemies, I would guess. And with a better crossbow. Well, Waltz Queen, about the only use for a crossbow in Dark Souls 1 in the vanilla game is the way you saw me use it to cheese Manus during the previous playthrough that I streamed. Ah! Oh, that's silly. It looks like the guns will consume crossbow ammo. They just won't fire a projectile. Oh, that's funny. Oh, TF2 Waltz Queen. I see. You know, for all I enjoy the memes of TF2, I've never actually played it once in my life. Which is all kinds of embarrassing. Okay, so that down there is where the depths are. I wonder if we could jump somewhere here. I think the fall would kill us, though. And I'm pretty sure none of those ledges actually have collision. I'm pretty sure that would end up just being fatal. We could try. Okay, well, you can jump over that. All right. Yeah, you're definitely not meant to be able to see that from up here. All right, let's see if we can drop down to that ledge. I have a feeling this is just going to result in a death. Oh, well, not exactly what I expected, but I suspect this is still probably going to be a death. Because I doubt you can stand on that. Yup. Oh, and it's just... Okay, there's a kill box there anyway. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, okay, Zyrex. So actually, maybe that's where Inferno got the idea for the way that feather arrows and sniper bolts now work in this mod. Because since they're the ammunition that's meant for sniping, he gave them a property where they do more damage the further they fly before they connect. Well, Venetia, we didn't get the kill cam the way we would have during a kill pane, but I think that's just because there's no kill cam programmed there. I'm pretty sure there's still a kill pane, because a fall from that height should not have been fatal. My suspicion is that it was because we were falling into a new zone, and there was a kill box there just for some other purpose. Yeah, Venetia, the very fact that it's a percentage of the max health you have is why we shouldn't have died from a fall like that. That fall shouldn't have been high enough to do 100% of our max health in fall damage. All right. Well, what we can do instead... Matter of fact, I think we might even be able to jump down there from up here. If I don't do something super careless. Nope, now's not a good time. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the aiming for the plasma pistol is a little bit off. Right, what I suspect we might be able to get away with here is... I knew it. And see, that's about the same distance as a fall, but it should not in any way have been fatal. Okay, Monotone, have a good one. Take care. Thank you so much for stopping in. Always good to see you, man. Peekaboo. Okay, yeah, that jump makes it... Oh, look, a message floating in the air. That jump makes it much more convenient to get back down there from here. Probably, Zyric, especially once you get Soul Vault. This is the true Halo Infinite. Well, Sunday afternoon, we can now say, without a hint of irony, that this is the Halo of Dark Souls. Well, more so than it would be if you played by the rules, Zyrek. More open, yes. Oh, right, I don't have the right of kindling. What? Oh. So, one weird thing about these guns, which I guess Inferno might have forgotten about, is that unlike a bow or a crossbow, or some of the other, like the throne ranged weapons, when you're equipped with a gun and you're facing away from an enemy that you're locked onto and you fire, the guns will not automatically readjust your heading to face that enemy, whereas many of the other thrown weapons will. Oh, I guess it fires automatically after a while. I guess you're not allowed to hold the charge forever. There we go. So that's 3 dogs, meaning the ones from up here should be out of the way. Oh, it occurs to me also, what we can do is we can kill the idiots inside these houses with sticky grenades. God, I love that. What a fun mod. Honestly, the most fun mods are, I suspect, going to be the ones that don't take game balance
Brilliant.
or
You
just
opened the door for me.
themselves too seriously.
Oh, hello.
Oh, there's some humanity over here that I want, actually. How did that guy not see me? Oh, God. Okay. I was worried that might happen. Slap his hat off his head? Poor Griggs. Griggs doesn't deserve that. Actually, you know what? No. This is not an occasion for a charge shot. It's an occasion for that. Yoink. Okay, we killed the guy in there, and I think we killed the guy in there. I can do it better! I was gonna say, I thought there was a third one around somewhere. Ah, they didn't drop anything, though. Figures. This is the mail breaker, or it was. Still is. Throw that right out. Jaybird Springs, if the enemies in this mod also had guns, I suspect they would be doing what the ones with bows and crossbows already do, which is just aimbotting and auto-targeting the player's head. Binary Fireball, thank you so much for the 2 gift subs to Eclectic Half and Taption. Really appreciate that, Binary. Nakmanistan, hello. You might not remember it from Dark Souls, but it might ring a bell if you've ever played Halo. Oh, it didn't... Ah. I was just a little too far forward. What I am going to do, though, is I am going to put on the most stylish and fashionable set of equipment for somebody wielding a gun. And actually, I wonder if we can still... I wonder if we can use the incendiary grenade to cheese Capra. Ha! Well, that answers that. Binary, because I don't own the remaster on PC. And this mod existed for Prepare to Die Edition before it existed for the remaster. They only just rolled out a version of the mod for remaster. Whatever. We got one dog. Yeah, Binary, I never bothered buying the remaster edition on PC because I was given a code for it on PS4 by Bandai Namco's community manager the year it came out when I ran into him at PAX East. And so I never had any reason to buy it a second time. Venetia, this is about the limit. This is as high as you can aim. All right. Well... I was gonna say, did I get both dogs? But I clearly didn't. Oh, I'm stuck. There we go. I don't think he can hit me in this corner with the jump attack. And now that the dogs are gone... Like, even with the guns, you still have to time your shots. Just as you would with any other weapon. Which I failed to do just there. And you can kind of, when you're reloading here, you can take advantage of getting him to start an animation on the stairs and then cancel it by falling off. I really shouldn't be locking on here. Locking on is far from ideal. Oh, and with the guns, you also still have to watch your stamina, because they do cost stamina. So I feel like this is just a different way of playing the game than anything we've ever had access to before. But, I mean, you can see how much easier a time I would have had if I'd just come in with a melee weapon and slapped him in the face a bunch. I feel like guns... I mean, yeah, they do trivialize certain situations, such as when you have to deal with enemies at range, but man, what an interesting new way to play Dark Souls. Well, Jaybird, that's what I was talking about before regarding how when everything is broken, nothing is broken because everything is balanced. By the very nature of being broken. And... what a neat little tool. Pablo, that's a good point. Even as it trivializes some situations, it makes others more difficult. So if you were going to do a gun-only playthrough, I think it would be perfectly possible. You easily could. Well, maybe not easily, but you would run into a very different set of wall bosses playing through the game with a gun than you would playing through with either any of the other ranged weapons or a melee weapon. But that's why I adore the concept behind this mod, because it's the exact opposite of FromSoft's increasing obsession with every game they make about just sanitizing the fun out of it and trying so hard to balance everything, but all they really do to quote-unquote balance things is just nerf them and make them weaker. And then FromSoft ends up with a whole bunch of weapons. They end up with like entire categories of weapons that are all just minor variations of one another, that are all just basically the same. And whichever of those happens to have a few more points of attack power or a slightly better moveset, that ends up being the one everyone uses, and all the others just sit there collecting dust. Whereas this goes exactly the opposite direction with that, and it gives every weapon and every item something unique, something to make it worth using, something to make it viable, and it doesn't care if that one-handed stick that we got is as viable as one of your starting weapons. It's willing to let you have that because it makes it viable and it makes it fun to use and it makes the mod fun to play. You know I say this a lot on Twitch. I've not really said it as much on YouTube, but it really is just about FromSoft getting so obsessed with balance that they forget to let people have fun. And I feel like they never even understood that in the first place with Demon's Souls or Dark Souls 1, because if they had appreciated those characteristics about those games, they wouldn't have tried so hard to course correct in the opposite and, in my view, the wrong direction. Conarius, what do we have here? This is a YouTube video. Oh, a video of all of the weapon locations. I see. I'll worry about that when we actually get there. There seem to be plenty of people in chat who know where they are. Thank you, though, Conarius. I appreciate your thinking of that. Well, Jaybird, as to modders scratching the itch, that's one of the reasons one of two primary reasons, in my view, that the Souls series has had the kind of longevity it has, even though the PS3, which it started out on, is no longer supported. And I don't know if I would go so far as to say that it's a dead console, but it's definitely now one of the newer, more recent retro consoles. Which it hurts me to even say, because when I think retro, I think the NES and the SNES and, you know, the ones that I grew up with as a kid. But now that we're at the point in the lifetime of the Souls series where the earlier games, Demon's Souls and Dark Souls 1, those were released on consoles that are now considered, by some people anyway, retro. Most other games that are that old and that are stuck on the consoles they came out on do not have anywhere near as vibrant or active communities as the Souls games do. And I think a large part of that is because the earlier games are so much fun to play. And I know that there are some people who would disagree with me on that. I know that there are people who, they hate the earlier games because they're clunky and wonky and janky and all of those other modern colloquialisms. And I don't deny that they are clunky and wonky and janky, but to me that's part of what makes them so much fun. And the later games definitely got some polish, but in exchange for that polish, it's almost like they lost something fundamental about what made them so engaging and enjoyable, for me personally anyway. They lost that complete lack of attention to balance. They lost the freedom to basically either use things that were already viable or to make them viable through weapon upgrades. And they increasingly, the more and more modern the Souls games got, the more they pushed the player toward using generic cookie-cutter boring playstyles like quality builds, because the devs are terrified that anything more unique or niche is overpowered and is going to become a meta. And that's really the design philosophy in the later Souls games. Not as much in Dark Souls 2, but you started seeing it more in Bloodborne, and especially so in Dark Souls 3. And I'm worried that it may end up being the case in Elden Ring as well, where what FromSoft is trying to do in those games is they are trying their level best to kill any kind of meta before it happens. And as soon as they see something that even approaches looking like a meta, they instantly nerf it. Whereas in the earlier games, they didn't have to worry about creating a meta because everything was the meta. Everything was worth using, you know? Everything was good because it was broken, because it was overpowered. You too, Marasat. Happy New Year's to you as well. Thank you. Yeah, Order of Mystery, I do plan to check it out. I want to eat all my consumable souls first, because there's other stuff here that I want to test. Bleed got nerfed, Venetia. Poison got nerfed. Strength got nerfed. There are so few options for strength builds in Dark Souls 3. And there aren't even all that many options for dexterity builds either. There are only a few sorcery spells that are worth using. There are very few miracles that are worth using. Not all that many pyromancies. It's just FromSoft wants to basically level everything out so that it's all just mediocre. And what they end up pushing people toward then is the stuff that's the least mediocre. And then they eventually give up on nerfing it, because if they nerf it anymore, even FromSoft knows that it's going to be useless. So that's why I love mods like this. Because instead of going in the direction FromSoft has been going while they make their new games, where you end up with Dark Souls 3 and basically nothing is fun to play in Dark Souls 3. It's just all the same permutations of the same stuff. And in the earlier games, it was the opposite. The more broken stuff was, the more options you had that, yeah, you could do that weird, eclectic, you could do that notched whip build because bleed is viable. And whips still suck, but this mod makes them more useful because in this mod, whips can now headshot. And because of their typical attack animations, it's very easy for them to headshot. So, just things like that. Buffing stuff that was mediocre or not very good. Or stuff that desperately needed it, which a lot of stuff did. That, to me, is the best way to keep a game interesting and engaging and fun. Yeah, Jaybird, watered down is a good way to describe a game like Dark Souls 3. And as much as I dislike Dark Souls 2, I can forgive Dark Souls 2 for its flaws, knowing the kind of development cycle that it had, and knowing just how many problems it had over the course of its development. And for those of you who are interested in what exactly those problems are... Oh, right! Thank you, Tsunami! Yes, I did mean to check that out, and I totally spaced it when I walked away. Oh, okay, speaking of Dark Souls 2, she's got the Alva stuff, the Faram stuff. So there is a video by a friend of mine, one Matthew McMuscles, whom some of you might know. And I will link it in the chat here, and I will also try to remember to link it in the video description if this VOD ends up going up on YouTube. And this is a video that he made in his What Happened series about Dark Souls 2 and what happened. So if you're not familiar with that, go check it out. I helped him make this video, actually. I provided him with a great deal of research and a large number of resources for his references and his quotes, and basically his his sources that he used to basically piece everything together and put all the evidence into its proper place on the pegboard. And this video will tell you exactly what happened with Dark Souls 2 and why it turned out the way it did. And honestly, as much as I dislike it and as disappointed as I was by it, I do have to give credit to Yui Tanimura because he did salvage it into a playable game that some people really enjoy, some people swear by, and that is some people's favorite Souls game. It is Meowtroid. He really puts a huge amount of time and care into his references, which became apparent to me when I worked with him on the video. Like, he was really meticulous and really careful. Plus, I just like him. He's a good guy, and I wish I could give him a hug. But I can't because he lives in Canada, and there's a pandemic going on, but... Really, Jaybird, I've never played any of the Dragon Ball games, but... it's definitely a problem I've encountered many times before outside of the Souls series. Alright, so let's see. We've got the Alva set, we've got the Faram set. We've got... oh, the Mad Warrior set, that's a fun one. Royal Soldier's armor. Oh, even the Haid Knight chainmail with both variations of the helmet. Okay, we've got the Dranglike Fort Infantry, the Elan Knight stuff, and the Elan Captain stuff. Oh, and the versions of the Gurm Warrior helm, both that have the crest and that don't. The Drakeblood set. Ah, the Shadow set, those assassins. This, actually, would be good for a gun build. I might have to come back and buy the Shadow set, actually. Oh, and it's very light, too. They even have the dragon transformation equipment. Interesting. And the Bone King set, too. Yeah, see, I appreciate that somebody went out of their way. I believe the armor was ported into this mod by a collaborator of Inferno's. I think he had a little bit of help porting this all in. But the fact that somebody went to the trouble of bringing in all the fashion from Dark Souls 2 is something I really appreciate. We've got both variations of the Ruined Sentinel stuff. We've got the Lois Knight, which is the other variation, and even the Jester's set. Very cool. Waltz Queen, because back then, you couldn't count on releasing an incomplete game and patching it later. You couldn't get away with releasing a game that was half finished and then selling the DLC to everyone who bought it at full price. You couldn't do that. Whereas now, everybody and their grandma is doing it. Okay, well, we may have to come back here for the, Shadow set. And... Artista, that's not the same thing. The whole scandal with the Activision ET game was because they just made a crappy game. They made a game that was garbage, and that game ended up right where it belonged. In a landfill. All 250,000 copies of it. That's apples to oranges, Artista, because they couldn't patch that. The reason that happened is because it was way back in the era before there was any quality control. It was back when there was no Nintendo official seal of quality to let you know that that game had passed Nintendo's stringent QA. That was back in the days when anybody with $100 could go to Activision and get a dev kit and make whatever crappy game in their garage on their on-wang computer and ship it to Activision, and nobody would even look at it as far as QA. They would just publish it. That's why that crap happened. Because there was no quality control. Hey Bob, welcome. I have to say, the Thief outfit works much better with these guns. Oh, especially the shotgun. Yeah, look at this. I'm almost, it's on the tip of my tongue to say, so I guess I might as well just say it. I'd like to see Dark Souls armor set mods for games like the Resident Evil 2 remake. Can you imagine just like running around Raccoon City with a shotgun, wearing Smo's armor? Now that would make that game way more interesting. Not that it isn't already a fantastic game. Well, yeah, Rift War, there was that too. Crunch has been happening for a long time. It's not a new phenomenon, unfortunately. So there was a greed side to it as well, but the game also didn't go through any QA.
Oh, hello. I regret meeting you under such compromising circumstances. At least we both made it back unscathed. Incidentally, would you care to learn any sorceries? You're clearly talented, and besides, I owe you. Of course, we will require some materials, but I'm happy to teach you some elementary spells. Are you interested?
Honestly, me standing here wearing this getup with the shotgun and talking to Griggs, who's got his little magic staff, really makes me feel like I've created a Bloodborne character in Souls.
Splendid.
Which is not an altogether bad feeling. It's silly. Ah, and now we get to the really fun stuff. He changed the name of Distract. I wonder if he changed the effect. Soul Weapon. I wonder if we could buff a gun with that spell. Heavy Soul Arrow. Oh, you know what? We could try out Distract.
All right.
Oh, and actually, he probably has some equipment too, besides just the rings.
Oh, hello. Well, myself.
We should check. No, he just has the catalyst and the rings. I'm astonished he doesn't have more.
Goodbye then.
Well, let's give that a try. If this works... No, of course it doesn't work. That's a shame, but... I wonder if you could tumble buff a gun with magic weapon. I don't have any heavy armor to test it with, but I wonder if it could be done. That certainly didn't help, Canarius. Alright, what are we testing here? We're testing Distract. Boy, I'm now receiving Happy New Year messages. There is the time of year. Okay. Oh, we get more casts of this spell, I guess. Question is, does it actually... What's the range on it, and... Okay, so... Okay, they still don't prioritize it over me. Oh, maybe they do. Sure doesn't last very long, though. Okay, so basically it's still just as useless as ever. Got it. So this is one of the modified new spells that Inferno added. He basically... He took the 4 different copy-pastes of Soul Arrow, and he changed them into something different in each case. So this is now, Soul Ray. Hey, congrats, Metagross! You got a PS5 and Demon Souls remake! I'm really happy for you. Also, I hope you enjoy waiting another several months for any additional good games. Ah. Besides Demon Souls, but I'm sure you'll, I'm sure you'll find one that you like. There are a few out, I guess. There's Returnal, there's, Returnal. Oh yeah, FF7 Remake. Assuming that stupid, plot device doesn't ruin it for you. Right. So we need to... Honestly, we could stand to go find some more guns. I wonder if there's a gun in the lower burg. Actually, let's go trade in the Firekeeper's Soul, because we need that Estus buff. You got FF7 Remake for the PS4, okay. Wait a minute.
Hello, I am Knight Lautrec. We're both under...
Right, okay, we beat the gargoyles without rescuing him, so he rescued himself.
You have not...
Alright. Oh, right, Venetia. You wanted to see if we can make the jump to the Rusted Iron Ring. Yeah, I guess we could go do that now. Yeah, Commander Squeaks, haven't you always wanted to use a gun in Dark Souls? Well, guess what? Thanks to InfernoPlus, now you can.
Oh, hello. My guests have finally arrived.
Well, we'll find that out, Haretsu.
Come again.
Alright, let's go see about the asylum. Yeah, Commander Squeaks, you might also have noticed. There are some new mechanics. Or improved mechanics, really. There we go. No, Tsunami, it's a whole massive comprehensive mod. There's a ton of stuff in it. Let me give you a link to InfernoPlus's And for anybody else who's just wandering in and is curious about this, I will highlight it in chat so you guys can go watch the videos. He's actually got 3 videos on this, each one highlighting a different portion of the mod. Because the original mod was a bunch of Halo maps and a 16-person PvP mode for those maps, and then he added the Halo guns later, and then after the Halo guns, he added an Among Us style Find the Traitor game mode. And the mod is free, Tsunami. He's not charging for it, although it's always nice to support the folks who put their time and effort into making these. So I believe you can donate to him. Oh, not to this mod, Conarius, although he did modify the spells themselves after very much that same philosophy. Yeah, this is truly next level modding. Log. Like, the guy deserves a medal for this. And he'll probably never get one, but he deserves one. Conarius, you're talking about making your own spells in the game, right? Like customizing their effects and their power and that kind of thing? Because that's what I figured you meant. Alright, let's see how Stray Demon... Oh, God. I hate to say it, but... yeah, we might actually be better off with just a bleed weapon. Little bit of a bullet sponge, Tsunami. That's fine, though. We can work around that. Oh, actually, somebody did say that, in fact, let's check out a couple of these weapons, because I think he changed some of this stuff around so that oh, okay, that's a shove. Interesting. That we've seen. Oh, pfft. It's that silly headbutt. Okay. What about the Claymore? Ah, it's the Dark Souls 2 parry. And somebody said that this... oh, this is just a parry. Still only does divine damage. Yeah, Faustism, I saw that earlier, but I don't have any Demon Titanite. Alright, good old Morning Star it is then for Stray. Because as sad as it is, we'll actually be able to do more damage to him that way than with the, the guns, it looks like. The Astora Straight Sword is Oscar's weapon, Faustism. That's what he uses. Oh, I've killed that demon already, Metagross. But I don't think... did I? Oh, I got the one. Okay. So I guess I could upgrade it. Ah. Well, whatever. We'll get rid of Stray first, and then we'll deal with, guns. No, Oscar is his official name, but you never learn it in the game, Venetia, because the storyline and his dialogue where he introduces himself to you were all cut. But in the game files themselves, there are cut lines of dialogue and cut text that refers to him as Oscar of Estora. You too, Mofencio. Thank you so much. Happy New Year to you as well. You're really not a fan of Halo, are you, Cornelius? Oh, Mofencio, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Waltz Queen, I'll tell you what, FromSoft is kicking themselves for leaving stuff in the game files right now, because they left a whole bunch of stuff in the Elden Ring network test, and then somebody released a jailbreak for the 9.00 PS4 firmware, and the community was able to dump the entire network test and decrypt and extract its entire contents. So now there are spoilers for everything that was unused in the network test floating around on the internet. Your go-to games are Quake and Unreal, so you're probably closer to my age, Conarius. You're probably more of an old-school FPS player from the sounds of it. Well, that's certainly true, Nobleman. Only people who love your game want to dig into it. Yes, I mean... Problem being, of course... that, Problem being that sometimes digging too deep too early can get people spoiled. Ah, I was too close. But now he's going to do it again, which is fine. Also, is it just me, or is the bleed from the Morning Star proccing much sooner? I don't remember it taking effect in any 2 swings. But it's clearly hitting him in 2 swings. Now, I'll have to, as soon as I'm done fighting him, I'll have to check the Morning Star and see if Inferno increased its bleed build-up. Yeah, King Joker, because there's no way it's this fast in the base game. Honestly, it makes me really happy that the Morning Star got a buff in this mod, because it needed it. And the Morning Star is exactly a case of what I was talking about before, where the Reinforced Club does everything the Morning Star does, and it does it better in every way. The only thing about it that you might not like as much is the Reinforced Club has an automatic jump attack on its R2, which isn't treated by the game as an actual jump attack. Yeah, I am digging the 2-hit bleed proc here. That is nice. Alright, let's see. Ah, okay. Indeed, it now has 255 bleed. Which reminds me, actually, one of the things Inferno did was he changed around a bunch of the infusion paths so that now stuff like Divine and Occult are actually worth using. Occult now steals HP on hit, and Divine now regenerates your health. And I believe he ended up turning Raw into a bleed-based path. So if you infuse a weapon with Raw, you can just give it bleed. A name, I think what he might have done is messed around with the back-end values that govern bleed buildup rates. Because other stuff, other status ailments seem to have been buffed as well. Whoops, come on. Like, oh god. Nope, shotgun is still the way to go. And we got the shield, for whatever good that's gonna do us. Also, hang on a minute. Red Tearstone is not proccing. Did he decrease the... Yeah, Haretsu, I doubt you can upgrade the guns along those infusion paths, although real-life shotguns do have what are called fléchette rounds, where the casing is full of a bunch of bladed darts. They're a terrible idea and horrifically inhumane, but they do exist. And, oh, what is this? What do I spy with my lazy eye but a raid from our new friend Lirtzi? Hello, Lirtzi. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? And Happy New Year to you. Yeah, Dragon's Breath is maybe even worse, Order of Mystery, because that's basically just phosphorus rounds. But hello and welcome. Thank you all so much for stopping by. I imagine you were still working on Lirtzi's first playthrough of Dark Souls 2. How has that been going, Lirtzi? I know you finished DS1, which was what you were working on when we first raided you. What do you think about DS2 so far? Do you like it better, worse, the same? And welcome everyone coming in with the raid. My name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. And occasionally, I even play them well. Oh, Neonymphus, thank you so much for the gift sub to Lirtzi. I really appreciate that. Hello and welcome. How are you liking DS2? How's it going? So, I am playing Dark Souls 1 at the moment, and I am testing out a mod that another member of the Souls community, in fact, several other members of the Souls community made. This is InfernoPlus's Dark Souls Remastest mod. Hello, Kitty. Thank you so much for the resub. This is InfernoPlus's Dark Souls Remastest mod, and I will put a link to one of his videos detailing some of the content on this mod in chat for those who are interested. And I will also give everyone a link to the mod. And this mod adds many, many, many things to the game. And to me, it's one of the best things I could ever have asked for. It adds a really silly ring that lets you do a Super Mario jump. It changes around a bunch of spells and equipment to pretty much unequivocally make them better across the board. It does add Halo guns. Each of which has its own custom handmade animation and visual effects. And it adds a whole bunch of other neat stuff besides. He gave some weapons really cool skills. Like, your regular sorcerer staff is a viable weapon now. And he changed around a bunch of the spells so that they're now no longer just copy-pastes of each other. And they have a lot more utility and a lot more variety. And I will go so far as to say that I am extremely picky about what mods I play, because there are so few that impress me. Most of them I just don't find interesting. But this... This is the first mod for this game I've come across in the 12 years I've been a content creator. And the probably 10 or 11 years anyway that I've been playing Dark Souls for the benefit of the general public. That interested me enough, and with whose concept I felt enough, I don't know, enough personal synergy, enough excitement to be willing to give it a shot on stream. And so far it has not disappointed. Oh yes, let's not forget the grenades. Right. Let's go where there's a little bit better lighting for this. And the alien weapons, what are they called? The Convent or the Covenant. Their weapons have the sticky bomb. Which replaces your jump attack when you have a gun. Yeah, the Needler's in, there's a rocket launcher, I think there's a sniper rifle. There's just all sorts of ridiculous, unbelievably silly stuff. Oh, we haven't gone to put Oscar out of his misery yet, have we? We should go do that, and let me see if I can trigger Red Tearstone, because I feel like it should have procced by now. See if we can take just a little bit of fall damage and get that Red Tearstone active. Holy hell! Does Red Tearstone just not work? In this mod? How, Oh. Pfft. Okay. Maybe it just doesn't work. Yeah, it's all the same grenade, Conarius. It bounces. It bounces, and I believe it has like a 4-second fuse. So if we... Oh, whoops. That's not the correct grenade. Okay, not a 4-second fuse, but it has a very quick fuse, and it, it can either bounce or roll from the looks of it. In any case, yeah, that's just a little bit of what's in this mod. It actually, it has, if we head on over here, it has a bunch of the maps from Halo. It's got Chill Out, it's got Crossfire. Inferno added a game mode, which is basically capture the flag, but instead of a flag, it's a crystal lizard. And you run around with the crystal lizard on your head, and you have to bring it back to your base. There are a whole bunch of maps from Halo, actually. Prisoner, Blood Gulch. Blood Gulch, I think, is the original one. Meowtroid, I did. I explained the ring. There's a new ring he added that he calls the Squirrel Ring, which lets you jump like this. And then there's a spell he added, which is basically a jetpack, which I really want to try out. Huh. Zero the Fin, I wouldn't blame them if they are. It really is just, it's an excellent mod. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's not trying to win a Pulitzer Prize for rewriting the game's lore, which I appreciate, because if there's one thing I can't stand, it's fan lore for these games. Unsubstantiated, baseless fan theories and just the most asinine, made-up nonsense. And this mod doesn't attempt to do that. It just goes, hey, do you want to throw grenades and shoot guns in a Souls game? Here you go. I agree, Zero the Fin. It's exactly what Dark Souls 1 needed. More of this, please. I hope Elden Ring has shotguns. Oh, Conarius, don't even go there, man. I also really appreciate that Inferno has gone out of his way to make the weapons accurate, where, like, the shotgun actually has a spread. Of course, it is a little bit weird that when you run out of ammo, you're just given more. I don't mind, but I also wouldn't have minded if you had to buy it from an NPC. Well, Metagross, in a weird way, that's the brilliant part of this. I'm going to take that boulder so that I can trigger Red Tearstone, hopefully. Oh, no, it's not there anymore. Cool. And somebody did mention that it might not work with guns. That's a good point. Let's check. Let's proc Red Tearstone and see if it is in fact restricted to non-guns. Maybe not. No, it looks like Red Tearstone is just completely non-functional. Did its description change? Hang on. Boosts attack while HP is low. Hang on. $146. Does it just have to be like 1 HP? Yeah, Conarius, the ammo is jank, but I imagine he probably just did this as a convenience. Because... okay, we're at 12 HP, and Red Tearstone has not activated. I think it's just broken. Oh no, there it is! We had to take it off and put it on again. Okay, now it's working. Oh, okay, I see. But it looks like somebody in chat was right. Putting on a gun does disable it. I see. So it's meant so that you can't use Red Tearstone with guns to just cheese your way through everything. Well, on one hand, I understand that design decision. On the other hand, I'm disappointed. Wait, where the heck is Oscar? Oh, there he is. Oh! Okay. So I guess that's what was meant about his weapon having a new effect. But it didn't do that when I used it. Okay, so I guess actually Red Tearstone is not going to be any help with guns. The Astora Strait stored. Does not seem to have that effect. Does, oh, try it against a hollow. Okay, yeah, maybe. No? No? And no. Doesn't have it. One hand? Oh, it is only one-handed. I see. Well, that's disappointing. But cool at the same time. Let's see, 145 durability. It costs 15 durability. Very interesting. I wonder, hang on. I wonder if we can deflect firebombs with this. Let's give that a try. Oh, not like that, we can't. Ah! Oh, is it rebounding? It's rebounding. Okay, that's the problem. Alright, look. Okay, there we go. Aha! It does deflect firebombs. Ah. Very interesting. Yeah, I have enough, Venetia. It turns out, I guess, it's just one-handed. It's a one-handed thing only, apparently. Huh. Okay, well, now I know what that was all about. Damn shame about Red Tearstone, though. Okay, well, in that case, let's put away... We'll hang on to the Morning Star, actually, because... having a bleed weapon on hand would not be a bad thing. And also, I wanted to try out, because he changed around a bunch of the arrows as well. And we've got fire arrows, which I believe now have an AoE. So let's check those out, too. They do still have a durability cost, Bone, but... yeah, look at that. It's the Fireball AoE from the Pyromancy. That's actually kind of cool. I like that you don't have to hit dead on with these. And I wonder if... yeah, it does pretty much the full amount of damage from just the AoE. I really like that. That increases your tactical options significantly. Alright, and I think poison arrows might have gotten a buff as well. Let's go test that. Hello, Insom. Welcome. How good does the Uchigatana bleed? We would have to get our hands on one, and I'm not killing the undead merchant. But there's, I believe Shiva sells them. So let's go give that a try. Yeah, Drobberfawn, and he completely overhauled bows and crossbows in this mod so that they're now much better than they were in the original. And to be fair, they weren't great in the original. They were too slow, really, to use as a primary weapon, whereas with Inferno's overhaul in this mod, bows and crossbows are now completely viable as primary weapons. There have been a bunch of new ammo types added, which are really great. I really like the new ammo types. And it makes... See, Drobberfawn, I guess that's the core of it, right? Is this mod makes a whole variety of other build types that were not viable before more viable, or just viable at all. Yeah, poison now does 6 damage per tick instead of 4, and is way more potent. The build-up on it is way more potent, too. You wouldn't have been able to inflict it originally with any 2 poison arrows. Yeah, look at it. Poison is now actually useful. It's actually viable, and you don't have to sit around waiting for ages upon ages for it to actually do something. Probably Metagross. I used a skip with the squirrel ring so that I didn't have to spawn Hellkite. Oh, okay, but it looks like arrows don't stagger so well anymore. Which I guess is fine, right? Fair dues for all this additional power. But yeah, Drawber, the thing is, FromSoft is all about making builds less viable. And, you know, nerfing builds, nerfing weapons and items to the point where they're worthless, they're not worth using. Whereas what Inferno has done here is the opposite. He's made so much stuff viable. Well, there it is. We can make the jump, Venetia. There's your answer. He's made so many things viable. Later, loser! Oh god, that's silly. The just Super Mario jump right over his head. Okay. Oh, and that barely did any damage, actually, when he hit me with it. It was just... I had so little HP left. What? I just reloaded. Oh, that's right. I just reloaded, but I reloaded my poison arrows into my shotgun. No wonder it didn't work. He's gonna be dead before I... There we go. Before I even have a chance to blast him. Yeah, no fun soft, right, Drawber? So, my big issue with FromSoft design philosophy is they're all about taking fun away. Oh, did you find this cool setup that works really well and that uses synergies between a bunch of different items and equipment? FromSoft saw that and they were like, no, not allowed. It's too powerful and they nerfed it. Whereas what Inferno has done here is he's gone, hey, wouldn't it be great if there were about 20 times more fun stuff in Dark Souls 1? To which my answer is yes, it sure would. Alright. Well. If you don't enable it, Nox, you have to, and I probably should actually while I'm thinking of it, because there's an item you have to use in as a host in multiplayer to enable guns. They're off by default because he knew that there would be people who wouldn't want to use them. So if you are a host and you summon someone or you get invaded and you want everyone to be able to use guns, you just use this. And boom, guns are enabled in multiplayer. Venetia, homogenization to make sure all users experience bosses the same way. Well, to some extent, maybe. I don't think it's really about that, though. I think... It's more about... FromSoft is just terrified of anything being overpowered, and they don't want anyone having access to anything that is going to give them an easy clear through the game. I don't think they care so much about how people experience the bosses. They just want people to not skip the bosses. They want people to not bypass the bosses. And that's why they go so far out of their way to nerf things like the forest skip in Bloodborne, or things that let you just bypass massive portions of the game. Mind you, the forest skip in Bloodborne also caused a progression blocking bug, so in fairness, that was part of it with that particular example. But with FromSoft, it's really just more about they're terrified of... Oh god. I forgot. They're terrified of people being able to just button mash through the game. And I'm not even sure how much of that is FromSoft, because it's just as much possibly their publishers, Bandai Namco in particular, being desperate to preserve the reputation that the Souls games are hard. Because that reputation is a large part of why they gained their popularity. Well, Metagross, that's my point, is... I'll say it again, when everything is broken, nothing is. Everything is balanced. The easiest way to make sure your game is balanced, if it's a game like this, is to just make all the weapons overpowered. Make everything viable, so that everyone can pick whatever they want and play through the game with that, rather than feeling like they're gimping themselves unless they use the one weapon that's slightly less bad, slightly less garbage and inconvenient than all the others in its class that are all just basically copy-pastes of it. So that's why I adore this design philosophy, which, rather than making things that are good worse and making them less fun to use, it's about making things that are not good better and making them more fun to use. It's such a simple difference, and it seems so logical on the face of it, but there are so many developers that just can't seem to wrap their heads around this. And FromSoft is by no means the only one that's guilty of it. Yeah, Sunday, and I can't even begin to wrap my head around why stuff like that doesn't get nerfed, except that I don't think FromSoft understands how good that weapon is. Because there are a lot of cases like that, right? They nerfed miracles in Dark Souls 2, and they went on a whole nerfing spree of all kinds of other stuff. They nerfed a bunch of sorceries, but they left the most overpowered spell in the game, Climax. They left Climax capable of one-shotting a player character for 5,000 damage, which is more health than any player in that game can ever have. So my best guess as to why that's the case, Sunday afternoon, is that when FromSoft goes on their latest search for things to nerf, they only look at the statistics that their servers parse in terms of who's using what weapon and if there's a disproportionate number of people using a particular weapon or using a particular spell. Now, I don't know exactly what data FromSoft parses from their servers. I know they track things like the number of people who've died, and they also track the number of people who've died against specific bosses. They do track certain metrics related to player usage and player behavior and player activity, but I'm not 100% clear on the full list of things that they track. But it is clear that they track how many players are using particular weapons and how many are using particular items and that kind of thing. Because their nerfs have been very specifically targeted toward weapons that were being used by a disproportionately large number of the player base. In Dark Souls 2, it was Avalon, because people were dual-wielding them on a Havel build and just one-shotting everybody. And for a while, it was Santier's Spear, which did eventually get nerfed, if I remember correctly. Yeah, and that's exactly it, Venetia. In Dark Souls 3, they want very badly to force people into using quality builds and into leveling all their stats evenly, or at least all of their magic or their melee stats evenly. Because in order to get the most out of a build, even if you want to make a strength build and you make a weapon in DS3 a strength weapon, you're going to have to waste a bunch of points on dexterity anyway just to meet its usage requirements. And at that point, you're better off going quality and using the quality infusion and getting the extra attack power. So, like, Dark Souls 3 is very definitely designed around the idea of, yeah, if you're not using quality weapons and infusions, you're gimping yourself. Or if you're not leveling both your intelligence and your faith equally, you're gimping yourself, unless you're a sorcerer, and even then, there are certain setups that require you to spread your stats around between int, faith, and luck, of all things. So, they want their characters in Dark Souls 3 to be generalists. Whereas in the early games, it was much easier to be a specialist character. You could focus on one thing and do that one thing really well. Like in Dark Souls 1, if you wanted to be a pyromancer, you could go all in on magic damage buffs for your pyromancy, and you could do a glass cannon build like the one I used during my previous playthrough of this game, if you really wanted to maximize that. And then you would be basically walking on the razor's edge the whole game, where you'd... I think I want to go to Andre and upgrade my shotgun, maybe. You'd be doing enough damage to 2 or 3 shot bosses, but if you got sneezed on, you were dead. And I'm a big fan of that playstyle because it forces you to actually learn the boss patterns. But I'm not a fan of that playstyle in games that are designed for you to get hit, which is what Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3 are. And that's a different discussion entirely, but... what I really, really love is a game that is not so obsessed with balancing the spreadsheet that it goes out of its way to deprive you deliberately of all of the things that are fun. You know, I love it when a game says, yeah, you know what, that thing is a little overpowered, but sure, go ahead and use it, I won't stop you. Because guess what? That thing has a counter that is this other overpowered thing. And if you run into somebody who is a bad matchup for your overpowered thing, you might end up getting killed anyway. And in that way, it ends up balancing out, right? Where, you know, if everybody can pick whatever they want, and whatever they want is still viable, that's all you really need. Yeah, Venetia, I am not a fan of the spell charge system like they use in Dark Souls 1. And there are actually other mods for this game. I don't remember if it's Daughters of Ash or the Cinders mod. I know there's at least one of them that does actually replace spell charges in Dark Souls 1 with MP. And I wish Inferno had done that with this mod, although I certainly can't complain that he hasn't. You know, because he already did so many other cool things. Alright, you know what? Let's reinforce the shotgun. Because this is a weapon I see myself continuing to use. Well, Gid, but worst comes to worst. Yes, you can still have viability without being all overpowered, but overpowered is such a subjective thing, you know? Besides which, even if something is overpowered, it can still be balanced if there are counters to it, or if it's not, like, so overpowered that it is... Like, let me give you an example, Gid. That bug with the rifle spear in Bloodborne, where you could equip an arcane gem on the rifle spear, and the arcane damage from that gem was applied to every projectile in the spread shot from the rifle spear. So you could have an arcane rifle spear that you could walk up to a boss and you could spam the shotgun blast on the rifle spear and it would do 2,500 damage. That was unquestionably in need of a nerf, right? Oh, Torun, is that you? Did you change your username? Yeah, sorry, Torun. I took my eyes off the chat for a minute to focus on what redonkulous Halo gun I wanted to upgrade. You lost access to your old account. Oh no, you should contact Twitch, dude. That sucks. I am not ignoring you, Low Kitty. I've said Happy New Year to you like 3 times. Oh, actually, you know what else we should do? We should... No. The shotgun isn't actually doing fire damage. What's going on is the actual damage from the shotgun blast. This is calculated only with the physical portion of the weapon's damage. It works like the Chikage in Bloodborne, or like the Bloodletter, the mace, where in its non-transformed state, its damage is only using, it only calculates its damage using the physical portion, whereas in its transformed state, it calculates its damage only using the blood portion of its attack power. So that's what's going on here with the gun. It's using physical for the bullets, and fire for the grenades. Nobleman, don't you start that. I'm well aware, Torun, but I would have thought that somebody at Twitch support, after, you know, a week of non-responsiveness, would at least give you the time of day. Well, Torun, maybe you can have somebody hack your old account for you. People seem to be pretty good at that these days. Maybe that's the solution to your problem. Soostown, please go have some water and lie down and rest. Please, for goodness sake, Soostown, I'm getting worried. And Nobleman, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Alright, oh, we can't warp yet. You know, What if we went to... Actually, what if we went to level up? It sure would be cool if we could get some more stats and try out some of those new spells. And to you as well, Amateur. Thank you. And hello to your cat, Low Kitty. Thank you. Tell her purr back. I think maybe we go to the catacombs next. No, you definitely don't want to do that, Meowtroid. Please don't drink while you're sick. And don't dehydrate yourself. Actually, I might have been better served by saving some souls for the... What do you call it? The ring. You know what, though? Even before we go to the catacombs, there is something else I wanted to do. I wanted to check out some of those maps. The Halo maps that Inferno added. Because we should be able to get there. I don't see why they would be restricted. So let's go have an explore around the Halo maps. Let's go check that out. Ah, very nice, Low Kitty. Excellent. Lobby... Holy cow. Wow, okay. Map prisoner, game capture the lizard. Multiplayer lethal damage, multiplayer no lock-on, multiplayer free... What do these do? Wow. Place a red summon sign while in the arena lobby. Use this if you want to join another player's game lobby. Okay. Not usable anywhere else. Attract more invading players to join your game lobby. Use this if you want to be the host. Reduces defense and increases damage dealt. Intended to make gun combat faster paced and more like an actual third-person shooter. Disable lock-on with gun combat, so this is basically a no, get good, 360 no-scope, or die. Yeah, good call, Low Kitty. I've decided not to go out for New Year's either because I wanted to be here for all of you. Changes the current game to a free-for-all. Warning, this will disable scoring, so matches will no longer complete properly. Huh. Okay. Invade information. Generally, it's easier to be summoned into a match. Please read the summon information written in the other wall first. If a match is already in progress and the host is no longer in the lobby summoning players, you can instead join in progress by invading. To invade, all you need to do is stand in the white circle located in one of the corners of the room. God! Fascinating. Fascinating. Oh, okay, that's an invasion. Host information. Game... Oh, there's Miyazaki! Oh, Miyazaki is, he reinforces weapons and armor, and he acts like a bonfire. Because of course he does. Wait a minute, did somebody... You know, that's not a half-bad job modeling his face. Not a half-bad job at all. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, I mean... pretty good attempt. The real Miyazaki has fewer polygons. Okay, well, that's fascinating. Ah, Sir McSlushy, he hits back. I don't want to mess with him because I have a feeling he'll probably kick my ass. Let's see what the other arenas are. Oh, I see. It takes you to the same lobby every time. This is just a separate lobby map. Torun, I don't doubt that he will. In fact, I don't doubt that that's exactly what he'll do. I would not put it past him at all. Alright, well, I need some souls. Where could I go to get souls? I guess we could go fight Quelaag. As a matter of fact, I think that's what we'll do. We'll go fight Quelaag first.
Care to pay for a useful tip?
Ah, insufficient souls, huh? Okay, not nearly as much as I'd hoped. Alright. Oh, you know what? We could just go kill a couple of drakes. We've got a shotgun. What am I worried about? Well, Haretsu, I want to get his extra dialogue before I kill him. That's the thing. I was going to say we'll go do Blight Town, but if we do Blight Town, Lautrec is going to kill the Firekeeper and leave. Which is not what I need right now. Torun, apparently, the ammo for this shotgun is Dragon Slayer buckshot or something, because, well, just watch. Let's go find ourselves a Drake. Yeah, Slushy, the guns are really cool. I really appreciate the amount of time and effort that went into them. Because all of the animations are custom made from scratch. All the particle effects on the guns are made from scratch. Everything had to be made brand new because it didn't exist. I have to say, I do wish it were a little bit easier to see through the plasma particle effect on the plasma pistol, but... There we go. I am Torun. But I wanted to get that guy out of the way first. We need one more kill. And for that kill... Well, there he goes. Bye! Thanks for the souls, idiot. Is that in there enough for you, Torun? Also, I thought I rested at Firelink, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, it did deal a lot of damage. All of the projectiles have to land, but... Item dupe materials, Venetia? Are you talking about consumables? Because I have a feeling it might not be possible in this mod. Demon Titanite. Not off the top of my head, no. Is there a specific way to do that? I mean, I guess there must be if you're asking. Well, there's that too, Slushy. I mean, this is a PC version of the game. So if I were that desperate for materials, I could, Oh, and of course, freaking Lautrec isn't here now. If I were that desperate for materials, I could pay a visit to the magic cupboard, or perhaps a friendly phantom would show up and drop 99 of them for me. There he is.
Ah. A wise choice indeed. Maiden Thurland and her followers recently arrived in this land, but she became stranded deep below the catacombs.
Thanks, Lautrec.
If you have...
I wonder if we could go talk to Petrus.
Oh, have you spoken with Sir Lautrec? Splendid.
Aha!
In the depths of the catacombs, her two companions are no longer right now.
We're gonna have to come back for his stuff later.
Come again.
But alright, we got what we needed from Lautrec. And I think if we... There we go. Let's get this dark sign out of the way. Okay, that's fine. And you can't be blamed for that at all, Torun. I usually kill him as soon as I've rescued Rhea, or even before. Quantity storage, Venetia. Oh, I think I have seen this, actually, now that I look at the article. Okay, yeah, this does ring a bell. I am pretty sure I've seen this. Well, that's interesting. Oh god! That was literally all of chat. Yeah, Torun, I'm here. But I guess everybody else has gone to sleep. Yeah, Venetia, I appreciate that, but I don't think we're anywhere near at that point yet. Let's see. Oh, he still doesn't want to give us the dialogue about, what do you call it? Oh, now there are sirens. Hang on. Sorry about that. I had to mute my microphone because there are sirens going by, which is not an uncommon occurrence on New Year's Eve here. There's already somebody, or there's always somebody, rather, who parties a little too hard. Is it the Fun Police, Toru? No, that would be FromSoft. That would be FromSoft here to ban me for modding more fun into the game. Actually, we might be able to... We might be able to use the squirrel ring to... Ah. See, that's what I mean about you have to time and position your shots carefully with the guns. We might be able to use the squirrel ring to skip far enough into Izalith that we could get the... we could gain access to the Titanite demon down there and farm him. Oh, thanks for the free headshots. Oh, or not. Okay, cool. Yeah, Torun, it's a new ring that was added in this mod. This thing. And what it does is it turns your jump into this. Barrel of laughs. Ah, Mantis Man, you got here just a moment too late. For the one time this entire year where you had an actual opportunity to be a mod. Welcome back, Mantis Man. It's good to see you. No worries, it was just one of those boring old bots. Nothing interesting. Oh, you know what? There we go. Let's actually... Where is that jerk? There he is. I have to say, I do quite like the plasma pistol. Just blasting it, 7-4E. Oh, and almost getting mine blasted with that blow dart. Oh dear. Okay. The problem here is the light generated by my character is blinding me. Ah, there he is. Okay. Aha! You know, this isn't exactly how you would play an FPS game, I realize, but with all these corners and whatnot, it really doesn't feel that far off, honestly. I forgot about somebody over there in the corner, apparently. There he is. No? How the... Ah! No, that's not him either. I would not turn down a sniper rifle, Torun. Yeah, somebody with a... There he is. Okay, he was the guy in the other corner. There we go. And that should be the last of them. And Melkor, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. 7-4E, that I don't know. I don't know the actual locations of the guns. Although, if I'm about to walk past one, I certainly don't mind if chat yells at me. Melkor, this is indeed a plasma pistol, yes. I also have a shotgun. And a magnum. I would hope I would notice if you yelled at me, Low Kitty. You guys, you always manage to catch me the moment that I take my eyes off of chat for 10 seconds. to focus on upgrading a weapon or something, or to ban a bot. Well, Kitty, you're not far off. These are Halo guns. Well, 7-4, you would need to have played this mod in order to know where the guns are anyway, so whether you have or not is a somewhat significant factor. Unrelated, but Ash Lake is pretty nice this time of year. Gee, I wonder if that was a hint to go to Ash Lake to get a gun. Wow. Look at this. Honestly, that's probably mostly because of, or entirely because of DS Fix. I tell you what, cleaning out this swamp, I would definitely want a shotgun. I don't think a sword would cut it for this. Melkor, I believe there is. Yeah, Calvin No One, I think he said there was a gun in every zone. What do you mean? Oh, I am out of ammo. When did I run out of ammo? Okay, hang on. There we go, see? So I have to, I guess, enable it every time. Alright. Well, we got some souls. That'll go a fairly long way toward the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring. No, we were Haretsu. I just, for some reason, I thought that I had already used the thing that lets you enable guns online, and apparently I hadn't. Alright, well, that bonfire can stay unlit for now. Which sound effect was from Demon Souls, Venetia? Because there are a lot of sound effects that were used in Demon Souls that have continually been reused for the entirety of the series. Hey, Golthrax! Yeah, Metagross, but you can't kill somebody with a sword at 80 yards. The Phantom sounds? 7-4? Yeah, I mean, again, this game has a ton of sounds and other assets that were carried over from Demon Souls. That royalty-free pot-breaking sound effect has made it all the way from Demon Souls to, I'm pretty sure I heard it in the Elden Ring network test. So, FromSoft is not a company to... Oh, they even changed the signs to be blue now. Huh. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, Gulthrax. Alright, well... Poor Quelaag. That's going to be the lava spit, but that's fine. Because if you hit the human portion of her, it will instantly stun lock her. And I'll tell you what, with these guns, it is now easier than ever. Who would have thought all you needed to beat this boss was a shotgun? Try headshots. I did it. Imminent grief. Freaking incredible. Yeah, Melkor, get this mod. And in fact, everybody, if you like Dark Souls and you want something to help make Dark Souls new and fresh for you, get this mod. If you enjoy PvP in Dark Souls and you want to do a 16-person deathmatch in Blood Gulch from Halo, get this mod. No, it's not complicated at all, Frostbite. You just download the mod and it has an auto-installer. And you just tell it the directory of your Dark Souls installation folder, and then you tell it the location of your Dark Souls.exe game file. Oh, whoops. Well, I guess I'm walking back out. I totally wasn't thinking. But yeah, and then Frostbite, if you have any issues getting your controller to work, you just open the Steam overlay while the game is running, and you activate the gamepad setting for your controller. Now, there is something I want to try. Once we get Great Chaos Fireball...
Are you prepared? There is no time. There is nothing to do. There is nothing you...
Oh, he doesn't want to teach me pyromancy until I've gotten my head eaten by a worm. Actually, we should go to the depths and talk to Laurentius then, so that we can get a pyromancy flame with which to cast this. Yeah, Frostbite, this is just great fun. No, Venetia, we need to find a skip for the shortcut because the yellow fog barrier is still going to be there now. If we go to the shortcut now, we're not going to be able to even get to the door to open it. We would need to place the Lord vessel first. What I am going to do while we're here, though, is I am going to kill Ceaseless Discharge. Because I need the souls. I'm trying to figure out if there's any way... I don't think there is. Just because of the way this place is laid out geographically, I don't think there's a skip I could do to get past the yellow fog and... Yeah, see, there it is. No, Faustism, but if you're willing to share that information with me, I am very interested in it. Because that spell might be... even that spell might not be enough for the shortcut down here. Oh, that's a good question, Haretsu. If we could snipe Ceaseless from outside the fog if we had a sniper rifle. It's possible we could. But we could test that just as easily on the Iron Golem as long as the sniper rifle isn't encountered in Anor Londo. Or, you know, acquired in Anor Londo. Oh, Ingward has it. Okay, well, I guess we could conceivably go get that. Gulthrax, were you here when we met Miyazaki? Fire Sage Skip. There's a rockworm on the right side after walking down the long... Okay, yes, I know where that one is. Stand between it and the corner in the wall behind it. Need to attack the worm as it does its grab attack. Ah. Honestly, Venetia, this looks more complicated than I feel like trying to pull off. This is something that I would need practice to do. All right. Well, let's see if we can knock him off the cliff with a gun. Be kind of nice if I had the covetous silver serpent ring and a symbol of avarice for this, but we'll make do. Sorry, bro. Nothing personal. And there we go. For anybody who is wondering, I have a supplementary mod installed with DS Fix that decreases the brightness of the lava. Because in the original Prepared to Die edition, and in fact in the original console versions of the game, the lava was blinding. Fortunately, some kind soul decided to make a mod to decrease the brightness of the lava. So here we are. I wonder if we could jump over the lava with the squirrel ring. Well, I'm not about to find out with this many souls on me. And actually, I think we're better off rescuing Laurentius to get a pyromancy flame than we are going to the trouble of getting one from Engi. Neon orange jello with extra bloom, indeed, Venetia. Honestly, Venetia, if somebody served me a bowl of jello that looked like the lava from the original version of Dark Souls 1, I don't know whether I would be all over that or whether I would run away in fear. I feel like I would be torn between both of those responses. Huh. And that message said, amazing ring ahead. Very clever. Well, off we go. Actually, while we're here, if anybody in chat happens to know the location of the gun in Blighttown, if there is one in Blighttown, feel free to throw that in chat, because it would be nice not to have to make an extra trip. Happy New Year to you as well, Night Sprite. Thank you. Oh, that's a soul over there, I think. We should go get that. No, it's a large Titanite shard. Ah! I thought I was going to get him first. There we go. Time to reload. Where is he? Pardon me. Oh, there he is. Hey. Oh, come on. I threw the grenade at him. It bounced off his head and went straight up. Oh, a pickaxe. Great. So I guess the grenades, they don't have that much weight. Oh, bloody hell, Order of Mystery, so I'm gonna have to go in through the depths anyway. Okay, well, thanks for the info. The little pistol whip with the butt of the shotgun apparently is enough to kill these mosquitoes. Well, that's actually pretty handy. There's the soul I was thinking of. Okay, those guys take one shot. Got it. Okay, well... that'll do. Oh, jeez. Frag out! Oh, but it didn't hit the one I wanted to hit. Oh, and I'm being hit by that blow dart guy, too, while I'm at it. Oh, poison and toxic. Fan-freaking-tastic. Alright, the bonfire will have to save me now. There we go. You got stuck out of bounds in Anne Orlando, Noxeterna? How? With the squirrel ring? Alright, what I want from here is the Wanderer's attire set. And we're going to reload before that, because... Hello, Shut Up and Pick. Welcome. Sheesh. Okay. Now we're clear. Mostly. Now we gotta go get rid of that blow dart jerk. Oh, nice, Nox! That's what we call a bonus. Oh, goodness sake. And not even the correct moss clump for the job. That's fine. That's what I came here for, and as for the rest, we are out. You can always use a homeward bone, Nox. We might as well spend this humanity, in fact, while we're at it. And let's see if the Wanderer set is, any better fashion. I mean, it's not bad. This kind of gives the impression of, undercover assassin. We'll give this a try. Hey, Quasar, welcome! Alright, what can we stash? Actually, we did pick a couple of new weapons. Let's see if... Oh, we don't have the strength. Blast it. Oh, okay, and with the falchion, the new move is the Dark Souls 2 fancy parry. French resistance force with a range? Yeah, maybe, Venetia. Okay, well, that's not nearly as impressive as I'd hoped. I probably should carry a regular weapon on me. How many IDs you've declined? You rejected 8 fake IDs and you're not even halfway through your shift. Quasar, where the hell do you work? A liquor store? Okay, those guys take 5 shots with the Magnum and 1 with the shotgun. Oh no, now I got a bug stuck to me. A retail pharmacy, Quasar. Jeez. Well, I guess there's probably no question about what people are trying to use those fake IDs to buy. Everyone wants alcohol on New Year's Eve, huh? Quasar, in that case, it sounds like... Well, I mean, I guess there are only certain kinds of people of a certain age range who would be trying to use fake IDs in the first place, and that would be people who are too young to have real IDs. Which explains why they're not bothered by the fact that you only have the worst kinds of crappy alcohol. Because people that age, at least in my experience, when they drink... They don't have any idea of what's good or what isn't. They just drink to get drunk. That's how it was at my high school, anyway. Boy, I don't miss that. That's a good point too, Venetia. What's missing from the later Souls games is humor like the dog that operates the elevator. Yeah. Venetia, I think it was easier for them to get away with that in the earlier games because they didn't have quite such a crushing weight of expectation on them from their publishers and from the community. Yeah, Quasar, the policy of carding everyone regardless of appearance is pretty much universal now, isn't it? Yeah, it pretty much is around here too, Quasar. Oh yeah, Sunday. The Elden Ring pot, I have a feeling, might end up being their mascot. Like, the cover art on the box for Dark Souls 1 is Artorias. For Dark Souls 2, it's the Faram Knight. For Dark Souls 3, it's the Soul of Cinder. And for Elden Ring, watch it just be the pot. Jar Souls. Yeah, Quasar, that's standard procedure now, is just to card everywhere. I think most places have individual rules per establishment that require it. And I think in some countries, or some parts of some countries, it might actually be state or federal law. I don't know. I don't drink alcohol at all, ever, for any reason. And I almost never cook with it either, even, so I never really had any reason to investigate those sorts of things. Well, Venetia, it's funny you say you would make the mascot of Demon Souls the Adjudicator, because quite a lot of the concept art for Demon Souls seems to depict the Adjudicator very prominently. I think somebody at FromSoft must have really liked his design. Because you get more lore on the Adjudicator than you do on most of the other bosses in that game. Like, the Adjudicator has an entire shield with a painting of him on it, and a whole bunch of lore in the shield's description. And then the items and the environmental context of that boss room where you fight him. There's just a ton of stuff in there. Yeah, you know, I honestly can't decide whether I like the Wanderer's outfit or the Thief's outfit better for... Red! Red, hello! How are you? How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Red, check out my shotgun build in Dark Souls. Guys, avail yourselves of a follow. Of my very good friend CallMeRed10. Head on over and follow her at twitch.tv/callmered10. And check her out. She is one of the most energetic and just friendliest and I think it would almost go so far as to say hyperactive, but that's part of her charm. That's one of the reasons I like her, is hanging out with her makes me feel almost young again. Check her out. That's one of the best things you'll do for yourselves this new year. Thank you so much for the raid, Red. It's great to see you. I have a shotgun because this is InfernoPlus's Dark Souls Remastest mod, which introduces a wide variety of really interesting changes to the game, including, but not limited to, Halo guns, such as this Magnum, and this plasma pistol, and even this submachine gun. The Mortal Kombat mod, Jin, no, I know of it, or I've heard of it, but I haven't played it myself, no. Yeah, Red, this is just hilarious. I love it. There's a ring that turns your jump into this. So if you want to do sick skips and other cool stuff, you can. Apparently we need to pay Ingward a visit, though, because he has a spell that I really want to try. Ah, Red! I'm impressed. I thought you were a little bit too young to remember Moon Shoes. All right. Let's switch back to... You know what? We'll use the SMG for now, and... You remember the commercials. Okay. Because they were banned at my elementary school as a safety hazard, which was probably the correct choice. Ah, come on. And so nobody was allowed to actually wear them to school. It ended up being the same thing with Heelys. When Heelys came out, they were immediately banned at school. Well, Red, I think with the Moon Shoes, the teachers were afraid that the kids would be Goomba stomping each other, I guess. Or that they would hit their heads on the ceilings or something because they suddenly had the ability to Mario jump. I don't know. I'm not entirely clear on what the worry was with the Moon Shoes. Heelys, the safety hazard is a little more understandable because if you slip on those things, it can be really problematic. Oh, there go more sirens. Let me just mute for a moment. Bear with me. No, in seriousness, I think the actual issue with the Moon Shoes was that they consisted of basically an inner shoe and an outer shoe that were connected to each other by, I believe, rubber bands, I think, or springs or something like that. And I think the worry that the adults had was that that kids were going to trip because the inner shoe would somehow get caught on the outer shoe or something like that, and that it would hamper their coordination or something. Yeah, Heelys are absolutely more dangerous, Jin. Heelys on stairs is a recipe for cracked skulls. So that one I understood. Anyway, Red, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing, Red? It's so great to see you. I'm so happy you decided to stop in and grace us with your presence and your smiling face, even though we can't see it because you're in chat. What am I trying to do here? Ah! I remember what I'm trying to do. I need a little bit more attunement so that we get the 4th attunement slot, because Chaos Fireball has been significantly upgraded in this version of the game, and I want to try it out, but it costs 4 attunement slots. No problem, Jin. Go make stuff. Thank you very much for dropping in with the raid. It's good to see you, too. And, I think we're going to go buy the Bellowing Dragon Crest ring here. I wonder if Power Within affects guns, since Inferno clearly went out of his way to make it so that the Red Tearstone ring does not. Oh, you're heading out, Red. Thank you so much for stopping in, and Happy New Year to you once again. Please stay safe, Red. I imagine you're probably going to spend it at home anyway, like the sane, sensible person that I know you are. And, Red, you have a great New Year's. Go relax, go have fun, and I will catch you the next time our paths cross. Thank you so much again. It's great to see you. Hello, Undead Medic. Welcome. Oh, blood bullets. Order of Mystery. Wouldn't that have been a trip if he decided for no reason at all to add blood bullets to this game, even though you already get infinite bullets? Yeah, Venetia, and I'm still planning on doing that. I'm just trying to decide whether it makes more sense to do that first, or to go get Soul Vault from Ingward. But I guess it's probably...
Myself.
It probably makes more sense to go rescue Laurentius, because we've beaten Capra already. Oh, and I did want to try Heavy Soul Arrow, because I think he changed the way that works, too. We'll buy everything except Soul Shield, because Soul Shield is doo-doo. And then we'll buy the rings.
All right.
And then I guess we will... Oh, right, we can't change equipment here. Alright, so I guess we'll just go to the depths and deal with Laurentius. Ah. So, the problem of queued inputs on your attacks, which has always existed in the Souls games, apparently still exists for guns. So you have to be careful. Venetia, it was the bonfire at Andre. Because you better believe I'm not walking all the way back up here from Blighttown again. Irv! Irv, how are you doing? It's so good to see you! Thank you so much for stopping in. I haven't seen you in ages, Irvin. How are you doing? There is another fine and handsome young gentleman in chat here who needs a shout-out. Do yourselves yet another favor for the holidays this year and go follow my friend Messy Ness over at twitch.tv/messiness. Check him out. He is just... He's too pure for words, this boy. Sometimes I worry that he's too pure to even exist. And yet somehow he does. So do yourselves a favor and go follow him. Thank you so much for dropping by, Irv. How are you doing? Yeah, we've all been busy. The end of the year is a busy time. It's great to see you, man. Are you well? Are you feeling any better? The last we spoke, it sounded like you were, under the weather. Are you doing okay? I really appreciate you dropping by. You didn't raid me, did you? I didn't miss a raid, I hope. Or did you come in with red? Nothing is pure except Bladestone. Venetia, Bladestone isn't the only pure thing that exists. And the only thing pure about Bladestone, frankly, is that it's pure misery. you doing, Irv? Are you feeling any better? Have you recovered? Doing okay, just some obstacles? Well, I hope those obstacles aren't getting in your way too horribly. I hope that, for the most part, things are okay. Oh, I was supposed to save up for the shadow set. Oh, well. I'll come back. Again. Yeah, Torun. I'm guessing you've got the kind of beef ribs that have barbecue sauce slathered all over them, so yeah, they'll be a mess. Yep, with barbecue sauce, it's always messy. Maybe that's why Irvin is here. Maybe that's why you summoned him. He does go by Messy Ness. Maybe he knew you were eating beef ribs covered with barbecue sauce. For now, things are okay. I'm glad to hear that, Irv. Listen, Irv, if you need anything, if there's anything I can do, you've got my info on Discord. You know where to find me. You have plans for the direction of your life for New Year's. I'm so glad to hear that. That's awesome. I'm really happy for you, man. It's good to have plans. Oh, right. The stupid collision down here is... You might have accidentally summoned Irv, Torun. Tell you what, nothing makes you feel like a soldier than mowing down hollows on full auto. Well, I mean it, Irv. I'm not just saying that. If there's anything I can do, really, message me. Oh, hello. The pistol whip. Oh. Oh, and there's more ammo, because I ran out. Yeah, this gun does really chew through it. Venetia, you make a very good point. It does feel very much like Resident Evil playing through the depths with this gun. Then again, any of these, like the shotgun, too, it feels like Resident Evil. Especially now, because I'm about to fight the Tyrant, or the equivalent thereof. Better make sure I'm all topped up. Full auto hollow sounds like an anime. Yeah, I suppose it does, Torun. Wait, where'd she go? There's that dog. Maybe we can get rid of him. Sure can. Oh, you know what, Gulthrax? You're absolutely right. The butchers are the chainsaw guys from RE4. I don't know why that didn't occur to me, but you're totally spot on. There they are. Okay. Oh, well. Sure. Fine. Ah! Get out of here, dog. Uh-oh. I tell you what defeats a FromSoft dog like nothing else is a pillar. Or really any kind of collision. Alright, let's go deal with Laurentius, and then I guess we might as well... We might as well go fight Gaping Dragon and finish off the depths so that we can go get that gun in Blighttown.
You. Yes, you.
Alright, Laurentius, hang on. Bear with me a minute. That's good advice in just about any Resident Evil type game, Torun, yes. Ah. I think I'll be leaving now. Pardon me. Did she forget about me? Oh no, she just can't get in here, I guess. I could have sworn she's followed me in there before. Well, there's the sack. Honestly, if I'm going to be walking around with a shotgun, I probably should put on the sack, because it's by far the most appropriate. There you go, Laurentius. I'm expecting good pyromancies from you. Well, Venetia Silver, that or... Oh, the cubby under the stairs near the rats. Okay, Order of Mystery. Thank you. It didn't even occur to me that there would be a separate gun in the depths. But it is technically a distinct area from Blighttown. Alright. How effective are guns against slimes? Surprisingly so! Far more so than I would have thought. But then again, guns don't have an assigned attack type. So, their lack of attack type probably means... And in fact, I'm certain that it means they're not going to be subject to... any type defenses, but rather only to raw physical damage. Yeah, because you wouldn't be doing this kind of damage to these slimes at this point in the game with a regular weapon. I tell you what, though, now it feels like Resident Evil, wandering through the sewers with a shotgun. This is the action horror game we've all been waiting for and never knew we needed. Also, I wonder... Oh, we can shoot him through the bars. Sushi Bandit, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Yeah, that's gonna save you. Oh, but me running out of ammo might. Bye. Honestly, what am I doing? I should have just gone down the garbage chute. Because that rat will have dropped some humanity. How are you doing, Sushi Bandit? I hope all is well. Happy New Year to you. Right. There we go. And... Ah! Oh, Sushi, I'm so sorry. You're vaccinated, at least, Sushi, I hope. Then again, you must be, because you're still on a tour of duty, are you not? In fact, I believe you're still stationed here in Europe, if memory serves. Vaccinate. Well, you know what, though, Sushi? At least, since you're vaccinated, hopefully it will help minimize your symptoms and ensure that they're not as severe. I imagine you must have caught the Omicron variant then, Sushi. But either way, my heart goes out to you. I'm really, really sorry to hear that. And you have my sincerest wishes for your speedy recovery. You have no clue. Well, you could take a COVID test. They might be able to tell you what variant you have. I'm glad you were able to drop by, Sushi, and you came by at a perfect time. Because now you get to see my shotgun build in Dark Souls. Ah. Funny you say it looks cursed, Sushi, because that's exactly how the modder who made this mod describes it. But he also put a ton of time and work into it, and it plays really well, like astonishingly well. Weapon ahead, okay. Well, let's see what we've got. An assault rifle. Perfect. Just what I was hoping for. Alright, let's reload the shotgun first, because, Oh, Sushi, InfernoPlus, the guy who made this mod, put in a ridiculous amount of time, like months, of making the animations by hand. Custom animations, custom particle effects. Alright, let's see. Oh, I do like it. Oh, and I forgot that there was a rat. Look at that. Everything has a custom reload. What? Oh. Oh, because freaking Kirk invaded, so I have to... I forgot that when an NPC invades, I guess it takes off all your ammunition. Right, let's try that again. Hi, Kirk. Look at him trying to parry bullets. What an idiot. They don't have any scaling, Sushi Bandit. They rely solely on base damage. Yeah, come on. I got your number. I have to say, this is a fun gun. His AI sure doesn't know how to handle it. God, that was silly. His number is 556, yeah. Yep, I guess it is. Ah, yes, Messiness, it is. In fact, it is possible to play it both on the original Prepare to Die edition of the game and in the remaster. Gulthrax, it appears you get 2. So if we... Yeah, you get 2 before the cool... Oh, right. I forgot about this. There we go. I've upgraded the shotgun, though, so the other guns will probably struggle to compete with its damage for a while. Oh, no Domhnall. He must have already moved up. Okay. Oh, you think the assault rifle from Halo uses 7.62, Sushi? It's possible. I mean, the amount of damage it was doing was a little more consistent with 5.56, but maybe once it's upgraded, my opinion will be more that it's 12.7 millimeter. If I could contrast the SMG and the assault rifle, Venetia, the SMG absolutely has a higher rate of fire, but it also has much wider spread. The assault rifle is slightly slower to fire, and it's much, much more accurate. Like, vastly more accurate. Ah. Okay, let's kindle this. Oh, and for whatever reason, it looks like the assault rifle cannot deal headshot damage. Which is silly, but okay. The shotgun in Halo is 8 gauge, amateur? Jesus. You're basically just firing 40 millimeter grenades at that point. Honestly, Bane, it takes nothing to install this. And I don't even have to go up there to deal with the channeler. Later, loser. Bane, the installation process is really easy, and it comes with a README in the download that gives you instructions. He even went out of his way to create an automatic installer package that you can use. You just have to point it to the Dark Souls root directory where your Dark Souls game is installed, and it will do the rest. Oh, there's Solaire. There's the heavy crossbow. I don't know if I'm going to be using that since, you know, we have guns. Sushi Bandit, this is both very stupid and very fun. And I'll tell you what, if you liked Halo, then you'll probably really enjoy this, because this mod has its own servers using Wolf's connectivity mod for Dark Souls. It has its own servers, and they have their own Discord where they coordinate multiplayer, and you can do 16-person with 8-person team death matches on Halo maps in this mod. Yeah, I know. And he added an Among Us mode where you get 4 people in a session and you basically play Among Us and you have to figure out who's the traitor. Yeah, Order of Mystery, they are literally the original maps, just ported into the Dark Souls engine and given collision. Sushi, let me give you a link to one of the videos he did. Kentashiro, some people just really love memes. How do you come up with an idea like this? You just have a soul made of memes. And a hell of a lot of talent at coding, which Inferno clearly has. Happy New Year to you as well, Tender Rabbits. Thank you. Well, those too, Zyrek. I'm not familiar with any of those. I've only ever played Among Us, and I only actually played it the once when Pat invited me to stream it with him. Alright, let's get a tail cut with a shotgun. Okay, maybe not. There we go. Please get this notification off my screen. There we go. Honestly, Venetia, I would love to see Lobos do a speedrun of this mod. I imagine he would do it great justice. Ah, and I missed my chance to shoot his head. Maybe I can bait that attack again. Come on, lean over. Or lean back. Oh yeah, I should, Gulthrax. You're absolutely right. Oh, now he's going to do the vomit. So actually now is the best time to frag him. Chew on this! I don't think it did much damage to him, if any. No, okay, it did a decent amount. But I got trapped in a corner. Ah, well, round 2 is going to be fun. I know, I should have thrown it right into his mouth, Gulthrax. Boy, I tell you what. Playing with the Marine stats. Sushi Bandit, was that a dig at the Marine Corps? No, Oh, it's a dig at the Halo Marines, I see. Yeah, Logan, this is a fantastic mod. I love this. This is great fun. Next game, Doom and Doom Eternal. Yeah, right, Venetia. I'll be honest, this is actually a more enjoyable third-person shooter than Fallout 4 was. And who would have thought that Dark Souls could turn into a third-person shooter with a better story than Fallout 4? But here we are. I love how the head just kind of janks around. Gaping Dragon's head is the closest this game ever got to cloth physics. Also, I wasn't paying enough attention there, clearly. Another bonfire needs your help. I'll mark it on your map. Oh, God, Logan. Just the tedium of Fallout 4. The utter tedium of that game. Fallout New Vegas was also a better Fallout 4 than Fallout 4 Undead Medic. You got me there. Yeah, Sushi Bandit, I am playing with online mode enabled. You do need to use Wolf's connectivity mod in order to make online work with this mod, but it comes packaged with Remastest. And it's very easy. You just open it up before you run the game. Oh, Sushi Bandit, watch InfernoPlus's videos on his YouTube page, and you'll see how hilarious they are. He's got a couple of example PvP sessions that he did in this mod, and there's something else, I'll tell you what. And honestly, the way that the boss fights in this game change when you do them with guns is unlike either fighting these bosses with melee or fighting them with the ranged weapons that already existed in these games, like the bows and crossbows. Okay, now we can get the frag. There you go. Here's a nice snack for you. Look at that! Who would have guessed the most effective weapon against a dragon would be an 8-gauge shotgun? But then again, if I were going to fight a dragon with a shotgun, I would want at least 8-gauge. Maybe even a 6-gauge. Although, I mean, at the point at which you're talking about a 6-gauge shotgun, that's basically a man-portable grenade launcher, really. Sushi, I don't have enough equip burden for the Grass Crest shield. And it didn't occur to me to go get the Chloranthy ring, although it probably should have. Because shooting a gun does cost stamina. But I mean, that's fair, because if it didn't cost stamina, then it would be free and you could spam it, and that would be really dumb. Ah, Pelnia, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you. Venetia, Havel's ring might well be in that treasure chest at Firelink. You know, Logan, that's entirely fair. Stamina, the stamina cost could very well just be from the recoil of an 8-gauge shotgun. I can't even fight you. Oh, very nice, Lokitty. Did you just post a picture? No, you didn't, but it looks like... Ah, very good. Good choice, Lokitty. Stake it. Oh, there he goes. No. There he goes. Those guys are very tough, but they're not the brightest. Ah, well, I'd very much like to see it, Lokitty. Man. Yeah, I keep forgetting that with the shotgun, I really have to aim for center mass. Because headshots with it are not very effective outside point-blank range, and if you're at point-blank range trying to headshot an enemy with a shotgun, you messed up. Is this the New York sewer simulator you keep hearing about? Well, possibly, Undead Medic. I've never been into the sewers of New York, but I've heard all sorts of things. Dead-end platform near the beginning with the humanity on it. Okay. Actually, I'll hang on to that broken straight sword so that I can show everyone who's just arrived some of the changes that were made. And also, where is that blow dart guy? I think he's down here. Oh no, he's over there on the other side of that wall. That's where he is. Oh god, Logan, could you imagine VATS in a game like this? Yeah, I don't doubt his ability to either. That guy's gonna climb up. Oh, okay. Somebody else found me. Alright, I think I'm safe. I think that's everybody in the immediate vicinity. Let's see, Lokitty. Sushi Bandit, it really... The more I delve down into the doo-doo levels, like the sewers, it really does start to feel like Resident Evil with this set of weapons. Oh, very nice, Lokitty. Very nice indeed. Looks like the steak came out just right, and it looks like you've got some nice potatoes there to go along with it. Very nice New Year's dinner, Lokitty. Very good indeed. I still have to go do some grocery shopping. I'm running on pretty much an empty refrigerator at this point. But trying to go buy groceries on New Year's was not exactly my idea of a good time. So I'm going to wait a day or two and use up my last couple of frozen pizzas. Benicia, there already is one. Remember, Master Chief is the one who dropped us the corpse with the key at the beginning of the game. There's already a suit of Master Chief armor. Yeah, Irv, I learned very, very early in life that the worst time to go grocery shopping is on a national holiday. No, Oscar is still there, Sushi Bandit, but in the opening cutscene where you load into the undead asylum, Master Chief is the one who drops the corpse down into your cage. And then when you go to get your Estus flask and the key to the asylum, it's still Oscar. So they're both there. Alright, that's the Iaito. So the spot where the weapon is... Yeah, Sunday afternoon. If you weren't here at the beginning, you can go back and watch the start of the VOD. Or actually, I think it's like an hour and a half into the VOD because of the fact that we took the first part of the VOD to watch... Well, okay, that I'll take that. We took the first part of the VOD to watch a couple of InfernoPlus's videos explaining some of what's in the mod. Oh, 3 messages in a row. That must be it. Ah! Did we make it? Did we quit in time? Let's find out. We sure did. Okay, we might be dead. Speedrun strat indeed, Sushi. The question is... No, we're dead. There's no recovering from this. I'm trying to roll, Venetia. But I can't. I'm not on solid enough ground. Those reflexes Sunday afternoon were honed over the last 11 years. Yeah, I don't even have time to roll. I load in midair. Oh, well. I know where to go now, at least. And it's not going to be terribly difficult to get down there because the enemies on the way I can just run past, since they will have to chase me over a pit. Well, Venetia, it's certainly muscle memory as well as reflexes. But if I didn't have the reflexes, if all I had was the muscle memory, I wouldn't be able to pull it off. At any rate, it's a relatively quick run back down there. As long as I don't get a slime on my head. There we go. Cool guys skip ladders. If they do what for Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne, Sushi Bandit? Add guns? No way in hell. FromSoft's dev team doesn't... Oh, okay, well... FromSoft's dev team doesn't want people to have fun. They want people to have a balanced experience exactly as they envision it. And if you try to change the experience in any way to make it more fun, you get banned. Because you're modifying the content without FromSoft's permission. And they and their publishers, Bandai Namco and Sony and Activision, they know better than you do. And they're the ones who reserve the sole exclusive right to determine what kind of experience you have in the Souls games. Because you're just a dumb end user, and they know best. I wonder what Hidetaka Miyazaki would say if you were to sit him down and hand him the controller and let him play this mod. I wonder how he would react. Sushi Bandit, you're exactly right. That is how we ended up with co-op only invasions for Elden Ring, where you can't invade anybody who doesn't already have a phantom or two with them. That is purely FromSoft trying to counterbalance invasions to make the game more accessible. And less fun. Alright. God, that jump just... Oh, okay. Well, I thought I'd be able to run by them. But apparently they have a clear path to where I need to go. So we are going to just... We're going to just pull out plan B, which is run. And also frag grenades. God, shooting them off the ladder is so silly. I have shut up and pick, but it was never intended to actually be used in Demon's Souls. More than likely, it was just a test object that Bluepoint put in there for some purpose that just required a practical demonstration of a physical model or something. Order of Mystery, considering the balance changes they made to PvP in Elden Ring, they might as well have just removed it, because the way it works as it is, I don't think too many people are going to do PvP outside of organized fight clubs. So I'm not expecting that it's going to, Yeah, exactly, Sushi Bandit. It's just going to be organized fights. And any invader who wants a 1v1 is going to have to set it up themselves, I guess. But I'm pretty sure that's how FromSoft wants it. I guess FromSoft got so many complaints from people about invasions. And I have to wonder who exactly was complaining about invasions. Because I guess it could have been just about anybody, but... I know that lots of people were never fond of that system, and... I also know that FromSoft and or Bandai Namco are trying to make Elden Ring more accessible than the previous games were. And I suspect that making it much harder for invasions to occur is part of that. Oh, well, that's nice. No, you are not going to use that grab. Literal Devil, I don't think it's just for the benefit of gaming journalists. If the game journalists were the only ones who were complaining, I don't think they would be taking it as seriously as they are as far as accessibility goes. There we are. Well, bye! Alright, it was down here. Oh, and dudes are falling all over the place, it looks like. I bet I could shoot this guy right off the ladder. There he goes. Well, Torin, I don't know if these things are men or what they are, but they're something vaguely shaped like men. Well, Dravenus, and I'm not saying that some of the complaints weren't warranted, because, yeah, FromSoft has no clue how to implement anti-cheat measures. And the method they ended up using, oh god, I'm stuck. I really am stuck. Oh, come on. The method they ended up using for anti-cheat in the end resulted in them throwing the baby out with the bathwater, as it were. And... well... this is not helpful. Okay, well, remind me not to jump down that direction next time. Order, I couldn't reach the prompt to climb up. Throwing the baby out with the bathwater, Bane, it's been around for probably a good couple 100 years. What it means is, obviously when somebody is done taking a bath, you don't keep the water, unless you're a female TikToker and you want to sell it online. But originally I think it was coined by mothers in some era long past, where it was just a relevant part of their daily lives at that point, and, you know, they would have to give the baby a bath. But better be careful, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I guess the expression eventually just came to refer to when somebody uses a scorched earth approach to solving a problem, and they end up solving the problem, but in the process of solving the problem, killing the person who needed the problem solved, or, you know, something along those lines. Or, like, causing a bigger problem than the one that they fixed. Alright, where the heck? There it is. Yeah, come get me now, idiots. Okay, that's what I was trying to do before. You can just see the soul count ticking up and up and up. I just get turned around sometimes when I'm trying to find the spot where you jump to get the Uchigatana. Yeah, Sushi, and anytime FromSoft identifies a piece of gear as meta, they nerf it. Okay, that guy is still alive. But not for long. Alright, let's try this again without getting stuck. Much better. Amazing weapon ahead. Yeah, okay, because of course. Of course it has to be out here. Blooming purple moss. Amazing weapon ahead. This better be good. Try amazing item. Watch me fall off when I use the pendant. No? Oh, we got a battle rifle. Okay, well, I am getting the hell out of here before I try that thing. Alright, what do we got? Battle rifle. 110 physical? What's the difference, I wonder, between this and the assault rifle? Venny, welcome back! Happy New Year to you as well! Wait a minute, Venny, didn't you tell me you were Italian? What are you doing in South America? Or am I mixing you up for somebody else? I probably am, that's what happens. Alright, so what do we have here? Oh, it's got a scope. Okay. Wow! Oh, okay. Let's have another try here. Okay, so this is semi-auto. This is, 3-round burst fire, it looks like. Okay, yeah, this one's not bad. Not bad at all, in fact. This makes up for what the shotgun lacks in precision. Is it that way in the actual game that it comes from, Sushi Bandit? Does it have this sort of 3-round burst with ultra-precise fire? Can it reload cancel like in Halo 2 on Dead Medic? Let's find out. Sure can. Sort of. Maybe. Oh, it is the same in the actual Halo game. Fascinating. Widely regarded as one of the best weapons for skill expression in the Halo series. When you say skill expression, Sushi, I take it you're talking about 360 no-scope type stuff. The assault rifle from Halo actually fires 7.62 NATO. You know, it's funny you say that, Venny, because Sushi was just saying the same thing about the, I think it was the assault rifle, actually. You can use it up close and personal or reach out and touch someone or combo it with other guns. Interesting. Yeah, Order of Mystery, it seems as though this gun is capable of doing headshot damage where the assault rifle doesn't seem to be. God, there go more sirens. No, that's quite all right, Venny. I realize a lot of people are probably half asleep. And I apologize, Venny. You're from Brazil. I thought for some reason you had told me Italy before. I don't know where I got that. Honestly, a gun like this might be even more powerful in Dark Souls than it is in Halo. Because in Halo, you can't lock onto an enemy. Whereas, locking onto an enemy with this level of precision almost feels like aimbotting, which I guess in a way it kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, this just definitely did a headshot there. I heard the headshot sound effect. gracious, I think it's a fair expectation that you would have thought the battle rifle used 30-06. Oh, the battle rifle in Halo has insane aim assist, Gid? Really? Okay. That I did not know. The noob combo, Sushi Bandit? Dare I ask? Do I even have all the weapons that are necessary for whatever this noob combo is? Damn. Yeah, I definitely appreciate the precision on this weapon. The battle rifle could even take out Silver Knight archers. Oh, I have no doubt that it can. I imagine it probably has plenty of range. Noob combo is the plasma pistol overcharged into a single battle rifle burst in the head. Oh! Well, we do have everything we need for that. I do have the plasma pistol. It makes up for the Magnum. No energy shields in Dark Souls. Well, Order of Mystery, there is... What's it called? Great Magic Barrier. I mean, that doesn't protect you from explosions or physical attacks, but... Oh, you know what? There is the Dark Hand, Venetia. You're absolutely right. I totally forgot. I mean, the Dark Hand is just a worse shield, really. Technically, it is an energy shield, but if you were going to use a shield, you could use pretty much any other shield. Alright, so... this noob combo of which you speak... it would be... this... into... Oh, he's dead. Okay, I guess I'll have to find a stronger enemy. Oh, there's Domhnall. I wonder what sorts of goodies he has for sale. If it works on bosses, that'd be sick. Yeah, maybe it does, Sushi. Oh, the crystal ring shield, Venetia, but that's a terrible shield. That shield sucks.
Aye, Shemai. And good day to you.
Alright, what do we got? There's the Master Key, old friend. He has nothing new. Okay, I guess...
Thank you. Well, that is a shame.
I guess he only exists to sell boss equipment. Even in the mod. Oh, okay, Sushi Bandit. So you're talking about you basically use a bug to overlay the damage from the plasma pistol onto the battle rifle, and then do a headshot with the battle rifle, but with the damage of the charge shot from the plasma pistol? That's nuts. FXY Dev, that's a good question. Does it suck in Remastest? That I don't know. I didn't see anything about it in the patch notes.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I have mine. I think you have a knack. I'll be...
I would love it if you could give me a pyromancy flame, Laurentius. Rapid flame? Combustion. Oh, yeah, he changed eruption. This is a really cool one, and I do want to get that. We also now have warmth. We have a fireball, which I think got buffed. And I think combustion might also have gotten buffed. Oh, we can buy multiple casts? Yeah, it looks like we were able to buy 2 casts of combustion.
Goodbye, then.
Okay, well, let's see. Rapid flame. And we'll use some souls. Come on. I said we will use some souls. Just enough. Eruption. Okay, he sells 2 casts of fireball and combustion. Very cool. Alright then. Let's go rest at Andre's bonfire. Oh yeah, Valorfax, refresh your stream. That's just something Twitch does. Yeah, FXY Dev, there are several ways to dupe items of different kinds. I only know a few of them. I will admit to not being familiar with all of the different ways there are to dupe items in these games because there are so many. Even the original unmodified code of these games is so janky. That all sorts of dumb stuff was possible. Much of which FromSoft never found out about and never ended up being able to nerf. It is Sushi Bandit. The shotgun does have a very long reload, although I think the shotgun does more per shot damage than the battle rifle. It's just the battle rifle probably does more DPS. Especially if you get a headshot with it. Alright, so Eruption. I believe the way that he has changed this spell is that it is now Quelaag's Lava Spit. Yup. And he used the poison breath animation for it too. I tell you what, this is a hell of a lot more useful than having 3 versions of Firestorm. And that's the kind of thing I mean, is why do we have 3 versions of Firestorm? Why didn't we just get this from the start? This is so much better. Like, this is an awesome area denial skill. If somebody is chasing me in PvP, and I just put this here, yeah, walk through that door, I dare you. Yeah, Venny, I have a feeling this move is most people on New Year's Eve. And it's 1 slot. Now, oh, okay. I guess Great Chaos Fireball is still only 2. I thought for some reason he said it was 4, but I believe he's changed this so that now it has much longer range. He described it in the videos as it's more like a mortar now, but you have to free aim it to get the most out of it, so... Oh god, yeah, look at the additional range on this. Dark Spirit Vagabond has invaded. Well, that's interesting. I did forget that I had, Oh, and that's another thing about this mod. It changes it so that you can be invaded even, Oh, hello. Yeah, come on. Oh, no guns, huh? GG, dude. Not expecting that. I totally forgot that, God, I was at a disadvantage there from the start. I totally forgot that... Inferno changed it so that you can get invaded in this mod in areas where you've already beaten the boss. I totally forgot that was a thing. Oh, tight spot. Nice. Alright, well, let's try that again. That's what I get for walking around with, walking around while human, like an idiot. I totally spaced that that was a thing. Yeah, I'm playing Halo, he's playing Minecraft, due to the pickaxe. I can't even be mad at that guy, because it was my own fault for being so completely unprepared. Ah, yeah, see, and the lava from Great Chaos Fireball also lasts longer in this mod. Ah. And I guess what's meant by Rapid Flame is that, it casts way faster. Like, way faster. Alright, let's see. Okay, interesting. Here I was doofing around like an idiot testing spells when I'm invadable. Well, I was never fond of that system in Dark Souls 2. I was never fond of how you could be invaded in areas where you'd already beaten the boss in Dark Souls 2. But I think I can appreciate and understand why he's done it here, which is to facilitate more online interactions. Fireball, I believe he said, also got a buff, and actually, while I'm at it, I probably should attune other stuff, too. Yeah, Valorfax, the pickaxe is in this game. You can... I actually got one earlier in Blighttown. The boulder rolling guys are the ones who drop it. Okay, so the piddly little starting fireball is now what Great Fireball was. You know what? I am super okay with that. That is an improvement. Oh, and it looks like Combustion now has some range. Yeah, Combustion definitely had some range added to it. Let's see how the damage is. Wow! I mean, the damage is pretty much what it was before from the looks of it, but that is some significant additional range. I wonder if it still hits right up close. Now, I wonder if you can spam it in somebody's face. I bet it'll miss if you use it at point-blank range now. No, Sunday afternoon, it wasn't. This Pyromancy Flame appears to have had its casting speed increased. Let's go see if it works right up close now. I wonder if he changed Great Combustion out for something else as well. Be interesting to see what Quailana has when we get down there. Ah! I'm so used to omnidirectional rolling that I keep forgetting I should be locking off for this. Well, Venetia, it's the way I think FromSoft should have upgraded it. Yeah. Venetia says, from the way magic was made in Demon Souls, I'd expect the way Inferno upgraded the magic here in this mod would have been the way FromSoft should do it. And if I were FromSoft, Venetia, that's exactly what I would have done. I would have gone about it the way Inferno did, but I guess FromSoft just... I don't know what happened that they became so obsessed with everything being so balanced that there's no more fun left. But they seem to have gone the opposite direction. Let's see. Oh no! It does work at point-blank range still. Wow, okay. Cool. Alright, let's go see what kind of damage Eruption does. Maybe even... Well, maybe it looks like it should hit a little further, Sushi, but yeah, a Katana R1 looks about right. Yeah, walk into it, idiots. Oh, God. Okay, it actually does pretty decent damage if you hit with the actual projectiles. Alright, yeah, see? Inferno's changes to the spells are already a drastic improvement. Alright, let's try out Heavy Soul Arrow, because I think that works differently as well. Yeah, maybe not quite spear length, Venetia, but close. Yeah, it definitely has a lot of stagger damage, Sushi, and it seems to hit multiple times. Alright, now let's see. And we can actually get in a little bit of a demonstration for those who haven't seen it. These are what used to be basically 4 copy-pastes of the same spell with the exact same properties and projectile speed and trajectory and tracking capability, with the only difference being the amount of damage they did. So this is the basic Soul Arrow now. And its range has been increased dramatically. If we aim even, like, right up there at the roof. There we go. See it collide with the wall up there? Regular old Soul Arrow never used to have that kind of range. And then Soul Ray is now something completely different. Where it casts very quickly, and it's good at catching evasive enemies. So, for example... Whereas, let's see about Heavy Soul Arrow. This one I've not tested yet. Oh, that's right! He changed it so it now fires 3. Yeah, it fires 3 projectiles now. Yeah, Soul Ray for roll catches, and here, let's... Yup. Okay. And then Heavy Soul Ray is basically a more powerful but slower version of the roll catch one, which... This one, I believe, also hits multiple times. And it also appears to have some hyper armor on it, even. Yeah, look at that. And I think this is a piercing spell. I think it might go through multiple enemies. We could possibly test it on these 2. No. But it does break shields pretty well, from the looks of it. And you can mix it up, too. Like, you can cast a soul arrow into a soul ray and confuse your target, I guess. Fascinating stuff. Just brilliant ideas that drastically increase the utility of a bunch of spells that were otherwise just copy-pastes. It does, Sushi Bandit. Heavy Soul Arrow in this case is clearly your big hit before you get Soul Spear. Oh, Fostism! The Pyro Hand also has an R2. Okay, what do we got? Wow! Alright, sure! And I imagine that does damage. It's almost as good as a Flaming Shoryuken, Sushi Bandit. Fostism, thank you for pointing that out. It didn't even occur to me that the Pyro Flame would have a weapon art. Let's go see how much damage this does. Enough to kill that guy in one hit, apparently. Oh, and it does continuous damage to enemies when you're in physical proximity with them. What a cool idea. I suspect he probably collaborated with Zuli to help him make these custom spells. Because Zuli was the first one, at least the first one I know of, who was making custom spells in Dark Souls 2 by modifying the particle effects and the graphics of the Dark Souls 2 spells. So I suspect he might have learned from Zuli. Let's see, how much actual damage? 142. Not bad. Does it increase your pyromancy damage? 276. It actually might increase pyro damage. There is a fairly surefire way that we could check. So, if we walk up and fireball this guy with no self-immolation, it does 197. And I whiffed. Ah! And against that same enemy type... Oh, it wore off. Blast it. Okay. There's another way we can test this. Alright. Great Chaos Fireball. Matter of fact, we've got some alluring skulls. We could conceivably... Ah. Okay, that's 290. Look at these idiots run through it, too. 379, it significantly increases pyromancy damage. So this is a temporary pyro buff. In addition to making you damage enemies on contact. It's a pyro buff exclusively for pyromancy, Sushi. Incredible. Just incredible. This is the like, FromSoft really ought to hire this guy. Goodness sake, I mean... And the burning does significant damage. Oh, you're gonna try to parry me. Parry this. Incredible. Just incredible. Well, I guess now you guys can begin to appreciate why I love the... not just the mod itself, but the philosophy behind the mod. Oh, Sushi, I doubt it affects the battle rifle. I suspect it's probably only something that applies to pyromancy. I mean, we can try, but I'm not expecting anything. Benny, somebody said it earlier, but this is not what I would describe as cursed, so much as blurst. Like, an unbelievable amount of genuine effort went into this. I don't think it is like Power Within, though, Sushi. I think it only gives a damage buff to pyromancies. It doesn't seem to affect stamina regeneration rate. Although it would be easy enough to test, because there are two... there are two of the exact same enemy over here. So what we could do... is... oh, we could reload. Okay, so a full burst is 99 damage. A full burst is still 99. Yeah, so it doesn't affect guns, and I doubt it affects anything other than pyromancy damage, Sushi. Lingering Dragon Crest, that's an interesting question, Sushi. Is it affected by the Lingering Dragon Crest ring? Well, without Lingering Dragon Crest, let me just pull up a timer here. Yeah, but Sushi, Power Within still exists, I think. Alright, so let me get a stopwatch going here. And let's time it. Let's see how long it lasts by default. Whoops. Not that. And we'll just wait for it to wear off. "15 seconds. Or actually 16 seconds by my count. So, does the Lingering Dragon Crest ring extend that? Let's find out. If it lasts 16 by default, it should extend it to 24. But I have a sneaking suspicion this probably also... nope. Okay, still 16. So Lingering Dragon Crest does not affect it. Well, Sushi, I thought about that too. It did occur to me that this might stack with Power Within, but I highly doubt it does. Because if it did, it would have to occupy some other slot besides your body buff. And you're only allowed to have one body buff at a time. Although... at the same time as I say that, there is a possibility for you to have a body buff. Well, I guess it's not technically considered a body buff, but like you can have the stamina regeneration effect from the Grass Crest Shield Chloranthy Ring Power Within and what's it called? Green Blossoms at the same time. So it's possible, although still I suspect very unlikely, that it might stack in that manner. Alright, well, let's go get Power Within, actually, because I meant to do that earlier, and I walked right by it like an idiot. And just as long as you guys remind me not to rest at any bonfires on the way down. Those are indeed the multiplayer maps, Sushi. And I am tempted to go try one of those out, but I'm not nearly ready yet, and I would much rather join a game than host one, although I'm sure there's gotta be one going on. I don't think so, Venetia. I don't think the Dragon Roar is counted as a body buff, so I don't think it would overwrite Power Within. Which is why I wonder about this new immolation ability from the Pyromancy Flame, because I don't think weapon abilities can overwrite body buffs. But I don't know how the rules of this mod work. I don't know if the mod plays by standard FromSoft rules. It also seems that this battle rifle is quite good at staggering enemies. Not to mention getting headshots. God, what a game changer. Oh, and we got the large club. Not that I'm gonna need that. Yeah, I'm quite certain Power Within stacks just fine with the Dragon Roar. Oh, and I think I got the rhythm of the headshots for these guys with this weapon. Alright, let's go grab Power Within, because I am quite curious. Oh, and actually, back to the shotgun for single target burst damage. Yeah, Dravenus, I bet it'd be very easy to stunlock Manus with the shotgun, because you're guaranteed that at least one of those bullets is going to hit him if you aim even vaguely at his head. Yeah, Sushi, he did adjust all weapon movesets. As a matter of fact, let me show you what is now possible with the Sorcerer's Catalyst. Yeah, Venetia, it's coming in clearly to me, and it's balanced just about right. Oh, nice, Dravenus. Yeah, composite bows, one of the best bows for dealing damage. It doesn't have the best range. Come on. Let me show this. There we go. It, Sushi, it sometimes does a little explosion when you hit something with it that is an enemy. There we go, like that. So he added a bunch of really neat little stuff like this, and then Another thing he did is he added the Dark Souls 2 two-handed L2 parries to a lot of weapons, and then others he gave weapon arts. So it's a weird mishmash of, like, this, the Demon Souls headbutt, and then the broken straight sword has a really silly one.
I'm sorry.
It's a projectile that says, "I'm sorry."
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What a fantastic idea. Like, genuinely. This is what the Souls series needs more of. This is what FromSoft games are missing. And frankly have been missing since, I mean, God, since Demon Souls, really. And even in Demon Souls, they never had anything quite like this. I've got stuff I'm gonna have to stash. I'll worry about that later. So there you go. There's a ton of just super fun, silly stuff in this mod, and I am all about some super fun, silly stuff. Just remind me not to rest at any of the bonfires. Not my finest performance on the trigger, but it will suffice. There we go, that's a little better. Thank you, Sushi, for reminding me. See, this is exactly the kind of precision weapon we needed to deal with these things. These little turds. And they do eventually stop spawning after a while. I think, there's something like 11 or 12 of them. Oh, that's the end. Cool. Yeah, let's just clear this out before we walk into that hot mess. Yeah, I mean, it's no sniper rifle, but it really isn't that far off, is it? This gun. And that 3-round burst is so nice for agile enemies like these blasted mosquitoes. It's definitely one of my favorites so far, Venetia, the battle rifle. I like the idea of the assault rifle, but the battle rifle just seems to be a better version of it. And the SMG has way too wide a spread to be any use, I'm gonna guess, outside of boss fights. But the battle rifle is a fantastic all-rounder. It seems to excel at just about everything, which, from the sounds of it, is exactly how it works in the actual original game it's from. Reen, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. I also really appreciate that the pistol whip attacks on these guns seem to deal so much knockback. Benny, important question. You only played DS1 on the very first patch. Are those mosquitoes infinitely respawn? No. If you kill enough of the mosquitoes, Benny, they stop spawning. Yeah, Venetia, I feel like the SMG would work well for, like, large bosses where you don't have to worry about accuracy. Like, if you're fighting Super Smo, it's probably fine. Oh, okay. Maybe I won't go up there. Yeah, Reen, check out my Halo battle rifle build in Dark Souls. It's great. Although, in all honesty, I'm probably better off using the shotgun for this. Never, Sushi. I've never touched a Halo game in my life. I know nothing about them, other than who the main character is and why people hate Bungie for what they did to the series. No, Sushi, I don't have the least bit of interest in first-person shooters. Not to mention I suck at them. I'm garbage at FPS games. Although apparently I'm holding my own in Dark Souls as a third-person shooter. Oh, there goes that blow dart guy. Let's get that guy's attention. Hey. All right, look. If you would kindly come down here, sir. Far Cry was the exception, Venny. There we go. Far Cry had a lot of elements in it that formed a really bizarre, unusual combination of game design for a first-person shooter that actually interested me. Its design, its visual design was based very heavily on Nepal and parts of Tibet. And I've always had a fascination with that region geographically and culturally. It had about 800 different, more or less real-life guns in it, which interested me, and it had a story. It had a story. What FPS game has a story? Or, you know, like a meaningful story. Or an interesting one. And I know, there's a ton of lore in Halo. I've heard that quite a lot. But the lore of Halo feels inscrutable to me. It's just too overwhelming trying to think about wrapping my head around another game worth of lore. Ah, Venetia, but we'll never get an episode 3. Alright, I think there are more guys up here. They're gonna slink down these ladders behind me when I'm not paying attention. Honestly, what am I doing? Where's my Dragonator? Well, that's not what I meant to do, but I guess since we've done it... I ought to just take that thing off. Yup, there's power within. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. No, Kentashiro, what ended up happening with Episode 3 of Half-Life is that an ex-Valve developer who had possession of, I guess, some assets from the unfinished Half-Life 3 game, something like 10 years on from... Oh, it costs 2 slots. That's interesting. Something like 10 years after Half-Life 3 was supposed to have come out, the guy who had possession of those assets basically said, screw it, and he leaked them publicly, and leaked the entire planned storyline of Half-Life 3. Yeah, Venetia, I meant to go get the Ring of the Evil Eye while I was down in the depths, and I forgot to. I wonder if it's been changed. I wonder if it's any better. Because it was already, you know, all right. Just not something exceptional. But I imagine now that occult weapons have been given the ability to drain HP, it's probably much more effective in conjunction with an occult weapon. Well, Reen, luckily for you, if the depth of Dark Souls lore scares you from getting into it, just start with Dark Souls 2 or any of the games after it, and never pay attention to the lore at all, because it doesn't matter. RN Jesus, thank you so much for stopping in. Happy New Year to you. And Ultima, thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Wow, Venetia. It's been buffed from 30 HP per kill to 70, so more than double the effectiveness. All right, cool. So I guess he wanted us to use less Estus and more of that stuff. Yeah, Reen, the lore of Dark Souls 2 is a hot mess of absolute contradictory nonsense. And the only way to make sense of it is to not pay attention to any evidence from the game, because the evidence from the game contradicts itself, and the lore of that game is just... It's the result of a development cycle where the game got half-made, thrown out, and the assets were repurposed in order to make a completely different game. So its lore makes no sense. In Bloodborne, they don't tell you enough of the story. They deliberately withhold enough of the story for you to be able to make sense of it, so you don't have to care about the story in Bloodborne. Just squish some cosmic horrors. And in Dark Souls 3, they tried to retcon the stories of Dark Souls 1 and 2 into the same universe, which causes it to make even less sense than Dark Souls 2 did. So Dark Souls 3 is just a mishmash of fan service and already nonsensical lore from the previous games that contradict each other. So if you want to play Souls and not worry about the lore, start with Dark Souls 2. Gid, it makes enough sense to you at face value, but the minute you start questioning it and scrutinizing it and asking for evidence, then it falls apart. And Lauren Morningstar, yeah, I mean, I am actually using the Prepare to Die edition of the game, but I'm using it to run InfernoPlus's mod. Also, hang on a minute, it looks as though... Oh, okay, no, it does work correctly. I was gonna say, I thought I was getting a free fireball out of that somehow, but I wasn't. So now I need a little bit more. I think, in fact, I need one more point of attunement, because I think at 19 we get another attunement slot. Oh, Croats! Snickerdoodles! Very nice! Snickerdoodles are, what, caramel and marshmallow? If memory serves, I don't have a huge sweet tooth. And I don't think I remember the last time I've ever seen any kind of, like, snickerdoodle cookie or anything like that. Pendrick should have just built more doorways. Yeah. Cinnamon, sugar, and cream of tartare? Really, nobleman? Okay, well, I'll take your word for it. Probably everybody in chat knows more about snickerdoodle cookies than I do. Well, Artista, but that's exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to conflicts. Because there are some lore sources in that game that say the spider is Seath, and there are other lore sources that suggest maybe the spider is not Seath. And the game never gives you enough information to reach a solid consensus. It's just, let's let the fans make shit up. Sushi Bandit, if I'm gonna have a snack with my tea, I usually have fruit. I did an entire episode of Tea Talk, in fact, Sushi Bandit, on what kinds of fruit I like to have for snacks when I'm drinking tea. There's an entire, like, 45-minute video on my YouTube channel that goes over, Oh, Croat, Tea Talk is a series that I ran on YouTube for a while, before YouTube made it very clear to me that it would refuse to promote those videos that I put hours upon hours of work into, because all it wanted was to show people my Souls content. So I had to indefinitely put that series on hiatus, but it's a series of videos I ran on YouTube about tea. No, Reen, I moved over from YouTube to Twitch a number of years ago because YouTube became just such a user-hostile platform unless you're one of the big creators like PewDiePie or Logan Paul, who are exempt from the rules and constantly get free passes every time they do something horrible or stupid. So I'm exclusively a Twitch broadcaster now. I upload to YouTube only on special occasions, and the VOD of this stream might be one of them. I might transfer this over only because it's a Souls VOD, and there are maybe 12 people on YouTube who might actually watch it. But I try not to pigeonhole myself into playing nothing but Souls games anymore, which has worked out horrendously over the holidays, because since that's what I know people want to watch, that's what I've decided to provide to make people happy. And also so that, you know, there'd be something people could watch that they could come hang out for and, you know, laugh at me being rusty and getting slapped off cliffs by giant sentinels and... I don't look forward to it, Sushi. It's gone up by accident like 3 times. But yeah, Reen, for example, I'm planning on attending PAX East next year in Boston. And if I do have the opportunity to attend PAX East, it will be as a content creator. And I will be providing coverage of the show, and that will go up on my YouTube channel. Although I'll probably also have a big, like a debrief or a stream discussing my experiences at PAX as well afterward when I get home. But any videos that I make of PAX are going to go up on my YouTube channel. I don't upload regularly there anymore because it just isn't worth it. Anything I make that is not Souls, YouTube buries and refuses to show anyone, and then all that hard work ends up being for nothing. Which is heartbreaking because I really love creating that kind of content. I enjoy making YouTube videos, but not if YouTube is going to throw a big pile of dung on them and give people recommendations for, you know, mainstream media channels and ESPN. instead, which is what they do. Ugh. In any case. No, it's okay, Reen. The worst part about it is that I felt like I was turning my back on my entire community on YouTube. And that breaks my heart to do, because they're the ones who stuck with me and supported me all those years and got me where I am now, which is the only reason I still bother uploading to YouTube at all, is because I still have a community there. And I think about them all the time, and I care about them a lot, and I really wish that YouTube hadn't driven me off the platform. Yeah, Sushi, everyone jumped ship, but that's why. Because YouTube is just such an awful place to host your content. And that's not even necessarily because of the YouTube community. I mean, there are multiple different communities that operate on YouTube and that are relatively distinct from one another. And mine, the community that sprung up around my channel, was always really supportive and really caring. And the fact that I've moved over to Twitch has nothing to do with them. It's just how bad YouTube got with facilitating fraudulent copyright claims and basically designing the entire platform around being friendly to advertisers at the explicit expense of being friendly to content creators and to people who wanted to upload content and you know, make videos on the platform. Dravenus, it's bad that you enjoy DS3 with the convergence mod more than the actual game. Well, it speaks poorly of, again, the design philosophy that FromSoft has been using for their games for the last several years worth of games they've made. There he goes. But at the same time, Dravenus, it also shows that a modder with enough determination and creativity and talent can fix some of the problems that FromSoft either never bothered fixing or never saw as problems. Sushi Bandit, if you try to upload a video of a kid at all on YouTube, you get your channel taken down now. Because you're not allowed to post anything that's made for kids. Or, you know, best case scenario, the video gets demonetized. Alright, where's Tall, Dark, and Ugly? There he is. Okay, I wonder how the shotgun would fare here. Well, Artista, the fact that YouTube is not even worth being a place for archives is one of many reasons I don't normally transfer Twitch VODs over there. Again, the only reason I'm thinking of possibly transferring this one is because it is Souls, and there might be a handful of people who will watch it. Yeah, okay. Shotgun is clearly the way to go here. Boy, the guns really trivialize Titanite demons. Not that I mind, because for any of you who were here for my previous stream of this game, you'll know just how inconvenient and irritating it is to fight Titanite demons down here. I wonder, actually, I don't think Titanite demons take headshot damage. 51. Yep, they most certainly do not. The problem I always have in shooter games of any kind is I always forget to reload. But rather conveniently, I'm still wearing the rusty iron ring, which I forgot I had on. Oh, and there's the catch pole. You know, I wonder if he added anything to the catch pole. Let's see. Okay, that's the same. Oh, it's the Dark Souls 2 halberd forward R1. The shove. I'm not convinced that that's going to be especially useful. However, I do know, because he mentioned it in his video, that he modified this weapon in a very interesting way. It's the Winged Knight Halberd spin to win from Dark Souls 3. Big shout-outs to Reggie Kentashiro and to Wooly while we're at it. This is so much better. Look at this. Alright, let's see how we fare against the stronger Titanite demons. Astonishingly well. This is comparable to glass cannon pyromancy damage, which in itself is pretty incredible, but the old razzle-dazzle, Reen, you know it. Oh, for a minute I didn't think that I would be safe from that. And that guy has a really long radius of hitting through the wall. So we gotta make sure we back up. Or shoot him in the knee. Because after all, he used to be a Titanite demon like me, but then he took 15 8-gauge slugs. I wonder... I mean, even at this distance, that damage is respectable. But I have a feeling the battle rifle would serve us better here. It is a shame the battle rifle doesn't have full auto, but I bet I know it would help. God, I just adore the fact that he went out of his way to add grenades to the movesets of these guns. It doesn't, Kentashiro. I tested it before, and it seems like he very deliberately went out of his way to make it so that if you equip a gun with the red tearstone ring active, it, I was afraid that might happen. It cancels the red tearstone effect until you switch off of the gun. So he very very clearly thought of that and didn't want people doing it. It is a shame, Kentashiro. It's, I would have loved to see what kind of damage would have been possible with the red Tearstone ring on a gun build. Inder, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. And Happy New Year to you as well. I hope you're safe and well, Inder. Okay, if that's how we're playing it. I can deal with that. Yeah, Sushi Bandit, Power Within apparently now costs 2 slots. Which I'm frankly amazed it didn't in the base game, considering how good it is. But Power Within is going to be the next one I test with the guns. Sushi Bandit, except that the Leo ring does not affect the guns because the guns don't have an attack type. Their attack type is none. I know, you'd think that they would be piercing, but they're not. We tested that earlier, too. Oh, Inder, I'm really sorry to hear that, man. What, can you not... You can't break illusory walls with guns. Oh, you can with the pistol whip. Well, Sushi Bandit, you'd think that they would have a piercing property, given that they do fire bullets. Inder, well, I hope that things start improving for you soon, man. I really... It saddens me to hear that things are neither safe nor well. My heart goes out to you, and I really do hope that things start shaping up for you. I hope 2022 treats you better. Alright, Alright, I'm pretty sure the rest of this is the same. I wonder, though, if... Ah. Oh, pfft. That was my own fault. I totally forgot there was a blade there. They don't exist in this mod, Venny. There's only one kind of ammunition, and it applies to every gun. D, you've gone to Café du Monde in New Orleans. The last time I was in New Orleans, I stuffed my face with Creole food and shared an apartment with a girl whom I had met in Final Fantasy XI. Alright, now it's your turn. Oh, no, it's my turn again, I guess. Oh, that's so silly. You went yesterday for your brother's birthday. Well, happy birthday to him, D. I didn't realize that you lived close enough to New Orleans that you could just go out there for someone's birthday. Yeah, twice. Third time's the charm, Venetia. I'll get it this time. Well, no, Reen, it wasn't that sort of relationship. It was more, she sweet-talked me into showing up by describing how good the food was in New Orleans. And to be fair, she was absolutely right. But to me, sex or no sex, a culinary vacation is still time well spent. So it ended up being a well worthwhile trip regardless. There go at least one of those guys chasing me. Alright, as I was saying 2 times before, Your turn. There we go. Oh, this is the wrong gun. Yeah, sometimes there's more than one pot of food, Venetia. There we go. Was there any what, nobleman? Any food? Or any sex? Soostown, please go get some rest. Have some water and sober up. And who else? Was somebody else leaving? No. Oh, no, nobleman. Like I said, it wasn't that kind of relationship. She was just an online friend who said, hey, the food here is really good. Want to come out sometime? You can stay with me. And I said, well, you don't have to invite me twice. And she said, good, because I'm only going to invite you once. And I was like, once is all I need. And indeed, I've only ever been once. But it was a good vacation. Your brother's initials are KGB? D, are you serious? You have a loaf at the ready, Soostown. Very good. All right, well, Soostown, get some rest, and please take care of yourself, and for the love of God, lie on your side. No, the guns use Demon Titanite, Sushi Bandit, which is why I went to the trouble of clearing out the Titanite demons from the basement of the fortress. And I think I might upgrade the battle rifle next. That is not how I meant to wake him up. Although that is the attack I wanted him to use. Sir, please, if you could just... Yes, that attack, but a little bit closer to me. There we go. Sheesh. That's always a little bit trickier without a shield. Well, fortunately, I had the presence of mind to buy the master key from Domhnall, so we can rescue Logan right away. Spy Kids 2, that movie, as much as I hate to admit this, Reen, Spy Kids 2 was well after my time. Secret, I don't... Is there? I highly doubt it. No, he would put it in a less accessible location. Oh, no, Venny, Spy Kids was a movie series. There it is. I don't think these guys care about alluring skulls. No, they sure don't. But they do care about grenades. when I can aim them correctly. Yeah, Venetia, the 1980s was Goonies. It was He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. It was DuckTales. What else? Eventually, there were, I should say, the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, of which there were many different iterations. There was Pirates of the Dark Water, which it always broke my heart that that series got canceled after one season. But that was in the age of mass hysteria about violence on TV and in video games. Alright, is the Ring of Steel protection any better? Oh, wow! Yeah, in the base game it gives 50 defense. It's now been buffed so it gives 95. We'll take that. More defense is good. That with the Dragon Body, since the Dragon Body has been given some actual physical defense, might actually be... might actually make for a relatively tanky dragon. Hey, Sigbro. Don't worry, man. I'll handle the balls. Wait, what? Yeah, Soostown, they gave it a major buff, so it's actually worth using in this mod. I can't stop, man. These balls are on fire. Man, I'm going to shamelessly spend the rest of my life quoting those Hi, I'm Daisy narrated Persona comics. Wrong gold bond, Ultima. Yeah, maybe. Irv, if you want to know where that comes from, let me just put a link in chat, and those of you watching the VOD on YouTube probably already know this, but I'll try to remember to put a link in chat, too. Someone will have to yell at me in the comments if I forget. Here it is. Give me just a moment, because I feel like you guys have to, you have to see this to be able to truly appreciate it. Mute that for a moment.
Hey, I'm Ko Ichijo. You know what I like? Balls. I love them balls. You need me to throw balls at you guys? Because I got all kinds of balls.
Dude, you gotta stop polishing those balls.
I can't stop, man. These balls are on fire.
You decided not to join a sports club.
Hey, wait, come back.
That's all it is. And I realize that out of context, it probably seems even worse. So let's just move on and pretend that never happened. Yeah, Kentashiro, but you've earned, well, I guess I've set you up for the right to say that in this situation. Stomp! Man, what a bad day this guy's having. Somebody Goomba stomps him and then blasts him in the face with a shotgun. Yeah, Irv, some things are better out of context. Oh no. Didn't mean to fall down that second ledge, but we managed. Oh, just in daily life, Kentashiro. Okay. Fair enough. Right, I know I've got some Lloyd's talismans. Probably not enough to get a symbol of avarice, but... Come on, go back to sleep. The trick is to hit him with a physical attack, and then Lloyd's him before he has the chance to cue an attack input. Come on. Nah, he doesn't want to drop it. Well, I suppose we can always just kill him. There it is. Okay. So we will, there we are, and where'd he go? He's gone. He fell down the pit, and he can't climb ladders. Amazing. Well, my job here is done. I'm glad at least I'm not the only one who ate a boulder to the face today. Oh, God.
Thank you. Yes. Sincerely.
We're doing that again. Hey, Mihawk, welcome. How's it going? This is embarrassing. You know what? We'll leave him. He earned the right to not die. Mateo Gore, Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you. Yeah, Mihawk, although we do have the battle rifle now. Come to think of it, if anybody knows where the gun is in Sen's fortress, feel free to let me know, because I have a sinking feeling it's probably, like, on top of the pedestal for the boulder trap, or somewhere ridiculous like that. I don't even dare try to jump up there. Ranjana, it's in a kind of hard to get spot. Well, I figured that. They've all been. The question is, where? Up near where the bombs are coming down? Oh, so on the roof of the fortress. You need to drop down from the top. Okay. So I'm guessing it's near the sniper crossbow, maybe. Alright, we need to get rid of this guy first, probably. I tell you what, watching Darkwraith Kirk try to parry the battle rifle was hilarious, but I think these Serpent Men might be onto something with that shield. Okay, Reen, have a good one. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for hanging out. Take care of yourself. The open grate on the roof. Okay, Ordinary. I do know where that is, at least. Oh, God. What a time to run out of ammo. But it looks like old Franz still hasn't lost the old hot swap. Well, not unless he's being invaded. Venetia, the intact Great Shield of Artorias is, if you're going by numerical stats, it's the strongest, I believe. Followed closely or possibly just preceded by Havel's Great Shield. Oh, I guess that guy fell. Yeah, he sure is gone. No, he's not. Okay. Well... now he's gone. I love that that's a thing I can just do.
Undead warrior.
Lumino, hello and welcome. Thank you. Ah. I'm quite certain I can jump up there. Ah, whatever. It's not too far to go the other way. Oh, on top of those guillotines, Seustown. Okay. Lumino, I'm alright, thanks. How about yourself? Happy New Year to you as well. Oh, and I did intend to go get the Rite of Kindling, which, once again, I forgot to do. You're ill? I'm really sorry to hear that, Lumino. Yeah, the new Halo game did copy a lot from Dark Souls, Inder. Everyone wants to make their own Souls-likes nowadays. Apparently Bungie's no exception. Let me use this just in case. Yeah, well, Lumino, the Christmas season is not the only reason that illness is spreading, unfortunately. Alright, let's go see if we have a high enough caliber to deal with the old giant. Let's go get rid of him. Tell you what, before I settled upon playing this mod, I was thinking of doing an unpatched playthrough. Or, you know, part of an unpatched playthrough anyway, of this game for New Year's instead. And I'm actually glad I went with this, because I was not looking forward to dealing with the giant on top of Sen's Fortress leading me with his shots. I certainly intend to try Sushi Bandit. Oh, wow, okay. Don't think I've ever had that happen before. Alright, you gonna punt me like a football? Enjoy an ass full of lead. K-Definition, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Order of Mystery, if I were going to go through that part of Izalith, which you'd better believe I'm not, I would want the sniper rifle for that. See, with the Iron Golem, I think FromSoft realized that you could reach him with arrows. So I believe he's the only boss in the game that they made invincible until you actually enter the boss room. They apparently didn't bother doing that with any of the others, based on some of the cheeses that are possible in this game, but they did think of it with the Iron Golem. Indeed, Meowtroid, Happy New Year! Your technician license was about to expire, Meowtroid? You renewed it with 15 minutes to spare. Wow, yeah, and I thought I was bad with cutting things close. Okay, imminent weapon. So it looks like we need to drop down where? Here? I'm gonna guess here. Oh. You know what? I don't appreciate that. I totally forgot he came back. To you as well, the Surfing Bird. Near one of the walls, okay. Ah, a carbine. Well, this probably isn't the best place to test it. Ah, this looks like an alien weapon. Sure is. And it can't be charged. Wonder if it's any good. Ah, don't rush it, Venetia. Don't rush it. Soostown, I thought you were going to bed. What happened to sleeping off the alcohol? Single shot but can shoot fast. Well, let's see how fast. Davril! Thank you so much for the 50 months. Welcome back, Davril. Oh. Oh, huh, that was a weird noise. Okay. $37 damage headshots. I don't know, I'm not terribly impressed with this thing. Well, back to the battle rifle we go. Huh, steel leggings. Great. You know, I've always wondered... Oh, you know what? We might be able to make it work. Hang on, let's deal with Headshot McGee over here. There it is. That headshot stun lock is one of the dirtiest things you can do with these guns. Rickard, Meowtroid, Rickard. The late Rickard. That's correct, Surfin' Bird. Yes, they just recently released a version of this mod for the remaster. Oh, can I not? Is there just a complete... Yep, it looks like there might be. Ebawera! Welcome back! Thank you so much for the resub, Ebawera. Happy New Year to you too, man. How's it going? Aha! I've long suspected that this part of the fortress was traversable. But as you can see, this is what happens when you get out of bounds in a FromSoft game, is there might be some traversable terrain, but this kind of thing is the norm, and I bet there isn't even collision over here. I bet we fall through the floor. Or like walk through a kill box or something. No. Okay. And these have collision. I'm impressed. Ebawera, so is pretty much everybody. Yep, here it is. They sort of put in the effort, but not really. Well, they put textures here because they could be seen from a distance. Sushi Bandit. And they didn't want this to just be, textureless. I have a feeling... Yup, I knew it. I was gonna say, I have a feeling this whole thing is just one big collision block. And it's only transparent for the sake of appearance. Because this is how they program their collision. Now watch me fall through what looks like a solid floor over here. Nope. Because they never intended for anybody to walk on this, right? They never intended for anyone to get out here. So, they put collision where they thought it was necessary. Oh, see, yeah, look. There's collision on the wall here. Oh, I was a little late. Whatever. Ebawera, that I don't remember. It's possible. But I would be pretty surprised. Let's just put on Bellowing Dragon Crest. Matter of fact, I wonder if Bellowing Dragon Crest even affects pyromancy anymore. I wonder if, Yeah, Lumino, exactly. I knew it was around there somewhere. It's just a matter of time. You walk far enough and you'll find it. Okay, 148. And 190. Nope, okay, it does still affect pyromancy. Oh, he's not dead. Still not dead. Boy, the Berenica Knights really do deserve their reputation. If I were farming souls in DS1, Venetia, I would use the dupe that lets you repeatedly use consumable items And I would use either a Soul of a Great Hero or Lord Gwyn's soul. Oh, right. Ebawera, I'll be the first one to admit I am garbage at FPS games. Actual trash. There we are. But I'm not going to kill that giant, because he never did anything to me. He's just doing his job. Sushi Bandit, it only looks like I'm better at shooting than you because I'm basically playing Dark Souls as a third-person shooter. That is the only reason. There's our next attunement slot. Okay, so now let's equip Power Within. Oh, that's right! He did change Power Within around so that, now you get 3 uses out of it, but it lasts less time. So, we're gonna put on the Lingering Dragon Crest Ring to extend that, or re-extend it, I guess. I've been going for headshots, Ebawera. Where have you been? Alright, let's double check. Oh yeah, you have been drinking, that's right. Okay, so a burst without Power Within does 39. Oh, wow, and it's near instantaneous activation. Ah, Power Within does boost gun damage. Okay. Yeah, Meowtroid, I could tell. Okay. This is good to know. So Power Within does work with guns. Well, let's go ahead and refill that. Yeah, it's ridiculous that you only got 1 charge of Power Within in the original game. I like this a little bit better because... First of all, it makes it a little safer to use. Second of all, you can outpace it much more easily in this game because divine weapons regenerate health. And third, you get... Oh, God. Wow! What just happened? We both got pancaked somehow. I don't even know what just occurred. Yeah, apparently I did some kind of a plunge attack with the gun. I didn't see what happened. Let's try that again. If we fall off here... Oh, nope. Maybe if we jump off here... Okay! I don't know what kind of plunge attack that is. All right. Cool. Okay, remind me not to use that ever. For any reason, under any circumstances. Ebawera, that is a good question. I'm pretty sure there is a sniper rifle. I have no idea where to find it. We did just get the sniper crossbow, which has been improved in this mod, though. Oh, good to see this guy still floats up off the ground. What do we got? We got the usual. Oh, he's got all the Demon Souls stuff. He's got Sage Frakes equipment. And the Wizard set. And the three-cornered hat and the silver coronet. It is imbued with a unique spell that does absolutely nothing in this game. Oh, incredible. Incredible. I really appreciate this little change. This is a feature, Meowtroid, exactly. Okay. And these clearly no longer give you the boost to souls. Satsuki's set. Saint Urbain's set. Oh! My favorite set from Demon's Souls. I shall have to come back here for this. Although I have a feeling it probably has not been adjusted for the male character model. Oh, and the... You can even get the original monk's head wrappings. We have to get these. We are obligated to wear the original custard tornado. Put that crap on. Yeah, now we're doing a Demon's Souls. Now we're doing it. God, I never thought I would be so happy to see this stupid thing. Oh, and it now causes me to mid-roll. Unbelievable. I'm still mid-rolling. Oh, and the show tells us a parry. Yeah. Well, now I'm going to have to do some invasions, because this is the original invasion troll gear. I think this might still be... Yup, it's just a little too heavy. Okay. Still? How the hell... Oh, it weighs 4.5. Actually, I wonder... Oh, it doesn't still give you a bonus to magic damage. That sucks. I haven't killed Lautrec yet, Sushi. Well, that's the lightest stuff I've got, so clearly... Clearly we're just going to need a little bit more equip burden. That's what we need. More equip burden will solve this. Oh, sorry I missed that, Floofin. Recipe request. What did you need? Let's see. Ebawera, I could gun wizard. I mean, I'm a gun pyromancer, basically. Oh, Lumino, thank you so much for the gift sub to Artista. I really appreciate that. Okay, Floofin. You have a bamboo cutting board that's starting to split along the grain. You've reinforced it with wood glue and you're sanding off the excess. What can you use to seal over the glue? You're going to need to use some kind of veneer, Floofin. Or if you can get another slab of bamboo ply to go over the top. Because you're not going to want to keep using that if it has exposed wood glue. You're going to need some kind of either bamboo or artificial veneer, Floofin. And Floofin, just for future reference, when you're washing your wooden cutting boards, scrub them across the grain, not with. Because you'll tear out all of the softer pieces of the pith in the grain and leave a bunch of holes in it, and it'll cause them to crack. Torun, a strong suggestion. I don't think you've ever given me a suggestion that was not strong. So go for it. Okay, I see what happens. Your so-called plunging attack with a gun is the I got hit in midair while I'm falling animation. Oh, this is way better than the stupid Xanthus one, Sushi. This is the original. Although I fear this may still not be enough. Okay, Floofin. Yeah, I wish I could be more help, but that's the best I can tell you. If your bamboo cutting board is already starting to crack, you're going to have to either put a veneer on it or, cover over it with more bamboo. And the thing is, Floofin, bamboo is not actually technically wood. It's a species of really, really hard grass that, because of how hard it is, people tend to use it as wood, but it does not last as long as actual wood with the kind of use that a cutting board typically gets, even one that's well cared for. I want to go to Ash Lake, Torun, do I? Okay. Is this still a mid-roll? Jeez. Well, that is thoroughly disappointing. I would need 54 equip burden, even with this load. Well, crap. That sure is disappointing. I'll hang on to it for the moment, then. And let's put some of this other stuff away. That's true, Eboera. Bamboo cutting boards, I think, are really just intended to be disposable, is what they are. They're inexpensive because bamboo grows extremely quickly, and they're very easy to replace. But I don't have anywhere near enough decks for this. Or nor strength for that. Although, actually, the lightning spear might be worth keeping around. We'll stash it for the moment. No, you know what? We'll keep it. And because I don't think there are any other bosses that we're going to desperately need bleed for. The carbine can go in storage because I don't really see us using that. Rest of these we'll hang on to. Okay. Oh, yeah, Meowtroid, that was probably a cutting board of, some kind of hardwood combination. Wow, Mihawk, how'd you manage that? Oh, see, Meowtroid, I buy nice things for other people, but I also buy nice things for me, which is why I'm constantly broke. But I always have a nice tin of tea on hand. Yeah, Sushi, plastic cutting boards are, they're a little bit easier to clean, but... boy, do they get nasty if you don't take care of them. Oh, Venetia, I'm going to, against my better judgment, read that out for the folks in YouTube land, if there are any still left watching. Venetia says, I tried doing stand-up comedy in Boletaria, but I just kept eating grass every night. Well, Venetia, you weren't doing stand-up comedy, you were doing PvP. That's your problem. Oh, well, not necessarily, Meowtroid. I'm just genuinely enjoying the silliness and stupidity of this mod. Although I should probably go to bed at some point because it's now like 7 a.m. I think. Hey, K-Definition. Ebawera, you're not even wrong. Demon Souls PvP is like stand-up comedy. Ah! Oh. Well, that could have gone a lot worse. I won't complain. Mihawk, I've lost all track of the time, to be honest. Oh, by far, Lumino, Bloodborne PvP is worse. Bloodborne PvP is way worse. Never mind the infinite stacks of Dark Moongrass in Demon Souls PvP. At least in Demon Souls, you can hit people. And it's not just a spam fest of R1 mashing and hoping for the best. Alright, let's do it. Let's see how the Iron Golem deals with lead. Oh, I can't believe I avoided that. Forget about Black Iron Tarkus. It's time for Sure Shot Spy. If he would remember to reload. Oh, right, yeah. That reloading thing. I remember how to do it. Ah! But I'm apparently forgetting my inputs because they're not the same as in the base game. No, Sushi Bandit, it doesn't seem like it. Alright, why am I going back to the bonfire here? We'd be better off just going straight to Anne Orlando. I love how somebody here has been putting messages in the sky. This is clearly due to shenanigans with the squirrel ring, and I'd bet any amount of money. Yup. Weakness ring. Yeah. I am going to... Yup. Oh, no, okay. I did not fall as far as I thought. But that right there is probably the limit. Tell you what, though. Skipping the encounters on the way up here is pretty hilarious. Oh, there it is. Well, we got a jump ring, Lumino. I guess it's close enough. That's a good point, though, Lumino. I do wonder if this will make the Bed of Chaos any less god-awful. I also wonder if there's collision on this rooftop. I have a feeling probably... Nope. I knew that was going to happen. Glad to hear that, Suztown. And that's the inevitable result of exploring out of bounds in a Souls game. I doubted Eboera. Because in order to get to the archives, you have to go up from here. And in order to get anywhere via a jump, usually you have to either go straight ahead or down. No, neither can I, Meowtroid. We, at the very least, before I wrap up the stream, we have to go get that. So, as a matter of fact, let me go grab my souls, and then we'll go talk to Ingward. Because I think that's where someone said to get it, is from Ingward. Yeah, Sushi Bandit, it was on my list to go get Soul Vault. And I keep getting sidetracked with other stuff. I just really wish that Inferno had added a Super Mario Brothers jump sound effect to this ring, because it's the only thing this ring is missing. Alright, now the question is, can I survive a fall from here? And I suspect I already know the answer, so we're going to put on a Ring of Sacrifice. I was wrong! But this is one time when I'm very happy to be wrong. Oh yeah, Sushi Bandit, with my impeccable programming ability.
Well.
Let's buff that Estus Flask because we need it desperately.
What?
And actually... that now should be... There it is. Oh, right, okay. I think it was I need to equip the... Oh, and I should have gone to get the Black Sorcerer's set from Sen's Fortress. Actually, we can get it on the way down. There we go. There's our fast roll. And I'm going to leave that ring on just in case. Guns don't scale off of anything, Ebowera. They have no scaling. They're all about base damage. And they don't even have a damage type. If you look at their attack type, it says none. So they're not even subject to standard damage types, which is weird, because considering that they shoot bullets, you'd think they'd be piercing damage type, but apparently not. Torun, geez, one thing at a time, dude. I don't think you can infuse them, no, Ebowera. Afro, I don't know if that's going to make it into the final version of the game or not. I would be really surprised if it does. Because it's a really weird change, and it does not work well with the standard Souls game systems. Not to my knowledge, Ebowera, although I'm quite sure that you can use a gun in conjunction with magic, as I have done, and as I'm now doing with pyromancy. That was the wrong gun, again. Okay, well, if you're going to make it easy for me to use this gun, cool. Afro, it's one of those things that makes sense in your head, that your strength should determine your carry weight, and in a game like Fallout, where your strength does determine your carry weight, it's fine. But in Souls, it doesn't really work. Because that means if you wanted to be a mage wearing heavy armor, then you have to level a stat that is useless to you for any purpose other than increasing your equip burden. Whereas with endurance, endurance is useful for any class, any build, because everyone can use more stamina. It's a way of balancing things that doesn't really work with a lot of build types. No, Lumino, and I think that was a poor design choice that the later games don't use endurance for that. Because I think the way they split hairs in the later games, and the way they force you to level more than one stat for different pieces of what endurance by itself used to give you, that's one of the reasons why it's clear to me that FromSoft wants you to level every stat evenly in Dark Souls 3. And I have a sinking feeling that's probably also going to be the case in Elden Ring. We already freed him, Meowtroid. Logan is already free. He should be back at Firelink, and I imagine he's going to be a little bit miffed that he now no longer has the biggest hat in Lordran. Well, Venetia, maybe that specific part of Dark Souls 2 made sense, but they paid for that by making a whole bunch of other choices that left Dark Souls 2 overall worse off in that regard. Also, I just realized wearing this hat while trying to use a gun is probably a terrible idea. Yeah, for that reason. Not in Dark Souls 3 it doesn't, Lumino. Strength doesn't give most weapons very much in Dark Souls 3. If you want to get the most out of a weapon in DS3, you gotta go quality and keep your strength and dexterity exactly the same. There are very few pure strength weapons in Dark Souls 3. There are only a handful. And even the ones that are pure strength without having to infuse them to be pure strength still have much higher dexterity requirements than strength weapons have any business having. It's almost worse than Smo's hammer, this helmet. Surfing Bird. I'm sure there's a cosplay of the Custard Tornado somewhere, Meowtroid. It's probably so heavy as to be dangerous to your neck, because just the internal structure it would need to support it would make you incredibly top-heavy, and having nothing but your cervical muscles to hold it up is genuinely dangerous. I would not want to wear this. Of which there were very, very few, Venetia. Oh. I've gone and run the wrong way. Well, maybe it's fine. There's an elevator. We can use the elevator to get back up top. Later, idiots. Now we're going to hear a bunch of death noises from Dark Wraiths jumping into the elevator shaft. Monotone! Monotone, I can't believe I stayed up long enough for you to raid me. Hello and welcome. Thank you so much for stopping in, Monotone. It's great to see you. I hope all is well. Thank you, raiders. Everyone. Uh-oh. Okay, the ghosts have found me. This is not ideal. Hang on, let me, I don't think they will pursue me this far. Okay, good. Monotone, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. We are about to shoot a whole bunch of these ghosts. And let me give my very dear friend and one of my most longtime supporters, and now a moderator, Major Monotone, a huge shout out. Monotone is both a gamer and a marine biologist, and I imagine, Monotone, you probably just wrapped up the science stream with Mantis Man, didn't you? And Devilish, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for dropping in. Thank you, everyone, with the raid. No Sushi Bandit, but I think I have at least one transient curse left. So no, the transient curse is what will curse the bullets. But welcome, everyone. Monotone alternates between doing science streams about ocean life, Warhammer streams with another moderator and good friend of mine, Mantis Man, and video game streams with himself and all sorts of cool people whom he periodically has on as guests. So go check him out. I guarantee you will learn something. And I also guarantee you will enjoy it. Oh, okay, Monotone. He was there, but not streaming together with you today. I see. Well, thank you very much for the raid, Monotone. I really appreciate it. For anybody coming in with the raid who does not know me, my name is Franz, and I play video games on the internet. Sometimes I even play them well. And not badly. Alright, we're gonna have to do some busting here. Alright, cool. Hi, Echo Drop. Boy, is it just me, or do these ghosts detect you from a greater distance in this mod? Spells work without transient curse? No, Karaga. No, that system is basically the same. Oh, okay. However, what is not the same is that we now have grenades. Devilish, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. It's great to see you. I hope you're well. It would be really nice if it did, Sushi Bandit. Yeah, this... Okay, as much as I adore this hat, I need to take it off, or I'm gonna get killed. Alright, so let's get the attention of some of these ghosts. All we really have to do that is walk in here and then walk back out. That is not what I intended. Yeah, Sushi, unfortunately I don't have an ecto pack to use here, but we've got grenades and shotguns. Those'll do. Oh, there's no way we're going to be completing it today, Check-in. There's absolutely no way. But certainly another time, I'm sure. Among other things, Karaga, yes, it's the Halo/Among Us mod. I knew that was going to happen. Which is why I hung out near the door. Ah! classed it. I wasn't expecting her to come all the way out. She usually doesn't. Yeah, Karaga, this mod adds a game mode where you basically play Among Us with 3 other people. There are 3 innocents and 1 traitor, and the innocent's goal is to get through the stage and beat the boss, and the traitor's goal is to kill the innocents before they can do that. I guess really it's based more on Trouble in Terrorist Town and any of the other similar games that came before Among Us, but I say it's based on Among Us because the modder went out of his way to add Among Us character models. Yeah, the PvP side of this mod, and I guess to some extent even the co-op side of it, are a large part of the draw. Watch his videos on it. He goes by InfernoPlus on YouTube, and he has, I think now, 3 videos showcasing different aspects of this mod. Actually, while we're here in Firelink, I can show you this, because it's pretty neat. Screw you, Framped. You da poo-poo. There is even a Capture the Flag game mode that he added, but it's Capture the Lizard, and you basically... The flag is a crystal lizard that you carry around on your head, and you have to bring it back to your base. I believe he wrote some new netcode so that you can have up to 16 people in a map at the same time, 8 on each team. And if we go to Blood Gulch, we don't actually go straight there, we end up in a lobby. But in the lobby... Oh, look, there's Miyazaki. There he is. Just chilling. And he acts like a bonfire. Oh, Zyric, I'm sorry I missed that. Zyric is thanking me for streaming an indie game that just came out recently, Cleo, A Pirate's Tale. Really nice game. I quite enjoyed it. Yeah, maybe a little, Zyric. That was a fantastic game. They did a great job with that. Or he did, I should say. It's a solo dev for that game. Yes, Mihawk, they can. Guns are upgraded with Demon Titanite. Artista, I haven't tried it out, and frankly, I don't have the heart to. But supposedly, if you hit Miyazaki, he will hit back. And considering that he is probably the one referred to under the name of Legendary Big M, I would not doubt that he pulls out Hands of God from Demon's Souls, because there are weapons from other games in this mod, and just pulverizes you. So, back to New Londo. I guess it'll be my final goal for the night to get my hands on Soul Vault and take that for a spin, because oh boy. That promises to be quite an experience. Well, almost all of it, Surfin' Bird. The Dark Souls 3 equipment is missing. Unless I just haven't found it yet. And the Bloodborne equipment is missing, but I don't think the Bloodborne equipment would function correctly in Dark Souls 1. Alright, so we're gonna just... I don't think the ghosts will chase alluring skulls. So it's probably safest for us to just, I don't have the wolf ring, though, so I'm gonna get stun-locked on the ladder if they reach me. I don't think it does, Sushi Bandit. I believe he explicitly said in his video where he demonstrated Soul Vault that it does not. Oh. Wait a minute. The guns are killing these ghosts without a transient curse. Sushi Bandit, it appears you were correct. I do not have a transient curse active. But the bullets are working. I wonder if that was an oversight. I wonder if, because they have no damage type assigned, I wonder if that somehow bypasses the ghost's invulnerability. I wonder if that's what's going on here. Well, it certainly isn't going to be the case with magic. Wow, that happened a little bit more quickly than I was expecting. You know what I should have done? I should have used the Pyromancy Flames, explosion. Apparently the guns are actually cursed. Yeah, no, I realize that, Sushi Bandit. He says Dark Souls, but it's incredibly cursed. And apparently the guns are literally... They have the curse effect. Okay, well... I guess he really meant it. I guess it would also be a good time to show everybody the cursed dance, which curses you. Funky Streams, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Why not Echo Drop? Schusler, you use that dance in DS3? I guess I'm not surprised that it would be modded into DS3. Funky, I don't blame you. I mean, the whole point of this mod, according to the modder, from the horse's mouth as it were, is that this is a cursed mod. I don't know, though. I'm still gonna go with Blurst. Because I think Halo guns in Dark Souls are fantastic. Sushi, IRL, I don't dance. Also, I'm really glad I have a, I'm really glad I have a way of killing the ghosts now, because I just used up my last transient curse. And clearly the battle rifle is not going to be of much help here. So I wonder... if the plasma pistol will. Oh, that's weird. The plasma pistol isn't cursed. But the shotgun is. Okay. Thank you, Karaga. You too. Oh, you said U.S. Central and East. All I saw was the Happy New Year. Okay, yeah. The plasma pistol definitely does not damage them. Okay, then. Neither does the SMG. I wonder if it's because I've upgraded the shotgun. I wonder if you have to upgrade it in order for it to take effect. Yep, the Magnum doesn't do it. Neither does the battle rifle. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and guess then that it only gains the curse effect when you upgrade it. That's bizarre. I didn't mean to use the plunge attack, Sushi Bandit. I accidentally pressed R1 after walking off a very low ledge. Zyrek, that is a good question. How do the ghosts feel about grenades? I don't think they like them when... when I have a transient curse in effect, but... Alright, alright. A5, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime resub. Welcome back. And Happy New Year to you. And to you as well, Nightshade. Alright, well... At this point, I don't think I'm going to be killing all these ghosts. Oh, yep, there it is. I guess I don't have a choice at this point, because look at this mess. I feel like he made the ghosts more aggressive in here. I just get that feeling. Oh, you know what? Actually, we're right here at Andre's shop. The Iron Golem core... I don't want to use a soul, though. I should have done this when I still had souls left. I was going to say, we could upgrade the shotguns some more, or possibly the battle rifle, and actually test to see whether that causes it to become cursed. Oh, and it looks like somebody was using Soul Vault to get up there. I don't have any, Sushi Bandit. I need the Wolf Ring, which I guess I could go get. It's not that far. I have the Ring of Steel protection on, Sushi Bandit. I'm wearing it, and it's only just so much use against the ghosts. I put on the Covetous Gold Serpent Ring in hopes that I might get a transient curse from one of the ghosts down there. Hey, Anon Maru, welcome! Wait a minute, was that a message that said happiness ahead that has 996 ratings pointing off the cliff? Ah, Waltz Queen, Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome back. All right. For real this time. Wow, I managed not to Goomba Stomp him, which is incredible. Hey, Lyoken. Okay, Zyrek, have a good one. Good night. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. Yeesh. Actually... Man, I love how the grenades just bounce off of them. Okay, I think that hit. And it did nothing. No problem, Zyrek. Believe me when I say it's been my pleasure. This has been as much an adventure for me as it has for all of you. The only problem is there is still probably the crown jewel of this mod that I need to get through the ghost house in order to reach. And so far, not a single transient curse. I don't think it's going to help all that much, Venetia. And I would just as soon save the humanity. Right, I need to let it reload all the way. I was gonna say, watch that ghost drop some. I have an idea. It's not a good idea, but it's an idea. And it didn't help. I don't know what I was expecting. But I do know that I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Probably it would be better for me to just run through, lure them all out the other side. And blast them. Jeez. Look at all these ghosts. Oh, yeah, of course. I knew that was going to happen. Of course, the ones I can't reach are the ones who drop the items I need. Surfing thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Oh, I was walking up the stairs. Whoops, I gotta be careful of that. Okay, well, there are 2 left that are willing to try to attack me out here. 1, 0. Oh, can I actually reach this? No. Psst. Well, that's helpful. To you as well, Surfing Bird. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Okay, I guess I'm not getting either of those. The problem with these stupid ghosts, just items floating everywhere. Not a single one you can reach. Alright, now I'm fairly sure, yep, I hear at least 1. 2. Time to go. All right, altogether not a terrible bit of ghost bustin'. I don't think so, no, Karaga, because the ghosts in this area have very specific leashes. But I think the only ones left are the ones that come up from the floor when you walk further into this room. So now we reload, and she will come to us. There we go. Got her. She's the most dangerous one because she has projectiles. Yep, okay. And I am well and truly out of Estus here, so I hope that's the last one. I think it was. And there are my souls. I didn't even die and lose them. For all the good it did. Thank you, Surfing Bird. I really appreciate that. I love you all, too. Are you kidding me? There was 1 left. 1 freaking ghost, but we made it. Watch it come attack me now. Okay, before anything else, we need some transient curses. There. Okay, Soul Sap. Debilitates nearby enemies and allies. Designed by impoverished mages, helps to even the playing field when dealing with opponents with vastly superior armor. I think this is just a defense boost. There it is, Soul Vault. Soul Roots. Sacrifice mobility to empower magic. This is a good one. That, it's a magic buff. Oh, we already have Soul Vault, so he sells 2. Okay.
watch over the Dark Wraith. They were born, for that is how.
Okay, well, we got what we came here for. I don't have enough intelligence to use it. 33 int. So I have an idea as to what we might be able to do. Nah, Venetia, I have a somewhat easier idea. We're gonna do something slightly different. We are going to... We are going to... Oops, okay, hang on. "99 resistance, no thanks." All right, let's see. We are going to... All right, there we go. Bear with me for just a moment, everyone. Okay. So, fortunately, while I was off screen, I got invaded and someone beat me up a little bit, but fortunately a friendly phantom came and saved me from the invasion and was kind enough to drop some souls for me. That's very definitely what happened. And not at all anything sus. I'm not an alien. To you as well, Raiken, thank you. So where were we? Soul Vault. And actually... There we go, that's a bit better. No, no, Waltz Queen, nothing in this mod is sus. Nothing. So, here's what Soul Vault does, guys. Oh, do you have to hold it? Yes, you have to hold it. Okay. Oops. Apparently it's a little bit difficult to use. And it does consume stamina. Yeah, this was probably not the best choice of places to try it out, Lyokin, I admit. Oh, alright. Anyway, like I was saying, I started flying. And you can continue using this as long as you have stamina. And I believe there is a spell in this mod that, temporarily converts HP into stamina. So you can get even more stamina and more flight time. Oh no, well. But God, what a lot of fun that spell is. What an absolute brilliant idea. What genius. Let me just grab my souls. Oh, and it looks like you even get a little bit of a free boost out of it without, consuming it. Actually, I almost like this backstab system better, because it gives you a slightly wider backstab radius. Why do I even bother picking up the stuff these guys drop? What was I thinking? There we go. You can stand on this thing after all. I've wondered for years if it was possible. But apparently it is. Well, what do you know? No, Funky Streams, you cannot, unfortunately. I mean, you can stand behind them and shoot them with it. But it doesn't count as a backstab. Yeah, Venetia, you can target the bird at fire lane. Oh, okay. The application is running in a weird way. Well, that's probably my fault. But it's fine, because now is the perfect time to call it, which I desperately need to do. It's long past time. So what we're gonna do, I think... Ah, look at this. This is perfect. Guys, a friend of mine won, Burning Jalapeno is, streaming Dark Souls. And yeah, okay. Looks like he's going strong. I think we're gonna go raid him. Oh, King Wrangles, I'm sorry. Yeah, we've been going for... God, how long? 11 hours. So, yeah, I think it is long past time to call it. But, guys, stick around for the raid. Jalapeno's a good guy. He's been a viewer of mine for ages. And he is working very hard to get his Twitch channel off the ground. He's got 3 viewers right now. And he will be overjoyed to have some company for the remainder of New Year's. So, I'm going to call it. Thank you all so much for joining me for this, I don't even know what to call it, this bizarre stream. But I've immensely enjoyed it, and I really appreciate you all hanging out as well. And I look forward to seeing all of you. I don't know when it'll be. I've got my hands full with a big project right now, but hopefully sometime not too long from now. Thank you again, everyone. Please stay safe. Please take care of yourselves. And have a great 2022. Oh, and thank you for the 100 bits, Melkor. Take care, guys. I love you all, and I hope that I will be able to catch up with you. Sure. Take care, everyone.